Faster. Go. Faster, harder, higher, go. Faster. Faster, harder, higher, go. Go. Faster. Faster, harder, higher, go. Faster. Faster, harder, higher, go.
I just want you to be more efficient because these guys just play contact. So,
Okay, TC Cream. We need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
okay, let's go.
Tara, let's go, let's go.
Tara, tara. Let's go, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ち日グループ100周年。私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ。私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に。立川と世界をつなぐ立ち日グループ。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Get to the lab quickly. It's happening again. Very fast. Thank you for joining me.
But it's safety first.
Rid of that. You won't need that.
Okay.
Christ. Gentlemen, thank you for making it here on short notice. We have a lot to discuss. Obviously, VCT Pacific, it has not been what we expected whatsoever so far. But before we get a deep dive into all of that, I wanted to go ahead and consult somebody from the outside, get an expert opinion. So please, join me in welcoming ZETA, somebody who's very familiar with this phenomenon.
I mean, an expert I can trust. I've always had full faith. I think he's going to guide us on the right path.
First of all, thank you for having me. And I heard this is table of like getting hopium.
We have prepared today is to get your opinion and to match it with some experiments to really get the absolute conclusive data for stage 2.
Let's go. Nothing could go wrong.
There's been obviously a lot of craziness. Paper thin, it's just been everywhere, right? The results, I mean, the rosters, everything seemed new.
No, it was a really wild stage. I mean, it was really up and down for a lot of the teams. You know, there's been a lot of changes. Of course, you think about like Jin coming back and things like that. So it was a really fun stage to watch.
Paper thin, what was your like best highlight from the stage 1?
Actually, one of my favorite moments was DFM getting their first win. I know, I'm sorry, it was against me.
It's too close to home.
Oh, man.
Truly, that was like a really special moment, I think, for the fans, you know, and for the team. You could see how much it meant to the players just for that one game, you know. So I was really excited about that.
But with that, I think this was kind of a stage of a lot of firsts, right? A lot of new records being set, a lot of things happening.
For better or worse.
For better or worse. 3 players from Gen G racking up 1,000 kills already in the VCT system, in VCT Pacific. Really just goes to show that a lot of these players obviously very individually skilled, but they're also just willing to grind through these games.
I think one of the craziest things for me was seeing that Texture got his, like, after the likes of Munchkin and whatnot. You know,
Yes.
managed to get to that milestone a little bit later, but then just decided to go a step beyond and said, okay, I've got my 1,000 kills. Now I'm going to break the best of 5 kill record. You know, did it to do it in a loss.
It is important to remember that while we sent 3 teams to Shanghai already for Masters, Stage 1 doesn't quite end there. The legacy continues on because your record is going to carry over into Stage 2.
In Stage 2, you can just set your own destiny by getting into one of those top 3 spots to qualify for champions, but regardless, you're gonna want to be accumulating those championship points kind of as a safety net just in case.
So ZETA, if you were on one of these teams, what's your mindset looking forward to Stage 2, knowing that there's still a decent chance for you to make it all the way?
If I were those teams, like obviously current situation is like so competitive. So I would try just like my best to actually qualify for champs. There's no need to overthink, and then you just like perform like how you did on the stage 1. That's all.
Teams that are going to be able to change to the new patches, to the new metas, that kind of thing, are going to succeed. How do we see that shaking out in Stage 2?
I think that we might just see the continued success of a lot of the teams that have been hovering near the top. Things like that are going to continue to reward you no matter what.
Flexibility is like really important nowadays, so this is really like interesting. Like every team need to like adapt on like current meta has changed.
Now it's time to put our theories to the test. We're going to come up with some hypotheses and test them and see how valid our theories are.
The first one is going to be about DFM. They looked really good in their win against T1. If they are just given this extra time until Stage 2, that they can now cook that up on different maps and maybe get their second win of VCT Pacific.
I was looking at them to see if I was going to be the only one agreeing with you.
Oh, okay.
Because I think that they certainly can get themselves a second win. I think everything that you laid out, perfectly correct.
We obviously know that they have like stand-up player like May. He's been really doing it great. As long as they just like find their own colors and the structures, they're gonna like win more games.
I'm not sure about the methodology of DFM post that win. I'm not so sure. I'm still very concerned that they haven't really found a way to be continuously adaptive and creative.
Mr. Science, he needs all more data. He needs all the data 100%.
This is my chance. I can actually use my science degree now.
So after hearing a little bit more of your thoughts as well, I still cannot wipe that Ascent game out of my head. It was just so good. So I think there's enough, that's enough reason for me to believe that this is possible.
I completely concur.
For me, sorry, needs more study.
ZETA, what about you?
As you said, it's like obviously plausible.
Okay, now, one of the things that I need to get everybody's input on is, in regards to this certain little team right here, it's about the IGL swap on T1, something that we saw mid-season, Carpe obviously having begun since your departure in that offseason during the AVL, we get the change over here to Excurate. Do we think that this was a viable change and something that they should continue with in the future in stage 2, or should they pivot back to Carpe?
It's more about the vibes. It's more about what he brings as this leadership presence. He's been a really positive force, I think, in that way.
But I think stylistically, Excurate is just going to have a better grasp of the bigger picture stuff in Valorant. So I think, in theory, Excurate kind of being the primary caller, leading the overall direction, I think that should be the better foundation for a longer run here for T1.
Yeah, I think that was like a good change. I can see it as a former IGL of T1. We have a lot of like vocal players, so I think X-Great, obviously he has experience with like other FPS games, like he's been playing. So we can just like expect T1 gonna be like more improved.
Does that mean then that we can expect that T1 are going to have an even better result, or at least the same level of result in stage 2?
For me, I think it's plausible. I think there's definitely a lot of potential here on this team. It's just a matter of finding the consistency.
Yeah, it's plausible. I just feel that I've been burned so many times by this team.
It's plausible. We know that.
I think it is plausible that T1 will have a very similar performance in stage 2.
So one team that is making an interesting change coming into stage 2 is GE. They're going to be shifting their IGL, promoting Benkai. Where do we see this GE team going?
I would say Russ and then Lightning Fast. I think really great for both of those players because they were kind of players that wanted to reprove themselves to a certain extent. So to me, Russ getting to focus more on his fragging and his util setups, I think that's huge. And Benkai leading, I mean, it's been a little while since Benkai's really been the primary IGL, even in the old days of Paper X. But back when he did it, I think a lot of people had some faith.
It's the rest of the team that we need to see a little bit more from, I think. Because Blaze King, I think, was probably maybe the most hyped up signing coming into this one.
Yeah.
And we haven't really been seeing that same impact that we got from Blaze King previously when he was on Boom.
I think Polvi is another big question mark, though. I think sometimes he gets a little too aggressive with the operator in particular. Like, he tries to take these point-blank fights with the operator.
Think about that wallbang shot that he had on Stacks. Just the guy's mechanics are there. This guy can be that powerhouse. We just need to see that consistency here. We need to see the team setting up around him.
Only one thing I kind of like want to see from them is just like a pop-up thing. The end of the stage 1, the Polby was like fragging a lot and his performance was great. If they just like find out like how to utilize like Polby more, Global Esports gonna be doing like better than before.
All right, so I'm really curious to get everyone's opinion. Global Esports, a playoff team or not?
No.
Wow. It's not that I don't think that they will get stronger, but the competition's tough. There isn't enough time.
As you mentioned, I think it's too late. Even though we could see some kind of improvement, have no choice but to say just no.
I'm gonna go with yes, but only because of the group they're in.
Talking of teams that have made some changes, there's 2 big changes coming in. You've probably all heard of them. It's going to be Bleed and RRQ. Bleed, obviously, Crazy Guy's return.
It's curious to see, obviously, for Ye, we wish him all the best, but Crazy Guy stepping back in, is he coming back in to fully take up this IGL position? I assume this also means that we get to see Darion playing just basically duelist all the time.
I think for me, the ultimate thing about this is that this enables Scary. Didn't get to see it as much in stage 1 with him kind of taking over that IGL role, so we need to see more Scary. That guy is truly a phenomenal talent. He has that clutch gene.
I just want to see who's going to fill out those kind of like duelist gaps. So I'm kind of like doubting on how this team actually be functioning.
They are all pretty well known to play very slow and systematic. Whether it's good or bad, they have to stabilize. But it is a question mark. Therefore, do they get better?
I want to say yes. I think that overall, the changes that are happening here, I think they have a lot of promise behind them. I'm going to be waiting for more data because I think that there's nowhere to go but up.
Yeah, I'm also in the needs more data category, but slightly leaning into plausible that they're going to be a little bit better because of the quality of the teams they're going to be going up against and the fact that, you know, there is a bit of a short turnaround time here.
So I think it's still tough for them, like what is the actual like ideal structure for them. So I would just say I actually need to see more data.
I would almost say maybe even slightly not plausible just because, again, it's just stage 2 that they have left here in 2024. So I don't know if that's going to be enough time.
Well, you already picked them up earlier, but I won't give you the pleasure of kicking things off.
Okay.
RRQ also making a big change. Their IGL Flipshatter stepping away from the team is now departed. Big question is, A, IGLing structure. How is this going to look? We anticipate that that's going to be Estrella, who does have some experience doing IGLing, but also I think the bigger question is, does Monyet play controller? Not you. Go ahead.
I think he probably does. I think that's probably a natural fit for him with this squad. They already have a very talented duelist who can play Raze, so Jemkin has been insane. Last year when he was with GE, that seems to be the role that he also excels the most in, seems the most comfortable. Yeah, I hope he does. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I think the Jemkin is silence killer.
Literally he's
He
silent.
seems like really quiet, but he's like demolishing everyone, right? Also, I think the other players like Xpero and then Elmamore, they have a experience playing a dedicated initiator and then also Sentinels. I think they have a lot of great potential.
I think one of the other things that this could open up for the team is if you wanted to go for double duelist structure as well, because Monyet's shown that he could operate in that, so you could have him still go over, play the Raze, have Jemkin on that Jet for maps like Split and whatnot. So I think that this also gives them potentially a bit more set up for aggressive compositions.
The biggest question is as you posed, what's the calling going to look like? We saw a glimpse of it at the very last match against Gen.G, and Estrella's calling looked pretty good. He identified the weaknesses that Gen.G had, but can he do that against all the teams, especially in their group? Now, the likes of DRX and PaperX, that's going to be the big challenge.
All right, so the big question here is now the time, with Monyet joining, for them to make a playoff.
They are really hungry. I can see.
Yeah.
It's time.
I think it should be plausible. I mean, with Monyet coming in there, everything inside of me wants that to be successful.
I'm going to go with a plausible. The time has now come that they are going to be a lock for those Stage 2 playoffs.
I need a little bit more data to really find out how far they can go.
There you go.
But I'm glad you all believe in them, because I think they look great.
All right, so I'd like to talk about some of our teams that are, in my mind, in a bit of a quantum state. Are they going to do well, maybe not next stage? So it's kind of the unknown until we observe it. We don't know exactly how they're going to perform. So the first one I want to talk about is ZETA Division. Are they going to make playoffs in Stage 2?
Wow. That's, we're both...
Heavy-handed presentation.
Listen, let's discuss the team first. I thought they looked pretty promising in the offseason. Both Yuran and Huron looked like they were able to hit some very sharp shots. That should alleviate the pressure from the likes of Depp and Laz as well.
I think that just overall ZETA has collectively looked a bit disjointed. I'm not certain if things are going to be able to come together fast enough.
I liked some of the things I saw from ZETA Division. I liked the Phoenix comp on Sunset initially. I thought this was a brilliant idea. However, it got figured out pretty quickly. Yes, we saw some innovation, but it didn't have longevity behind it.
I think ZETA is right now struggling with about finding their agent comfort zone. Once ZETA fix those kind of problems within the team, I think they're going to perform well.
I actually don't think it's plausible. Give it time. I would love to see them give it time and grow this roster into a comfort zone.
I'm right there with you. Ultimately, I think that seeing this team make it the playoffs, from what we have seen, it just does not seem plausible at all. I think it is fairly conclusive that this is just not going to happen.
I think for me it needs more data. I don't consider it unlikely. I consider it fairly possible with how up and down everything has been this year.
I think ZETA needs to be more studied.
So we're a little split between needing more data, yeah. But I think we all agree that we would like to see this continue, even if it takes a little longer. So hopefully we see the bright spot at the end of the tunnel. All right, so you mentioned earlier, Paper Thing. We've got a couple teams that are, what is it? Quantum State here in Pacific. Another one that's always been like that for me is going to be Team Secret.
Every single time I have believed in them when it looks like they are hitting their peak, they're going to be able to just be world beaters. And I just don't know what to think anymore when it comes down to Secret. I can't believe anymore. All faith that I have had is exhausted.
There needs to be a little bit of change into this team coming into Stage 2. Obviously, Envy, always very consistent. Jeremy had some really great games again this season, but he also had some that were a little bit shakier. So definitely another one of those teams that's looking for consistency. Not just show us that they can beat Paper Rexes, but they can beat, like you said, Gen.G's, other teams in our league.
They were really good at the discipline and the fundamentals, but they couldn't keep it somehow, is what I saw. So as long as they can find or figure out how to fix it, we can finally see the Secret on the international stage again.
Jeremy, one of the biggest questions we had about him coming into just even kickoff, etc., was how is he going to op? What is that situation going to look like? He's improved his opping. That's gotten better.
I think my conclusion is the reason that they're always right there, right at the gates of making greatness, is that they're really good at punishing unforced errors, right? I really like to look at the game as forced errors versus unforced errors. And is it going to be enough for them to make it to champions? I'm gonna say not plausible.
The bigger question is can they kind of overcome these obstacles that have kept them from making the international events?
I am not convinced that it would happen consistently.
Yeah, I think that the inconsistency has been so consistent that I have to say no.
As long as they can convert inconsistency to consistency,
I like it.
I think it's possible.
Okay. Yeah. I think our conclusion about Team Secret is as inconsistent as their performance so far in 2024, so we'll have to wait and see.
Yep.
Right, so we're gonna talk about my former players, Seungmin. Oh, Ben.
I think in overall talent, they're in a really good place at the moment. A fairly steady upward trajectory for talent throughout the year.
I've been really impressed with the way that Frost is able to lead these guys, get them play more as a team. You know, putting Cruz on the IGL again has been a huge boon, I think.
And then on top of that, Surf returns, and I love the fact that Governor, he's willing to kind of be that sacrificial lamb. The only question is he cooking too fast? I think that might be what's catching up to them. Too many ideas.
Surf guy is like a menace, as you said. Once they find like the right day, no one can like stop them.
We haven't mentioned perhaps the strongest player on this squad, which is Jit Boys.
But we've seen this time and time again that one incredible player doesn't always get you over the line. All those things put together for me make it incredible. I think really this is a plausible.
Plausible?
Okay.
But I need to just like do more study.
If we loaned Talon our cloning machine that we have in this laboratory, and they cloned Jit Boys 4 times, first place, easy.
But I'm even gonna say that I think the data shows that it's plausible.
I'm gonna say it's not gonna happen.
So if Talon's not making it, who's taking that 4th spot?
I think overall, considering the changes that have happened on the team, yes, now have a very tough opponent in Gen G, where previously he was like, okay, well, we only have to worry about Paper X. But I think that we have seen a decent amount of growth from the squad, and I think that surely DRX cannot miss another event, especially when it's happening in their home country.
Their finish was better than I expected. But how much reworking do you have to do? I need a bit more data. I need stage 2 to happen for me to have any conclusion.
The fact that when they got to the playoffs, they get to Gen G, it is the case that sometimes it seems like they just mentally can't quite recover from some of their bad games or bad maps. I'm concerned when they get to that next level.
I feel like they need more time. Obviously, Foxy9 was been like changing a lot of his like agent pool. Bane performing really well. So they have all elements to be a greatest team in the Pacific like one more time. I just want to see that how they play in the stage 2 more.
Will they find stability when it matters most? That question, I think, makes it even less plausible in my opinion. I would say I would side with not plausible, not at least this year.
I'd say plausible, but needs more data ultimately. They're watching the other 2 Korean teams go to these events now, go to Masters Shanghai now with T1 and Gen G. I think that this is going to be DRX more motivated than ever.
So I think it's pretty plausible that they're going to find consistency. I think that one off day for Mako and Buzz is probably an aberration in the data, nothing consistent. Foxy9 is looking great on the Sentinels.
I think their communication is like all connected, and then like their strategy is like players on like a comfort zone. I want to see the more data.
Can they overcome this new unstoppable force of Gen G?
We've saved the best for last. Our new budding rivalry. Is this rivalry going to continue? Is it just going to be another PRX Gen G Grand Finals in Stage 2? What are our thoughts?
If you look at Gen G in a vacuum, looks like a very successful experiment. But I don't know if they can quite call themselves challengers to Paper X just yet, because we saw the true form of Paper X towards the end of Stage 1.
Gen G have just fully taken over DRX's position. Not only are they the #1 Korean squad that we've had, they've also stolen away the Paper X rivalry.
You have Paper X, they're just always good. Gen G, on the other hand, my concern with them, they're an exothermic reaction, meaning that they're expending a lot of energy really fast.
They what?
I told you this is my day to shine. Leave me alone. My concern is that they burn out. Is that going to be a sustainable thing? You know, they may have burned too bright too quick.
You say it's burnout, but I would say he's still hungry. He just need a trophy. Okay. Their one problem with the PRX was when they are just like only one away from getting trophies, they always got struggle with some kind of like winning like transitioning. But I think as long as Alex table is okay, then they can be finally like a champion.
Gen G has proven that they will always have the core thing to counter Paper X, which is the determination, focus, and aim to trade, to out-trade them when it matters. This could always go back and forth.
Yeah, I think that we might have a new Pacific El Clasico. It's like they're going to be fated to clash over and over again.
So obviously we talked about kind of the rivalry relationship, but let's talk about Paper Rex then in a vacuum and seeming to have kind of rediscovered their stride, so to speak.
Yeah, I think it didn't take very long, but for the most part, it just felt like this team was right back to it pretty much instantly.
Individually, all 5 players are off the charts. It's just a matter of them being able to stay consistent with their forward thinking, in my book. So I have 0 doubts about Paper X right now.
Yeah, same. Like I have 0 doubt on the PRX as well. Also, Jinx's return is like most soft-landed things I've ever seen.
They would still talk about, oh, well, you know, it's taking a little bit of time and Jinx trying to regain, you know, his focus and his posture within the pro scene. And we're all thinking like, really? Because it looks just like it did last year. They finally changed Lotus Comp. The fact that, okay, that mindset is still there, that we need to innovate. It's not just aim that we're relying on. They prove it once again year after year. I think they're destined to continue to stay at the top. Let's just do a quick question then. Will Paper X be the Stage 2 champions?
I think it's obviously plausible.
I think they can still like a dominant team on the stage too.
I think it's highly probable, but I'll temper and I will say I need more data.
I like what you're thinking, because I think we need more data as well. I think the thing that really lingers on our mind is this rivalry with Gen G. Okay, well, with all of our experiments and games, I think one thing is for certain. VCT Pacific continues to be an absolute chaos.
I wouldn't have it any other way. I love chaos. I feel like every time I walk into a match, I don't know who's gonna win for sure. I don't feel confident in any of my predictions, and I love it.
Yes, the beauty of chaos, like bring us the content. That's all matters. I love it.
Just sit back and be an observer.
Yes.
No, it's just been fantastic so far this year. I mean, we're getting towards the end, which is sad, but my God, I'm going to revel and bask in the rest of this season.
Obviously, chaos is something we're going to look forward to in Stage 2, hopefully more than Stage 1 as well. We might as well just double down onto this with all these teams, all these experiments going on. But of course, all of this is going to happen at VCT Pacific Stage 2, which starts on June 15th.
Gentlemen, I think it's time to share our findings with the world.
You're back with us in the COEX Shinhan Card RTM in Seoul, South Korea. And just like that, 6 days after Master Shanghai, we're diving straight into it for Stage 2, because here at VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific, we're just getting fired up with tons of events, roster changes, and new maps. Plus, a brand new accolade, the first of many to add to the Pacific Wall. I'm your host, Victoria, and with me today, we got the brothers of Pacific, Chobra and Quack. Okay, first of all, before you drop your sibling stuff, we have our first Master Shanghai trophy here in Pacific. Any thoughts on this?
I wonder where it's being kept. Maybe it's like in a safe somewhere in the Gen G headquarters. Maybe Texture is drinking soju out of it. I don't know, he just tweeted a picture. It's awesome, we have a trophy! Yes!
I don't know why everyone's making such a big deal out of it. We all knew it was always going to happen. I mean, Pacific's just the best region. You guys were acting like this was just never going to happen. I mean,
this was all on the cards.
It's just the first of many. Come on, please.
Yes. I saw someone post about this, and I think this is the most accurate analysis. From here on out, Pacific wins every single trophy. That was, we just needed to break that first layer, and this is it. You guys just get used to it.
Agreed with us, yeah.
Just get used to it. It's just going to be facts. It's not even going to be that fun anymore. It's going to be like, well, you know, I don't know. Do we even need another trophy? With that, let's go into this stage 2. Because we got to get through stage 2 before we go back to champions, which is going to be here in Korea. So it's been amazing that Gen G did win that. 7 out of the 11 teams here made roster changes. And on top of that, Breeze will be leaving, and then we'll be getting Haven back in the pool later on.
Yeah, lots of changes. I mean, first of all, just tons of roster changes, like you said, Victoria. And, I mean, I think you could argue some of these look pretty good on paper. Some of them maybe a little bit interesting, right? We're waiting to see. But the big question is, I mean, you don't have much time, right? You just have stage 2 to try to make a run for champions. So you better have a lot of faith in this working, because there's not a lot of time to iterate.
It's only been about, like, 4 or 5 weeks since Shanghai. Maybe they had some time, like, you know, some of the teams during playoffs from stage 1 to really try to iron out some of these details, and it could work, but yeah, like you mentioned, bro, it does take a bit of time to adjust, and they have to do it as quickly as possible.
This is a weird vibe. But I also just want to add, before we move on,
bro.
It's a lot of IGL changes as well, so that's something we should keep an eye on for stage 2.
Yeah, and I think that's going to make a huge difference. Before that, congratulations again to Gen G. And not only did they win this trophy, look at these stats. How did they win this, Will?
Oh my god.
It looks like they won exactly 388 rounds.
Yep.
And a 61% pistol win rate. You know, maximum 31 kills by Meteor, 1,400 kills. And I guess they won every match.
Every single match. There was, without a doubt, they absolutely earned this trophy. But like you said, William, we were saying this. I'm just saying, like, at the end of stage 1, we're like, yeah, we're going to have a trophy.
Just so we're very clear, I was not saying that, but I'm very thankful that you're including me on this so that I can bandwagon. I can bandwagon onto it.
Well, I was definitely saying it. I didn't think it was going to be this team, but...
Wow! Wow!
Okay.
But here's the thing: is that right at the end of Pacific Stage 1, it was Paper X that beat Gen G. I mean, Gen G has always been a strong team, but there were questions of, okay, who's really hitting their peak once they get to Shanghai? I mean, Gen G, I think that's what's impressive, that they were already a strong team. Everyone respected that, but they looked just better and better as the tournament went on.
Yeah, it was consistent. They never really fell off. And I'm not going to lie, right? We're all Paper X fans here, but Gen G was just that
Again, thank you for including me into that.
Gen G was the one that was always keeping that ball rolling. And there were times during that final match in the grand finals where you're kind of watching with bated breath, but they actually managed to pull through, especially on that split map.
And I just want to say, I mean, what an emotional moment for this squad of players. Obviously, it would take us a long time to go through it. Yeah, and the coach,
they're like hugging each other.
This entire team, it just means so much, and you can see that the hard work paid off.
Yeah, it was a beautiful moment. I think all of us Talons, Pacific fans collectively just fell to our knees with Achilleos with joy. Now, this does put Gen G back on top. When we left stage 1, Paper X was on top with the 10 points, but now, you know, this puts Gen G back on top, you know, more or less securing them for champions if, you know, something crazy happens in stage 2.
I'm pretty sure the only way that they don't even win points is if they, like, lose every match and then Paper X wins everything, but then also bombs out of playoffs. Like, that's the only way that Paper X, like, swipes the champs point spot. So, like, all intents and purposes, Gen G's pretty comfy, and Paper X obviously quite far ahead still as well. But then you look at the other points, it's pretty up for grabs, right? I mean, any of these could switch on a moment, and of course, if maybe some of the teams that aren't the go-to favorites win stage 2, that's another +3 points. So there's still a lot of room for things to change.
There's so many possibilities. I mean, apart from the top few teams, if there is even a tiny bit of a slip-up, especially some of the dark horses right now, like DFM Bleed could still definitely catch up, and that's kind of the thing that we're looking out for. Who's going to make it playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, this is the really exciting thing about all this, and with all the changes that are happening to the rosters, and like you were saying, William, with the IGL changes, these aren't like little baby changes. These are mega changes that are happening to all of this. The meta is going to be changing. The map pool is going to be changing. So I think this stage 2 is probably going to be the most exciting yet for this year.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a real brutal test, right? Because like you said, changes are happening throughout the stage as well, right? We're starting still with Breeze in week 1, then you go on, and then Breeze leaves, Haven comes in, the patch gets applied, and then, of course, a new map coming up later as well. And then you have these roster changes. It is a lot to work through, and you got to adapt on the fly.
That's actually a really good point, Will, or bro. Papa
Brother
Rito
Will.
is like really keeping all the teams on their feet with this, because apart from the map pool changes, I think one of the biggest things is that the agent changes as well, especially once we go into playoffs. Not only do we have a new map, Abyss, some of the duelists are getting, buffs or balance changes here and there, and you got to think how that's going to affect the meta as a whole. Like, are we going to see more Neon, more, I don't know about Reyna, but
ISO, baby!
ISO, yeah!
Finally! And all right, so we saw the Alpha and Omega. Now they're going to be playing within their own groups. And this stage 2, we got money.
Yes.
If trophy wasn't enough
money.
of a... Yeah, we all love money, and
Maybe
I think
that's
the
what was
players
in the
like
box.
money. Maybe that's what was in the box. It's just money. It's just cash, straight up.
Shakes just hands that off to paper thin. This is money.
It's paid in coins.
That's
why it's such a big box.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, but again, big prize pool, obviously a huge difference even just from first and second place. So now there's the points, there's a huge bonus cherry on top of the prize pool. Like now we're really feeling kind of the later half of the year kick into gear. A lot on the line here.
Yeah, so as long as you make playoffs, you get a little bit of a something here, a little bit of a consolation prize even at 6th place, even if you don't make it to champions. And this is where we stand right now. DRX ended stage 1 actually coming back really strong, and I think that's going to be really interesting as we go into stage 2.
Yeah, I mean, some people have the question of, listen, you were 5-0. Sure, playoffs didn't go the way you wanted, but where are these roster changes coming from? Now, I think it's probably a bit more deep-rooted than that, but it does stand to, mention that they were undefeated in the league play in stage 1, so any loss here in stage 2 is just not going to feel great for that roster.
Definitely not, and that's why some of these changes matter so much as well. But I mean, just looking at everything else too, I mean, the standings really kind of say a lot as to where the teams left off from stage 1. Now that we have these changes coming through, how are they going to shape up? I mean, are we going to see teams from the top kind of drop down? Like what Will is mentioning. Is DRX actually going to start to fall off because of some of these changes?
I mean, apparently Genji's not even our strongest team, so like Pacific's clearly the best region because our 5th place team in league play lifted the trophy at Master of Shanghai. So we are so strong out here.
We are the best. If anyone watching this had any doubt, one thing we can confidently say is that Pacific is the best region. Now look at all our MVPs and look at all our top players. They're so good, they're all tied. They're all just so good.
How did this happen? This is actually almost impossible to happen, but it does mean that a lot of these teams, they're really shifting the weight on who plays to their strengths, right? Depending on the matchup, depending on the map, things like that. Foxy9, of course, really stepping up for TRX. I think, Jit Boys and Ban also right there near the top for Talon. But a lot of these names, perhaps ones we're not used to mentioning in like a top MVP ranking.
I think that's what's interesting. Yeah, you were expecting a lot of the big names, especially coming in from last year, for example. Where's the depth? It's now going to be last. Maybe even some of the other players like Uran could come in. But it's always fun to see a lot of the rest of the players kind of step up.
Now, what's worth noting here is
this almost looks like
pattern.
It's a template,
Yeah, this
the alternating player portraits.
It almost feels like they forgot to change it, but they didn't. They didn't. The stats are there to prove it. But I mean, Jemkin and Jeremy, both of these guys, I think people had a lot of hopes for to prove themselves as a duelist, and they're putting up the numbers as we can see.
DFM might be on the bottom of the teams overall, but look at May just kind of scatter across here as our stage 1 top 3 players.
That is, I think, a really understated thing. If you've watched that little video that they just put out on the VCT Pacific channel too, like please, that's worth watching. Maybe after the stream. But it's such a big deal. For someone who has that much talent, not always getting the moment to shine, but he is definitely up there. One of possibly the best duelists that we have in Pacific.
Yeah. Do you agree with this?
Yeah, I would
Brother
say so.
William.
Good aim.
Absolutely.
Brother-
Like, we're really. Is this the theme for stage 2? Like family reunion? Is that what it is?
Yeah, this is a family.
We have like little
he's dressed like
subtext
a
on our
youth pastor.
stages. Yeah,
Yeah.
stage 1 and stage 2. We have little titles for what the theme is.
Yeah, and whenever anything happens, we'll be like, we family. We're family here. Look, we're even matching in our Polo Ralph
We are.
Lauren
We are.
outfits. Yeah.
It is the summer. We're out on a little picnic on the Han
Exactly.
River. Okay.
It's like when you go to Disneyland and your whole family wears the same like outfit. This
Matching.
is
I've
what
never
we're
done that
doing.
actually, and I'm kind of thankful for it.
Well, now we're doing it.
We should do it. Let's go.
I'm so glad VCT Pacific really helped shore up some of my missed childhood memories because I was really missing out on something out here.
We have family now. We're here.
All right. Family discussion. We got a lot of exciting matches coming up this weekend. Which one are you guys most hyped for? Like, who are you super excited to see play?
T1 Genji. In terms of matchup, I think that's the one I'm most excited for. But obviously, you know, a lot of roster changes again. I mean, even just today, right? I mean, DRX coming in with a huge change and no longer having any of the remaining Vision Strikers core. No clear IGL, I guess. We'll have to wait and see. And then, of course, Bleed and Secret also some big changes as well.
Yeah, I think if not for T1 Genji, my next most exciting matchup would be Team Secret versus Bleed. I mean, all of these changes are something that I really want to see. That playoffs, that show match between Secret and RQ.
First, we gotta talk to ZETA. We have them on standby with Jen for an interview.
Now, ZETA haven't played DRX in a year, so this will be the first time in a year that you guys play together. Anything you want to say to DRX?
RV?
No. RV's not there anymore.
Zest?
No, not Zest.
Stacks?
No, Stacks is not on DRX anymore.
まあいい試合にできるように頑張ります。
頑張ります。Thank you, Laz. Good luck. Flashback, and welcome back, Flashback. Now, I heard that you've been dominating in ranked games, possibly destroying people's hope to go pro. So what can we expect from you today?
2 of quick win. DRX in playoff.
Oh, okay, Flashback is back.
Yeah, I'm back. Thank you.
All right. Cool New Jerseys, DRX. And Laz there just pointing out the roster changes like a little bit over the past year and a half for DRX.
Stacks? RB? No?
Yeah, none of them are there.
I think what's really cool, though, we're talking about which matches we were the most hyped for. I'm very excited for this one. I'm really curious how DRX is going to be playing. I'm curious about the roles that they'll be playing. And ZETA, as well, they started off really strong as stage 1. Then, you know, things started like roller coastering a bit. How are you guys feeling going into this?
Yeah, I think that's the big question, is that ZETA's had time to iterate, right, and build upon something. They're looking at the long-term project. DRX, one of the teams that used to go for long-term vision, now a sudden very big change. So I have to have a little bit of faith that they clearly saw something that they want to work towards. I'm actually pretty excited because I think now finally we're going to see a brand new DRX, right? Until now it was all itty-bitty changes.
He's so excited for this, you can just tell. I mean, he's been talking about the DRX changes for the longest time.
No,
He's been
like
saying.
literally every day, guys.
I
You don't
know!
even understand.
He's like, it's finally happening. I mean, yeah, they did believe in that long-term project, but now we have these changes. Flashback is coming back in. Bane's still staying there. Foxy9's still staying there. How is that going to look? Who's the IGL?
Yeah, and it's also a really, really young roster. Just so we're clear, even when Stacks was on there, it was still a very, very young roster. I mean, sure, they're veterans in the scene, but these guys have always been at the bottom end in terms of age and just straight up overall experience. And now it got even younger with Flashback returning, Bane, of course, joining in Stage 1. So, okay, the individual talent, I think all of them have proven it by now. Even Flashback at kickoff looked very crispy. But how does it all come together? Where is your teamwork at? Can Bane still be the glue, even with Stacks no longer being there, to kind of hold it down as the captain?
Definitely. I mean, some of these changes kind of also mean the overlap in agent rules. I think you were mentioning that a little bit before, William, is that while we've seen Foxy9, you know, coming in as a bit of an MVP, he's been playing on that Sentinel role. But with Flashback coming back in, you know, Flashback was the Sentinel from kickoffs. how is that going to look now? Is he going to flex a little bit more for the team? And if Bane is, that big of a factor, then we want to see more of him.
Now, what I really have my eyes on is also for ZETA. Is it just going to be the Laz and Depth show, or are we going to be looking at Yuran and Huron?
I think you have to look at the likes of Yuran and Huron, and I think specifically Yuran, he was doing very well in Stage 1, putting up a lot of the numbers, win or lose, and I think that's a little bit surprising, right? He was the one with less experience compared to Huron, so for him to be able to really stand his ground on stage, because, okay, Dep and Laz, great, but on DRX, you still have Mako and Buzz as well. So in terms of just like individual star power, it's not like ZETA's able to trump DRX straight up. So then you have to have someone who can still be the glue, can flex around on different positions, do a lot of the mid-rounding, or at least help with that and gaining info. It's going to be between Yuran and Bane.
I think that's what it really is to have that glue. Both these players really have the potential to create that impact for the team, and I want to see Yuran, having that great performance, that great consistency from Stage 1 translate over to Stage 2.
Now we're looking at the map ban picks from Stage 1. This could be thrown out the window. How much they had a couple weeks to go back to the lab, go back to the kitchen and cook something new, which I'm sure both of these teams did.
Yeah, and again, we should also consider, while, yes, both teams had some changes coming into this year, DRX, of course, still kind of working with their core values, and ZETA had to make some bigger changes coming into this year, so you could tell that they were focusing on very, very specific maps for kickoff and Stage 1.
And now, here we go with the map ban picks. We got our coaches here, Carlisle and Termi.
Everyone looks so polite.
Termi's just
Day 1. Things are still a little,
Yeah, we're not warmed up yet.
Yeah.
The coin's not warmed up yet. We're still working on that tech.
I really like the new jerseys. It's so fresh.
Yeah, they're very good. They're very summer. They're very summer. I like it. So Bind banned from DRX. It's not surprising, right? Bind is one where you really need to have a good idea of how you want to call the map. So with the big changes coming in, and it's something that they've kind of been leaning towards avoiding. And the Icebox pick. ZETA was not confident, did not look strong on Icebox in Stage 1.
I think that's possibly why that pick comes from DRX, and then Sunset being chosen by ZETA. That was one of the maps where they had some experiments, right, with the Phoenix and whatnot.
I'm going to say that Phoenix probably not returning. Probably some other changes here, but that is something that they've clearly been working on. And then the Ascent ban. I like that Respects ban. At this point, you have to assume that ZETA Division can always take it to the very end. And Breeze! ZETA's going to leave Breeze open. Ooh, now I kind of really want it to go to map 3, because I'm very curious.
Week of Breeze.
Also, yeah, we're not going to see it for a while, so might as well give it a good send-off. But yeah, interesting map choices for sure from both sides.
Here's the data from Icebox, as you guys rightfully pointed out. Interesting pick from DRX.
Yeah, now this I think starts to give us a little bit of a hint on probably the Asian compositions as well and the roles that they're playing, because I think that was one of the problems they would have had in the previous roster on who's playing what, how do you divvy that up. But at the same time, also, Icebox a bit simpler in terms of calling, right? Overall, it's a pretty straightforward map. I'm not saying that it's easy, but it is much more about the actual utility chaining and your aim dose, how you trade. And so if that's the strength of DRX, I'm not too surprised that they're picking this map.
Yeah, especially with the trading and with the new talent that they have coming in. Well, not so new, but it's always that much more capable. And with the executes that they have on a map like Icebox, where it's kind of clear, straightforward. It's either A or B. You're not always going to work around mid too much, although you have that option. But I also wonder if it's something where you're trying to adapt towards the new meta across Stage 2, right? This is one of the maps that's going to stay within the map pool, so maybe kind of relying on that a little bit more.
All right. So we do predictions here in Pacific. There are 2 teams.
There indeed are.
2
It'd be
teams.
crazy. One day we might have 3 teams, just like 3 sites in Valorant.
That would be nuts. Maybe you could even fall off of certain sites too. Wouldn't it be crazy if they integrated that one day? Yeah, ZETA, DRX. Who are you guys predicting?
I have to still give DRX the edge, right? I mean, just on paper, I think there's plenty of reason to have some hope for ZETA. I think ZETA should look stronger. But DRX, first of all, just pure firepower alone. Like, all of these guys have already proven that firepower, they're not going to get pushed too hard, even by the likes of Laz, I would say. Obviously, maybe he can still clearly trump 1 or 2. But DRX is a very, very strong roster.
I have to agree. I mean, not only do we have like some of the changes coming in, I just think, a lot of them are very like a lot more consistent with how they play. Meanwhile, ZETA, we need to see some improvements, and until that's really there, it's hard to really just give that prediction to them over like a team like DRX. What about you, though?
Well, you can see right there, I picked ZETA division.
That you did.
Looking at someone right there. Yeah, we're gonna have a coach interview after this. ZETA, but look who else picked ZETA.
Oh, you mean the guy that lost his touch after his 13 match prediction win rate?
Look.
Oh, I don't know.
He went to go rest, just like ZETA division.
Magically
and
charged.
Charge up his powers again. But this is gonna be a really hard one to predict. But to counter you guys, I mean, we don't even know what the roles are.
What?
For DR, I mean, who's gonna be IGLing? Like, is it gonna be?
I don't know. I ask myself that question about Paper X all the time, and they seem to win, so I don't really see a problem.
That's true.
But
And
DRX isn't Paper X.
But DRX, they both have X's in their name, Vic. So, you know.
So it's the same.
Why are you guys acting like you're having a rap battle in the middle of the analyst test? That's what I want to know.
Well, you know what? Who's gonna help defend the side of ZETA? It'll be Coach Carlisle from ZETA Division. He's gonna tell you why they're gonna win today.
Okay, yes.
Hello and welcome.
Hello.
Carlisle, I just want it very clear. This wasn't an attack or defense kind of discussion here, okay? She's making it sound like we're at opposite ends, but we're really not.
Okay.
I'm on your side.
Yeah,
we fight.
I know. You're always on your side.
I got your back. All right. Actually, let's start with that. Why is ZETA gonna win today? I know it's like a silly question, but the phrasing. But yeah, tell us why we should believe in ZETA.
Yeah, I think like the stage one, we make like a really good matches against all the teams that we play, but we couldn't finish good important matches against good teams. I think that was like cost us a lot of like important games, and we could not go to playoffs. So we work really hard to get everybody on the same page and really understand why we're making those mistakes and try to fix that. So more than we can improve as a team, we can finish those important games. So this is what we work for, and help us on the stage two.
What do you, in this stage two, what do you want ZETA Division to be remembered as or known as?
I think everybody's already noticed that the play style from ZETA is changing a little bit. Like we are a little bit more aggressive than like last year's from ZETA that was like a slow pace and all of those stuff. So just to we like get our own personality more than just like a slow team that depends on like chamber agents and all those stuff like that. We are a team that really can work together as a team. And no matter what the meta goes and no matter what like adversity we have inside the game, we can work as a team and solve it. So I really want them to remember like this.
I guess my question would be then, like, with stage two coming in, the meta is going to change a lot, especially, you know, with the agent changes and whatnot. How is ZETA going to adapt to all of that? And what is your opinion on, like, the current meta right now?
Yeah, I think, like, Valorant is always like this. They are always changing meta, so the team that don't, like, know how to go with it is always going to be punished. So I think, like, Yuren and Hero is also, like, really good flexes. Like, Depp is also a duelist that can play all the duelists. So no matter what, like, how change, if it's, like, big or small, we can always, like, change little things and keep it, like, going until the meta. So I really like it. I think, like, Valorant is all about this, like, changing every time, and you have to adapt to those. So let's see what it comes.
I just want to ask quickly, you had mentioned, you know, you're working on kind of being able to round out those matches, the important matches. Do you think a big part of it, was it the focus on maybe the mental side of things, you know, the comms and kind of keeping calm on stage, or do you think it was still really dialing in the teamwork itself in the server?
I think like our team is kind of like young, especially with like Yuren and Hero coming in, so it's their first experience facing those type of situations, and especially because all of those matches were important ones to week of playoffs. So there's a kind of like pressure towards it. So the job was like more putting them on the same page of like what you were thinking on that situation, and also putting protocols and rules so everybody can be based on that. So it becomes like easier to take some decisions inside the game, so we could avoid always going to happen those things, but less mistakes that we make, better to us.
Now I have a two-part question. A lot of changes have happened. ZETA is one of the few teams that actually didn't shift rosters or make huge changes. What are your thoughts on DRX, and overall, which team are you actually have your eyes on the most for in terms of changes?
I think like DRX is always like DRX, right? Like they're a really good team, no matter what like roster they have, no matter what change they have, like change they made. So I think like DRX is one of the games that I really want to play against, because I play against on like Istanbul champions and I lost to them, so I really want to revenge on that.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
that's
but
right.
also like Paper X, I think like this is a unique style that is like really good to play against. So those two teams I really like face to battle.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Any thoughts as we kick off into stage 2 and before I send you down, going to stage 2?
Just that we can improve more and more and more like every week. I think like we have like way more to prove to everybody that we are like a really good team. We proved that some points, but that inconsistent and do not like closing the matches don't let us to show our true power yet that we can do, that we can beat. So we show like some strong things, some like not strong things. So just hope we can be more solid on this stage 2.
I love that. I love that. I think that's something that we've all been looking forward to this year, and I love that you're committed to that and that you seem to really believe that it is working in an upwards trajectory for ZETA Division.
Now, I was going to send you off, but we actually have audience questions. So guys at home, let's throw up the audience question on the screen for you to answer. For those of you at home, look at Twitter. We have ways for you guys to ask a question. And the person is asking really straight up, why does ZETA play slow Valorant? Do you want to answer that?
Yeah, for sure. Like, I mean...
You have to answer it.
Yeah. There's no option, right? Yeah, I think like everybody has this like mind against like ZETA plays a slow Valorant. Like, I think before the years, like everybody, just like our CEO say like, hey, I don't want us to play slow Valorant anymore. So yeah.
Yeah.
So I think we are working on that. And right now I think we have like both styles. We have like slow styles that is also important, but also a fast one. So we can create conditionings towards like both situations and can control the rhythm more inside the game. So we don't just play slow, but we are like a mix of both right now.
That might be the key to success. Anyway, I mean, we have teams who are one way or the other and mixing it up. We saw a bit of it with Lotus in stage 1 with your Neon. You look like you want to say something, Quack.
No, it's just that Neon is actually a really good point. I'm excited.
Yeah, we're very excited.
Yeah. As soon as those Passionos came out, like Dev was one of the players that I thought of. I was like, oh, I can't wait. But we'll have to wait a little bit. We'll have to wait a little bit here at Pacific, but I'm just planning that out there.
All right, let's send you off. You are kicking off stage 2 today with DRX, so all the best, coach. And
thank you so much.
Yeah, no more slow Valorant. It's going to be fast and slow.
It's going to be
You'll
both.
never know.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you.
Good luck. Obrigado.
Thank you. Yeah, you hear that? Your predictions? You're going to start off with bad predictions. Maybe, I don't know. DRX, if we had DRX here, they might have words to do.
Yeah,
so.
well, I'm just saying that I want, and I would hope that ZETA Division does look stronger. And I agree with Carlisle that ZETA Division is one of those teams where the record doesn't tell the whole story from stage 1. What they showed in game were changes, were improvements, very stylistic, or at least attempting to do big stylistic changes. And again, the likes of Uran and Huron really trying to implement themselves into a system. Okay, now half a year has passed. The part that really pleased me was recognizing that it's still young. This roster is still young, not just age-wise, but also together. They haven't been playing for that long, so you gotta give them time. So now let's see how it pans out for stage 2.
It pleases Will.
It pleases me. Not a lot of teams please me, but ZETA Division is on its way.
He is the classic Asian parent of Pacific.
He does have that look. He can go like disappointed, like, what did you do there, son? I thought you were winning.
I don't know how it came to this, but
you look like you had an additional point to that.
I'm opposite. I'm easy to please. I really love what Carlisle said. Well, that came out wrong. But yeah, I really like what he said about the fact that, like, you know, this is that system for the new players, and he's kind of like starting to implement guidelines for them so that everyone stays on the same page. I feel like that's really important for the team, and if we can see better teamwork from ZETA Division as a whole, they could, you know, really go upwards in that trajectory.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, any quick thoughts on DRX in terms of roles? What do you guys think it's going to be?
I mean, okay, so my assumption is Bane's still going to be a very core part of the comms, but I wouldn't be surprised if one of the veterans is still like the IGL, really putting their foot down, when it needs to happen, right? So Buzz or Mako, who's it going to be? Who knows? And then, I mean, Sentinel role, that's a big question.
Foxy Knight.
I hope it's Foxy Knight. I hope so.
All right.
I hope so.
That's crazy. I don't think that's true. But we're going to go to the stage and welcome the 2 teams to kick off stage 2.
Are we rolling? The heat of stage 1 was unbelievable.
Remaining.
As all the teams were so passionate. Just like last time, I want to leave with no regrets.
스테이지 1 생각해보면 아쉬움도 있고 좀 다산했지만 그래도 스테이지 2를 대비한 농사를 잘 준비했다고 생각해요. 스택 선수가 빠지면서 그 중요한 역할을 누가 메꿔줄 거냐 이게 좀 더 중요한 것 같아요. 플래시백 선수는 킥오프에서도 대회를 했었고 베인 선수 같은 경우는 스테이지 1을 하면서 굉장히 좋은 모습을 보여줬었기 때문에 팬분들이 좀 기대하셔도 좋을 것 같아요.
ステージ1が終わってステージ2が早く来てほしいってずっと思ってたのですごい楽しみです。マスターズ出れなくて他のチームが出てるのを見るとやっぱり自分も出たいなとか自分の力をもっと証明したいなっていうのはすごいずっと思います。まだチャンスがあります。自分としてもチームとしても全力を出して頑張ります。
1勝できた時は嬉しかったんですけど、その後の3戦くらいは全然勝てなかったので、どっちかというと悔しいステージ上になったと思います。自分自身に対して自信がなくならないように試合見返して何が悪かったかとか原因を明らかにして今後に役立つようにしました。まずは全力出して試合に臨めるように頑張りたいと思います。
I'm feeling excited now coming back into stage 2 because I really want to keep competing, you know.
Don't really have any options, might as well just commit to something. But what
I watched the RQ Genji matchup in stage 1. I was surprised for sure. I want to make them more better into adapting ability, and also I can bring them more into firepower into stage 2.
So I think we have the eagerness to win. All of the players are like very passionate about the game. We come in at 10 to 12 hours a day just to get better. I think everything we've done is just for us to make champions. So now the time has come. It's our last chance to get the ticket to champions, and I think we'll make it because that's always been our goal.
I guess from Master Shanghai we just learned that we need to play better as a team and not so individual.
Mind freak, and he cannot make it happen. Paper X.
We just understand that we have to brush up and fix all these mistakes. Individually, I was also really happy to win stage 1 because I came back after a long break, so I didn't really know what to expect, but winning stage 1 really meant a lot to me. My mindset going to stage 2 is to not be complacent. Even though we won split 1, it's a different split, so we have to restart from 0 and just focus on our game. Everyone waited for stage 2, players, fans, and myself especially. I hope 2024 ends with a happy ending.
ZETA Division.
Undefeated. That's why they call me undisputed. I'm ranking up another season. I've been up on my stats. Now would you look at that? Undefeated, locked and loaded. We about to blow. Caught him with that left, I leave him tapped out on the floor. Sounding itchy, sticky, swishy. Watch me bank a score. Up in the boat, I'm in the zone.
This is stage 2 of VCT Pacific. We're welcoming the two old powerhouses of Pacific. ZETA Division and DRX face off once more. But this is a new ZETA Division looking to up the tempo. And DRX, the first roster without any of their OGs from Vision Strikers, any of their players, William.
Yeah, absolutely new era for them. And of course, we're taking a look at the records there. ZETA Division, a little bit more to be desired. Whereas DRX, I think Buzz put it perfectly. Yes, a disappointing finish in playoffs, but you set yourselves up perfectly for stage 2. Now you just have to finish strong to go all the way to Champion Soul.
Yeah, now it's that evolution, right, for DRX. The new player stepping in, maybe slightly different roster. Roles as well coming through. But for ZETA Division, yes, they can be aggressive, but I love what Carlisle said. They have that flexibility to drive between two gears. They can go fast, they can also go slow.
That's right, and that might be the key to shaking things up for DRX. DRX, on their other hand, also want to shake things up for their playstyle. Everyone knows at this point there's Korean VALORANT, and it's time to upgrade Korean VALORANT. Gen G's already done it.
Yes.
DRX wants to follow suit and make their own mark.
Yeah, I'm very curious what the flexibility is going to look like from DRX. Again, individual shooting and trading, that's not the question here, but how well do you adapt round to round? Because quite frankly, to some extent, maybe I favor ZETA in that sense because they have people who have experience in having to deal with that, like Laz, like Depp, like Sugar Zero, who have been there, done that, and they've been working on adapting their own styles all throughout Stage 1. It's just building upon that here for ZETA Division.
It's always that strong teamwork, right? But at the same time, DRX also has a team.
All right, this is going to be a mega matchup, ZETA Division versus DRX. We're going to go to our casters fresh off the plane from Shanghai, Achilleos and Paperthin.
Thank you very much. It's a good time to be back. The start of Stage 2. We're back here in Korea, and I could not be happier. I'm Achilleos here with Paperthin. We'll be guiding you guys through the action here for all of our matches today, starting with DRX versus ZETA. And my God, I can't wait to get into the agent selection because we know what's going on. There's some interesting stuff. We won't spoil it quite just yet, but no, these teams have cooked.
It should be a lot of fun. I mean, I think it's a really interesting matchup. Obviously, DRX, the big change, Stacks moving over to T1. That's a hard change to accept, especially, for you and I having been here since day one of VCT Korea, now into VCT Pacific. He's been a mainstay of that squad, so definitely going to be a new look for them. Definitely going to be a new look when we get to Icebox, that's for sure. But ZETA as well, I really liked what Carlisle said. I think he was identifying the problems, and there you go. This is the agent select. Have
Here
fun,
we
folks.
go. Yep, this is going to be a doozy. We've got duelist list for the side of ZETA Division with Depp playing Omen, and then Flashback coming out bringing the Clove. DRX, a team that typically in the past wouldn't adapt to new agent picks, new maps too quickly. But they say, screw it. We like kind of what FPX we're doing. We're not going to bring the Harbor into the mix. We do want to have that jet there, but they do adopt the Clove. So let's see how this looks with Flashback coming back into the fold.
Yeah, this should be really interesting. I mean, a little bit of time off here for Flashback to kind of get himself together, figure out this new agent, see if he can bring out some exciting stuff with Clove. Very curious to see. And then over on ZETA's side, without Depp on Jet, this is going to feel very unusual. This is, I mean, he's obviously played other agents before. We've seen it. His kill, 42, 43 kill game was on Sova, I think. So, he can definitely rock and roll on other agents. And he was talking about it in one of his interviews that he said, he's happy to play other agents if necessary. He doesn't just have to play duelist. So this is a really intriguing look for ZETA. I'm not, totally convinced that, Carlisle's talking about how they're a little more aggressive with this comp, that maybe this might be a little bit slower, depending. I don't know exactly how it's going to look. I mean, it could be very exec heavy, maybe a little similar to FPX, so just kind of similar ideas with the non-duelist in that regard. But coming into it, it's going to be ZETA on the defender side, DRX on the attacker side. So very curious to see what this is all going to look like. So many new things here to think about, to consider, especially with that extra layer of util that both teams are going to have in a lot of regards. Clove is really powerful on this map. There's a lot of awesome abilities to tool around with. So just kind of keeping my eyes down there to see what exactly Flashback wants to go with. And it's a couple of the ruses, the smokes, and
Metal for the vulnerability as well.
Yeah, the vulnerability. Yep, exactly. So trying to see if they can take advantage of this A site. I mean, all you can really think about is FPX, right? Like, you and I got to cast some of their matches in Shanghai. Like, the way they play around Clove is very much A heavy because of a lot of the way that their abilities work. So you can, when you're dead, things like that, you got the extra ability to layer in a smoke and clear a lot of extra space. The vulnerability, the metal is really, really powerful at pushing through corners. So it's going to be an easy spike plant and a full-on retake attempt for ZETA.
Yeah.
As they are sending a flanker, Sugar Zero trying to make his way around, but it's being accounted for here by Foxy9.
Pop Flash and Dizzy going to be sent through. Pushing out those back rafters here for now. Sugar Zero trying to go on this flank, being held at the moment here for Foxy9. Looks like he's going to drift back up mid and come back through screens rather. Tap on that spike. Okay, Buzz, Mako able to find one apiece. Got it on, able to get Bane. Flashback going to be taken down. Smoke still available to try to be used here from beyond the grave, but now it's just Mako and Foxy9 versus 3. Some tags here on the Yodan. Hold on that fuse. Look up, Foxy9 able to find one, but now time dwindling, but Mako clean with a headshot. Gets 3 on the Viper, and DRX will get themselves the pistol round win.
Yeah, so a pretty interesting setup there for ZETA. Never really able to find comfort on that flank angle of Sugar Zero. Well accounted for by the side of DRX. And Mako, supposedly, from what we hear, is the IGL for DRX. And EA seemingly not missing a beat, at least in the pistol round there. And seeing now what exactly they want to do come into this next round here for ZETA. If there's going to be any investment at all, maybe just a Sheriff for Hirodon. And Depto, not really missing a step either, even though he's switching over to that Omen. You know, somewhat duelist-esque, right? Like, we see a lot of duelists that can swap into the Omen very comfortably, very quickly.
It tends.
Yep, that's the first one that comes to mind for sure. Absolutely, players like Monyet as well in the past, you know, who was a former duelist, picks up players like, agents like Omen very well. Clear the turret, and it's a full gamble stack for the side of ZETA. It's been well hidden, other than the turret itself, but that doesn't give you a ton of info necessarily. A lot of times, obviously, the Sentinels will be on their own, so for now, DRX really taking their time to consider this.
They are, but Mako able to find the openers. Hirodon going to be taken down. Dizzy Smosh now out of the equation here. Is swing onto the corner. Buzz able to find 2. Mowing him down with those Phantoms. And spots the legs and takes him out. It's going to be a damn near flawless here for the side of DRX in the anti-eco. I mean, 3 rifle purchases, 3 rifles carried forward.
Yeah, it's a very similar anti-eco to what we saw from DRX in the previous stage. That way they can come into this bonus with a full buy, essentially. I mean, you're a little bit short in terms of armor, but other than that, you're basically good to go with full rifles. So good setups here. Good job using the clove smokes to make sure that got those angles accounted for on the back of the site. And it's looking pretty clean so far for DRX. See if they can do some damage back now for ZETA. Looking to see what the setup's going to look like.
Crash across Buzz, catching a glimpse there. Clears out the turret. Labs now trying to take space, but Yodan able to find 1. Foxy9 going to be taken down, but then Bane finds 2. The trade back on the Yodan depth as well, caught up. It's going to be a man advantage now for the side of DRX, but Bane down to 13 HP.
I like the start here for the side of ZETA. I mean, I know it doesn't work, but I like the idea. Getting aggressive early, get that into DRX's head. Make sure that they have to think about it and consider it. Hirodon's able to dodge the 0 point. Sees Mako.
Able to avoid the shot. Now they know that's going to be one playing at screens. Rotate starting to come through. Alarm bot. Not having to be worried about given Foxy9's death, so Laz able to creep forward. Bane trying to keep tabs on this one, but snappy with a headshot is Laz. Didn't even need that to find the finisher.
Oh.
Now a 3v3. Clear out on the Dizzy. The push coming through here from the screen. Mako able to find 1. The Buzz lingering in from behind. Strikes him down. Now Laz known to try to bail them out, to try to stop this bonus conversion. He's just painting a picture, an outline around Buzz, but can't quite find those taps. Cannot find that kill. Continuing to work his way forward. Flashback hidden here within the smoke, but time is dwindling, and it's not on his side. May just have to make the call to try to go ahead and save the rifle. He tries to back out, but Buzz will not allow him to do so. 3-0 start here. DRX looking strong on Icebox.
Yeah, looking really good. Doing a great job of accounting for some of these unusual ZETA maneuvers where they're pushing out early, getting aggressive with Yodan and Depp. Certainly 2 players who are very happy to do so. It's in their, definitely in Depp's nature, of course, to be a little bit more aggressive, but you know, Yodan as well. Really, yeah, has a great aim adjustment. But Yodan in particular has been really kind of an instigator for this team to get them to be more aggressive. He has that natural style to him when I've been talking to ZETA behind the scenes. So really interested to see how that's going to play out as this goes on. It's all Sheriff so this round for ZETA, and they are completely stacking mid. Maybe expecting another tubes push. This time around, DRX is being a little bit more diligent. Once again, checking that nest. These are things that have to be considered now for DRX because of what ZETA did in the previous round. They have to make sure that
Foxy about to swing into this.
Oh my god.
Pop flash is still going to be good for 1 as the full flash does connect. Hirodon able to take him down. Trades it out, and that's going to be a weapon recovered. A-site, though, now open for the taking. None of this util here from Laz going to matter. Hirodon noted, spotted, spray, gets adjusted, and Buzz finds that kill. Once again, the advantage here for DRX now being exacerbated as ZETA lose another player. Weapon picked up here for Depp, but Sugar Zero swinging around the back. They are just perfectly aware, perfectly ready for these flanks to be coming through at every twist and turn. Depp now trying to see if he can deal some damage, but he cannot. Buzz with another 3K. He's on a heater at the moment. I believe that's 9 for him, 4 for DRX.
Yeah, Buzz is
feeling it right now. Those Phantoms working a treat for the duelist to DRX. Got the Blade Storm in the back pocket, just in case things start to go awry. Looks like Depp is going to be grabbing an operator, but just holding the angle. Again, these smokes really well thought out by Flashback and DRX. You know, previously they had used it to set up the one-way for underneath the rafters. This time around, to set up an easier angle for Buzz to hold. Coming through towards the top of rafters, and I'm really impressed with this DRX squad. They look really well organized. It's not super surprising what they're doing, going A a lot. Again, that's going to be intrinsic to Clove. It's a very powerful agent on this site, so just looking to see if maybe ZETA can find a way to punish this a little bit. And you're seeing some further forward-placed utility from Laz this time, so I like that change. Gonna play a little bit more delay. Oh, that flash is great.
Yeah, that forces Laz down. Buzz does get caught up there. Mosh able to find that kill, but Hero don't take it down at the same time by Flashback, so 1-for-1 exchange. Duelist gone, but Plant's still gonna be coming through. Snakebite to try to hold people at bay.
Spike planted.
Just along the back here is Foxy9 has a pixel pin spotted. Yes, he has noted, but the turret does give contact, does give information away. Foxy's just gonna be watching for it. His Flashback able to shut down the entry from Yuran. Couple shots coming through. Swings into the back for you just for the headshot. Flashback. A third kill for him. Technically on for the ace, but running out of bullets, 75 HP. Can't make anything else happen. The operator on the floor. The hopes and dreams here for ZETA of picking up this round. Held at bay once again. The Sugar Zero will fall, and that's going to be 5-0. And I would suspect a timeout for ZETA.
I would think so, Achilleos. I would think this is a good time to really consider how you're going to deal with this util heavy execute style that DRX, you know, likes to play, but it's a very different look, of course. The very different agent composition. They need to find ways to make sure that they can get ahead of the utility, I think. You're letting Clove have too much ability to control that rafters area, to control those retakes, and it's not really something ZETA has done a great job of addressing so far. It's been A every time, right? And there's no reason to do anything else until ZETA can prove that they can beat it.
Yeah. Worth pointing out, Depp has a mustache now.
He does. Cut his hair, too.
That caught me off guard.
Yeah.
Saw him the first time on camera, and I was like, did I miss see that? Man's got a mustache. Rocking it.
That's the new.
I mean, we've seen buffs tied around with players' hair length, so maybe growing the mustache is gonna allow him to reclaim the land kill record.
Could be. I mean, maybe it's his new Depp clone. Yep. It's coming in. And
Yep and Depp.
Yep and Depp. I mean, I'm trying to convince Mako to grow his hair out again, like he did during the offseason. I thought he was very, very dapper.
Had the long hair at back at Champs as well.
Yeah. I thought it looked good, and he kept complaining about it.
Well, I mean, especially now we're getting into the hot weather.
True.
This is the time where you and the Bold community can really revel. And I mean, you have to worry about your head getting sunburned, but you don't have to worry about
It's not all it's cracked
cool.
up to be because you don't have any hair to absorb sweat. So yes, in some ways it's nice. A breeze feels great.
That does.
But yes, the sunburn thing has also been a problem for me. I'd be lying if it hadn't been. But you know what? At the end of the day, that's not important. What is important is that ZETA's looking like they're trying to address this issue of this rafters kind of control that really has been taken over by DRX. But DRX does a great job. I mean, the flashes have been on point. The util there to clear space for Buzz has been really, really good. And you could see that, in the, I think it was the previous round or 2 rounds ago where Laz was up on top of screens trying to deal with Buzz's position. There was a flash there to back him off. So all things really being well considered by DRX. But you have some ults to play with on both sides. You do have the not dead yet for Flashback, and that can be problematic. Buzz was able to keep that operator, so the economy is completely juiced for DRX.
Yeah. I mean, everyone's going to be cash capped here. And, Flashback just finding a timing, able to take down Yona. It doesn't get caught off guard, but there it is. The ult's going to be invested. Not dead yet, but we'll need to try to find a follow-up kill, unless the round just ends before that. For now, Spike being planted, Buzz finding the finishing shot. Surviving the round here. Very limited HP, but DRX able to find the 6-0 as, he bleeds out.
Oh, no.
Couldn't get anything, but, what do I do?
Yeah.
So I'll have to dig into my very filled pockets.
Man,
swimming around in a Scrooge McDuck pool of money right now, so it's totally fine. But yeah, again, DRX looks so clean. Trades have been great. You know, the thing is ZETA hasn't been trading poorly necessarily, but they don't have the numbers there to really counteract the fact that DRX is always at least good for one. They're going to try another aggressive push. I like this.
And this one's looking great. Finds the kill. Buzz able to stabilize with that op. Finds the trade-off there, but it's down to 3 HP. An immense amount of damage dealt. Do they suspect another player down below? Pulls up the angle for a brief little moment. He's able to back away. Avoiding death here for the time being. And this does make you want to play into the A side a little bit more because Flashback, his corpse is going to be here. The Clove, they can't really offer up smokes across the map. It's a fairly limited amount of space that you can use those from beyond the grave. But not liking the stack that they were seeing here. DRX going to start working their way across over to B. So Flashback, impact here, not really going to be able to be found.
I mean, this is really interesting. That turret placement, very unique. It made Foxy9 pause and consider a kitchen push, and that looks to be coming potentially. Oh my God, Laz.
Mako hearing the alarm bot. There's that one swing onto the corner, but Buzz able to find the headshot, and now the backstep from Foxy9 comes through. Hiraron going to be taken down. Yaron able to find Foxy. 0 point to check. Spike now going to be planted. Buzz down low, but now the pit going to be invested as well as the null command. DRX, they want to keep this train moving. Competing out Buzz, finding the third, on for a 4-piece, but now the Shake fighting back. Yellow will be able to take him down. Off on the floor, but as Sugar Zero, how do you even try to play into this one? Flash at the ready. No fragment, able to find the first, knows the other was going to be above. Mako now dropping down, repositioning. Here's that, creeps forward, spots him, but Mako is able to win it out. That's the question, do you want the op? Looks like the answer is going to be no, that, or he's just going to spend down the money that they have, but it's going to be 7-0 for DRX.
Yeah, this is looking really rough, but you can see why DRX was very confident in this map. Very good patience from Foxy9 in kitchen. You know, yeah, the turret gets the info, but then it's kind of forgotten about. Assume that he had moved. I mean, that's brutal for Depp. He looks really, excuse me, for Laz. He looks really slow to start here. He just needs one bullet to connect there, and Buzz is dead.
Yeah.
So that's, you know, that's concerning. I think ZETA just looks a little bit off in the aim trades at times so far. Particularly Laz has had a couple where he's had to try to drag some sprays down. Hasn't really found success. So Yordon, yes, gets confirmation that Buzz is over here.
But Buzz is intentionally feeding him that information.
Exactly.
Had the opportunity to pull away from that 0 point, but opted to walk forward into it. Stick with the poking and prodding happening over here at B. Ultimately, DRX going to start making their way back over towards that A site, taking a page out of FPX with the composition, as well as T1 with the just go A on Icebox strategy.
They learned a lot from watching Masters Shanghai, it seems. So really impressed with the game plan so far, but not a lot of information for either team. Yeah, you've got the one-way smoke there from Depth, just a timing smoke. Maybe buy a little bit of time, but
you should run.
Really, there hasn't been much movement. Lockdown going to be used. Is there going to be an angle here? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Is it going to land?
And it looks like the answer is going to be no. Just a 0 point. As they will scale their way forward, but Plant's not coming in yet, so an opportunity for a flood retake here as the fragment going to be sent in. Plant, however, Mako just eating a lot of that damage, just right on the outskirts. The push forward from Buzz. An unexpected timing, he's able to find one. Hiraron, that's a lot of the retake util taken away. With Mako down low, though, still an opportunity here for ZETA to finally get themselves on the board. Paranoia across, flashback, blinded up. Snakebite to try to force Foxy9 out into the open. Has been forced over towards the ramp here. Sugar Zero tries to continue with this flank. Mako holding close, Step taking down Foxy9, eliminated. That means that the rear side here exposed for DRX, and Mako felled. Bane able to find one. Looking for the second, it's going to be flashback, able to claim it, but now Sugar Zero arrives. Time has been bought, however, it's working against him once again. 6 bullets left here in the Vandal. Noise made, swing to the back, Sugar Zero finds the shot, but he still cannot get the round victory. DRX moving up 8, the weapon will not be carried over. And there's still plenty of cash in the bank here for DRX.
Oh, it's brutal. That's brutal for ZETA. It's really tough right now for them to find any footing. And part of this is because of all the different ways that DRX has to not just scale into the site, but then past that, this time, Buzz does something he hasn't done yet, and that's he pushes towards the ramp in the back of Rafters.
Yep.
And they're not ready for it. I mean, they're kind of ready for it, but not ready enough. You know, that's one where they need to, you know, kind of just be reacting, but instead, you know, you're setting up for that utility with the Gecko, and you get caught flat-footed, and that's going to be both timeouts coming through early for Zeta Division, both in the first half, so they're not going to have any more to really reconsider this map, and it's been impressive what DRX has come out with today.
Yeah, and I mean, I say, it's brutal to point out here for Zeta Division, but I do love that we're tracking these statistics. Granted, a lot of teams, similar to Zeta right now, call a timeout, getting ready to go into an eco, set the stage for how maybe they can pull off a Thrifty, and then also the game plan for the next buy round. But clearly, statistically, the timeouts have not been finding too much impact here for Zeta Division.
No.
See if this one can, because, I mean, already this deficit is monstrous. To try to get a Thrifty to pull that off, to get some win in the sales would be huge for a potential momentum swing.
Careful.
But right now, DRX,
Here.
they are just looking, I think, better than we could have anticipated.
Oh yeah, no. This is DRX cooking again in ways that, obviously in stage 1 they came out gangbusters. Yeah, they won every match during the group stage, fell short of making it to Shanghai. A lot of disappointment there for DRX after having such a hot start, but this new look with the agent comps is certainly working a treat.
That's great awareness from Buzz.
Yep.
Setting up that cloud burst, knowing that somebody could be peeking that angle, checks over into B. Nothing spotted, just backs away right as the cloud burst dissipates.
Oh, Sugar Zero.
Creep forward, yeah, as Headshot needs to ring through, but it's going to be Mako who's able to find it. Sugar Zero dead. B site completely opened up. Laz now having to rotate over. Gets himself into kitchen. It's one of those moments where if he was able to get in position fast enough, you'd love to see, kind of a tempo lockdown used to try to force people back over to A, where you have this forward stack, flashback, 5 stabs, you don't know, dead. You're not able to find one, but then he is taken down, and now it's just whichever site you please. Laz is out in mid, trying to see if he can intercept, trying to see if he can find a weapon, but he cannot. Foxy with 3, DRX with 9. The onslaught continues.
It's so well thought out here by DRX in so many different ways. With the little things like you're talking about, with the way that Buzz is playing in mid, there's always a player there for trades. Foxy 9 hanging around the flashback, making sure that they can trade effectively after that Dizzy lands onto flashback. They do a great job. That's nasty. But Foxy 9 just so ready there for Laz to be lurking through mid. They've got a really good read on the map. They've got a really good set preparation for their executes and things like that, which isn't surprising at all. It's DRX, it's Termi. That's definitely something that he excels at and has throughout his entire career. So for Zeta, they just got to dig deep and find some kind of value. Okay, yeah, you're using the Viper's Pit on the other side of the map, but again, it's only a 3-man stack. They're not willing to give up that extra space towards Kitchen to bring an extra player over, because you have had players like Foxy 9 that were lurking around.
These players with these crucial ultimates are playing quite far forward with Mako. Catching a close, but now Laz dead. Lockdown not going to be available here. Hero able to find one, but then he's traded out, so no chance for that Thrash to come through. And the only player that they're able to find is the only one that's able to put up value while dead. Buzz, another 3K, drops down, looking for the 4th. Can't quite make it happen. It's a little bit whiffy there. ADS at range. But Spike now planted, and it's once again Sugar Zero all on his lonesome.
It would have to be catastrophic for DRX for them to lose this, with how much time they have to set up for these post plants with the lurk from Foxy 9. Nearly unthinkable that this would happen. You get the spot even.
Yep.
This is...
The fragment goes a little bit deep there. But, I mean, just can't even try to stick to this one. The hold to try to go to half makes it easy for Mako. Swings out, finds the participation from Foxy 9. Not necessary. 10-0 as DRX are looking for a perfect half and a perfect map.
Yep. It's pretty brutal for Zeta right now, if we're just being honest. I mean, that spot, I think Mako saw a player there, and Laz kind of turned around. Wasn't considering that other angle. It wasn't being covered well enough, and it cost him his life. It just seems like right now, Zeta's a little bit disjointed. And their understanding of who needs to be watching what angles, how to pressure these DRX executes to kind of shut them down, because that's never happened. DRX gets into these post plants, and as per usual, one of the best teams in the world in those situations. They don't give you much hope. They're so good at trading. They're so good at staggering their utility. So good at spacing. All those things result in very, very successful rounds for DRX.
Oh, Mako somehow getting away from this one. Just rotating, pushing forward. Do they read that he's repositioned this aggressively?
Oh, boy.
Screen goes down. It looks like, yeah, Sugar Zero is going to be ready for it. Solid opening kill going to be found. And it's just TP from depth to join back on this side of the map. Buzz, however, able to find one, finds two. Laz taking down, Bane swinging in the back, finds another. As they all get picked to pieces, and once again, it's Sugar Zero, the last man standing. Wants a shot there on a Foxy 9. On a dink through the corner. Tries to send the snake bite to flush him forward. But Buzz reinforcing the position now. As Foxy 9 just trying to swing him out, trying to force him into the open. And he's able to do so. They lose Buzz, but they win the round.
Can't use that yet.
And the domination is just continuing. No end in sight.
No. It's pretty nuts. And Zeta's just lost. They're befuddled with what DRX is doing, and it's always something a little bit different. Never quite the same round. Buzz able to find that second kill on the Laz right as the ruse is coming up. Buzz is looking great right now, too. That's the other thing. Like,
yeah,
20-6. He is destroying right now. Now he's decided to go, oh, I got a Blade Storm, I got an op. Why not? You know, last round and a half. Might as well. And I mean, Depp, very good with the op too, but the timing. Oh.
Pulls off the angle. Side set now. Here on main, swing out. Mako going to be taken down. Depp good for the first. TP's wants to go for the aggressive three-peek with Buzz. It's an easy adjustment. Finds a shot, trades it back. Lockdown still available here. As Buzz up and over the top, knives pulled, finds good underneath, does not get punished, he's still alive, 6 HP, he's still seeking more targets and he finds it! Technically on for an ace. Laz rotating around the back. It's the last round, but he can't use the lockdown, the suppression, holding him at bay, and now he's dead! And he cannot carry that forward. Sugar Zero, sound, made, noted, dead. 12-0, DRX, looking for the perfect map.
I mean, this is another level. Definitely, I thought DRX would still be pretty good, even with, you know, Stacks moving on from the roster. But this is better than anything I was expecting today. Usually, I mean, Zeta, yeah, stage 1 wasn't their desired result. They didn't make playoffs, they only had 2 wins, but they kept all of their matches close. I mean, they pushed Gen G to overtime on Ascent. This is startling, to say the least.
Yeah. I mean, right now it's looking like, ironically, even though the players aren't really there, it's looking like old Vision Strikers Icebox, where everyone was banning it away from DRX. Haven't shown it in quite some time, but clearly they have been putting in the work, the effort to get this map to a devastating spot.
Goat depth. Yeah, maybe, but not right now. Isn't going so great. Definitely.
The goat is being slaughtered.
Yeah, the goat is being slaughtered. It is a sacrifice to the altar of DRX.
DRX are making a stew. And right now it is mighty tasty. Buzz, 23-6.
Oh, I mean, that's ridiculous.
I mean, it's almost 2 kills around.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Oh, it's crazy good. I mean, the damage numbers have to be through the roof for him. He's got to be averaging over 200 damage a round, I'm sure. Or close to it. Just absolutely disgusting. Well, okay. Attacker side time for Zeta. Let's see if they can get some momentum. See if they can prevent this from being the perfect map for DRX, the 13-0. But
are they asleep?
The way it's looked, I mean, Laz only has 1 kill.
That's a good question, Foxy 9. Maybe that was Buzz.
But only 1 kill for Laz. I mean, that is shocking.
Yeah.
They just haven't looked comfortable in so many different ways. But even the shooting has been seemingly off. Just, there's no other way to put it. It looks sloppy, it looks slow. And at least this time.
A lot of forward space taken.
Yeah.
Nothing noted in mid. They should be able to just start rotations across towards this A site. Laz going to try to be that first line of defense. It's the 1 kill so far, but already shoulder has been spotted. As he offers back some decent damage. Mako chipped away at, knocked down to 32. 0 point connecting. Suppression here on the Buzz, just playing up inside of the smoke, waiting for timing. Wingman going for the plant. The drop down coming through. Foxy 9 going to be dealt with here. That's going to be Buzz eliminated. Flashback, he'll find a second. It's just he and Mako though. To try to turn this one around. Get on pretty much any ounce of damage. Would finish off the KO. He's been noted, but Mako doesn't find that kill, but it doesn't matter because Flashback does. Now it's all on Laz. Still just a 1 kill. His position known. He's trying to play the clock as much as humanly possible. Reloads the Sheriff. 1 tap onto either player. Will take them down. The tap onto the spike, and Mako up over the top. They get it done. 13-0, a rare sight indeed, but DRX come out swinging here. The opening series of stage 2.
Unbelievable. The youngsters looking great. Obviously Buzz having an outrageously good performance to start. But the comp in general just looked really, really well thought out here for DRX. ZETA completely left befuddled.
Absolutely insane performance here from DRX. And let's go ahead and pass it back to the analyst desk to see what they can glean from this.
Sheesh, what a way to kick off Stage 2 DRX with a new roster. We see Klo for the first time, and we are getting our second 13-0 this year in Pacific. First time on Icebox. You okay, Quack?
No.
You okay?
What?
All right.
What just happened?
Calm yourself.
Yeah.
Calm yourself.
It was a very fast game. It was a very fast game, and Buzz.
It's quite fast.
Yeah,
Yes.
and Buzz looked like he was out to prove something.
It's 26 minutes fast.
26 minutes, and Buzz had how many kills? 26, 28,
20
something, 27? Yeah.
20, like 50,000
Not topping
kills.
Fluorescence from Game Changers any today.
Well,
but-
okay,
but
okay.
it's still
But Buzz,
up there.
I mean, Buzz was farming, and like the caster said, I mean, you could tell that they actually really thought about how to use close, some of the ways that the smokes were being used to really shut down pipes, things like that. And it was very apparent that ZETA just was not expecting this at all from DRX.
That's the most insane thing. I'm really not okay. How did they not get
Calm down.
a single round?
Breathe. It's gonna be okay.
Thank you, brother.
It's gonna be okay. They still have to play another map. They still have to play another map.
Buzz was absolutely on fire, though. I mean, we were talking about his kills just now, and you know, contrasting against Dep, contrasting against ZETA with their zero duelist comp. There must be something here to it, but look at this score.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the stats are obviously all going to be landslides for DRX in a map like this, but okay, so Gen G tried this before as well, right? Where you swap out the Jet for the Omen, you still have the 2 initiators, things like that, just like ZETA here, and I will continue to say, and this, you know, Team Liquid has tried this before as well out in EMEA, I actually don't think the comp itself is as bad as it seems. I think it's got legs. I think it has a theory behind it, but you have to play it in such a way, and you have to force your opponents to respect your utility, like your smokes, right? Like the pressure from things like the paranoia, and ZETA just wasn't able to do that. Now, was that because they started losing every single duel in the first, 3-4 rounds, so they never got a chance? Maybe, but at the end of the day, we just never saw anything that ZETA might have prepared come to fruition.
Yeah, I wonder if it's like a little bit of that clove that was a bit of a curveball for them as well. I mean, yes, Buzz was, absolutely insane, but this is DRX just keeping them on their toes. They were really aggressive across the entire map, but they were also trying to bamboozle them here and there. There were rounds where, Dep tried to push out, ZETA tried to go on the offensive against ZETA, maybe taking Flashback down a notch, but after that happens, the mid-rounding comes in. DRX, they rotate over onto B, and, Foxy9 is just so annoying. He's able to lurk in through mid, kill off Laz's turret, and it just makes ZETA think a little bit way too much.
Yeah, Foxy9's lurking, I think, was very key, right? They didn't need to use it too many times, but it was always there so that there was that option, to go for these rotates, to go for the stalls, things like that. And also, it seemed like DRX was always trying to think ahead on what would ZETA's reaction be in the next round. How would they, if I was ZETA Division, what would I do to try to remedy this previous round? They get the read, and then at that point, you can tell ZETA starts to play scared, right? Yeah, they try some of these pushes out on A, they get taken down, and then they stop taking that space. They try to go mid, but DRX is already there. Why? Because DRX is once again thinking one step ahead of ZETA.
Always keeping them on their toes, always that one step ahead of ZETA, and ZETA just not quite being able to catch up, and you can really see that start to affect their gameplay a little bit as well. There were these moments where Euron it's a little bit interesting that they've swapped over that Gecko and KO, but it's a good one. Euron's still up there. He flashes through some of these smokes, but his teammates aren't really there to pick up those frags or trades alongside him, and you can definitely see it in that last pistol round as well, which was just so darn heartbreaking.
Yeah, and I also just want to say that there was an aim depth, right? We'll just say it like it is, because here's the thing. It almost felt like Buzz was playing the patched ISO with how many shots he took, and he was still able to go in and get kills on the site. Because the headshots were not coming in from ZETA.
Damn.
I mean, I'm just saying what
He's calling it.
If some of those headshots had landed, maybe maybe 1 or 2 of these rounds would have gone differently.
Yeah, and they really needed those 1 or 2 rounds, but they got none. DRX is looking really watertight right now with their comms right now. You were talking about this just now, William, and I'm really liking the roster changes on DRX. And we've heard there is an IGL, it's Mako, but Bane is also a secondary caller. I think there's a lot of comms changes in general happening with DRX, and we were talking about this evolution that was needed from Korean Valorant, especially from DRX. Now, Sunset is ZETA's pick. How are you guys feeling for ZETA Division at the moment?
Well, we definitely hope that there's going to be a bit of an improvement. You know, this is one of their map picks. They've been, working on this ever since stage 1. There is that experiment with the Phoenix. I don't know if they're sticking with it. Maybe a Neon comes out at some point. Hopefully. I would love to see a lot more from them, but, it's just... I think Sunset is a good map for them. You have a lot more options. You have a bit of time in the middle of the round to really rotate and throw some fakes against DRX, and that could work out against them.
Yeah, it's not going to be as much about if you lose the first couple of trades, it's just immediately over, and then it's just the same site every time, like it is on Icebox. So hopefully ZETA, I think the biggest thing is they have to, during this downtime, right, just consider, okay, just erase that out of our minds. Okay, we didn't catch on to the game plan. We were caught off guard, whatever. We still have a game plan going to Sunset. Let's see what we can prove.
It's okay, ZETA Division. Still not the fastest 13-0 in Pacific, but it shaped really damn close. And then forget it. Now you can forget it and move on. Audience, don't forget that. That was pretty fun. Now, we got fun for us because we have a return of the Guess and game. It's time for... What ranks did you guys end stage 1?
I don't know. Probably gold.
Iron.
Probably gold.
Well,
probably.
Yeah. I ended somewhere. I don't know. I fallen from grace as well. I think Valdez and Achilles were Radiant winners last time.
Somewhere.
So we're gonna play it again. For those of you who are just joining us for stage 2, with us for the very first time, we have a question. You guys get to vote. Who's gonna secure the most first kills?
First kills.
So you can also pick tie.
Not most kills. First kills.
First kills.
Ooh.
And this is Sunset. This is ZETA Division's pick. And I see most of the viewers pick DRX. So viewers, you'll see on the board later, you're represented by Wingman. You are a Wingman here in Pacific. And
little homie.
Yep, you guys are my little homies.
Oh boy. First kills.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Simple as.
Quack is so... it could be a tie.
It could be a tie. It could be a tie. These are actually the worst.
Yeah.
Because it's not a 50-50.
It really isn't.
Right off the bat, production doing us dirty with 3 choices.
Here we go. It's DRX flush here.
Listen, after what we just saw, it's hard to count against that.
And if we looked at the data, I know you like to look at the data. Did you get a chance to look at the data for these games and try so hard?
Well,
you were so try hard for these games.
I
Did
was,
you look at it?
And look at where that got me in stage 1.
That's true. It didn't really work out so well for you. All right, audience, viewers, we are together in this. We're all starting from gold. We've reset the ranks. Yeah, so we're all gold and all the best to us.
Yeah, it's like a new act. It's just like
it's
a new act in game.
New rank.
Cool. Resets.
Yep. And we are going to go to Sunset with agent picks. I am curious. Phoenix was an interesting pick last stage 1 from ZETA Division. Let's see if they continue that trend. And of course, we want to see what DRX has up their sleeves this time. It's been very clear, though, both these teams have been working real hard over the last few weeks.
Okay. All right. They just scrapped the entire thing. You're keeping, you're bringing in the breach as well, which has really become a staple here on Sunset. The comp itself is not going to be anything too shocking if you've been following overall Global Valor, but obviously ZETA giving up on the Phoenix experiment, going with the Ray, setting up with the breach. Huron's going to be playing that again. Huron continuing to stick with the Gecko, so kind of taking a step back to that info initiator role here for ZETA.
And I can see that working out really well for either team. I mean, this is a map where that mid-rounding matters a lot. It will show a lot of that impact from Mako as the new IGL and maybe Bane as the secondary caller as well. But for ZETA Division, especially with this agent composition, how is that combo going to work out?
Yeah, and I also just want to call to Flashback as well. Obviously, a bit of a role change for him since kickoff. We saw him play the Clove. Now he's playing that KO. He's not going to be able to just go for his own kind of jiggles, right? His own duels. He really has to set up Buzz. I want to see how that chemistry works out here on Sunset.
I kind of like it, though. I can see him as that secondary duelist.
Well, DRX is definitely here to play. They want to get into Champions, and they are not messing around. Let's go into our map 2 Sunset. Let's go over to our casters, Achilleos and Paperthin.
Thank you very much. Yes, let's go ahead, get into the action. What a way to kick off stage 2 at 13-0 from DRX, who absolutely look hungry to make their way into Champions. 2 internationals missed this year. But after their performance in stage 1, have racked up quite a bit of points. So getting this win here, one step closer.
Yeah, they're getting themselves in a really good position, kind of no matter how things shake out, to go to Champions, to compete in front of the home crowd here in Seoul, South Korea. That could, you know, completely change things. I mean, it looks like a different team off the rip. I mean, obviously Buzz dropped an insane map, one of the best you'll ever see, just period, end of story.
Yeah.
The numbers were outrageous for him.
Nearly 300 ADR is
That's
pretty good.
Bonkers, dude. I mean, he was doing everything right. Laz gonna be on the Cypher this time, no chamber. Dizzy.
Clears it out.
Yeah, the one-way setup for himself and just kind of bully them around the map a bit. Depp on the other side with the Rays. Much improved this year on Rays. Has Depp been really impressed with the way that he's able to utilize the blast packs. Of course, it's going to be a little bit of a change eventually to those, but still.
We'll see that in play next week.
Yeah, next week. We got a week. We enjoy one more week of Breeze, maybe, if we get there today.
Well, might have to wait and see if it comes up in the second series, depending on how this pistol does go. Foxy making some noise, swinging out. Oh, Depp, very snappy with a headshot. Finds that opening kill. Laz going to be noted here in the cubby. Paranoia at the ready sent. As Buzz being noted, getting taken down. Sugars are able to find that kill. Flashback answering one here. Man advantage for the side of ZETA as the rotations continue to come through, both wrapping around in towards Boba. Everybody from DRX playing forward, trying to take the fight over to these players here on the side of ZETA Division. Bane able to find one, but now it's just the 2 players left standing. Mako still somehow alive with 5 HP, finds that kill. Now, last man standing. Right click's being sent. They hold on the corner, and ZETA Division will get their first round win of the series.
Yeah, this looks really nice from ZETA. Good protocols from Laz to clear the Dizzy. Make sure there's no opportunity for DRX on that first attack. Foxy goes on a bit of explore. It's shut down by Depp. And then you can just really rely on that advantage you have as the defenders in that moment. The trap wire well placed. Catches Buzz. Makes it easy for ZETA to clean him out. Sugar Zero doing a good job. Mako, just not much he can do in this situation, especially with the wingman diffusing. Going to be very, very tricky there. Get anything done, so now let's see if ZETA can string some success together.
Buzz is a shorty, so likely going to be a slow creep up into a very fast hit.
But the way that Laz's util is set up could be a little bit difficult here for DRX to clear, but they get him. Wow,
an immense amount of damage onto him.
Yeah,
that's not to try to hold him at bay. Cage comes in, but already scaling their way up into the site. Looks like it's going to be a couple players cutting across in towards Market. Fishing for a tag there with that camera. Yodon as well, spamming with the Guardian, trying to find something. Cage goes up. DRX backpedaling a little bit there as Foxy gets himself over in towards main, watching for a potential flank. Buzz on the corner. Waiting to see if somebody comes pushing into him. Depp silent. Push coming through, and it's only going to be a tiny amount of damage. Shorty just not at the right range to try to find that real impact. Players now being lost here on the side of DRX. All 5 alive as they look for this flawless, and they will find it. Laz with 3. Starting to heat up. ZETA hold on to all their weapons. They get themselves up 2-0.
Yeah, you can definitely see that with their map big. ZETA looks quite a bit more comfortable. Everybody there doing a good job trading. No overheating there from Depp when he gets low. I mean, yeah, some early damage done. Good mosh to clear the corner. So you gotta like what you saw this round, the last couple rounds from ZETA. Good to see. Jeez, Laz. Okay. That third one just going fishing in the smoke. Read that correctly, but now they're gonna move some of his util over towards the other side. Cypher Cage as well. Put right by that trap wire to allow him a little bit easier access if that player clears it or does trip it. Can pop it and get a free kill potentially. So we'll see exactly how DRX wants to approach this now that they've been challenged a bit here. Just looking for some mid-aggression as Depp has the camera to back him up with Laz. It's more of like a fallback play from the side of ZETA. DRX, though, considering mid, just saying, okay, well, let's see if we can maybe find some open space. Just the camera to have to worry about currently. Oh,
my eyes are down here.
Yeah, will get taken out.
Yep. Just checking to see if anybody was going to play off that cam.
Mako pushing forward. Gun barrel not going to be spotted. With a double swing, Sugar Zero is going to be able to take him down. That can be a rifle now upgraded here. Step just has that Spectre. Swing in. Foxy going to be good for one. Laz off in the cage. Tucked here for the moment. Another cage set up to try to make his exit. Recovers the weapon. He wants to re-swing in, and he's able to find one. Buzz, however, does take him down. Pain Shell sent. Rotations now getting ready to come through in a 3v3.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. You have quite a bit of util to work with. The Paranoia, the Breach, the Blast Packs, and getting ahead of it. I love
the chase, but yeah, cannot get that detained. Flashback, however, taking the space, able to find one. Sent to the flash, just going to be backpedaling as that Paranoia crashes across. Held at bay here for the time being. I mean, bonus here for ZETA. If they can take away another weapon, even with a round loss, it's still going to be a decent round for them. See if they can find that additional damage here. Mosh to buy some time. Wingman being sent out. Buzz on the flank, able to find one. Sugar Zero trying to see if he can do some more. He does. Flashback going to be taken down. Swings around the corner, tap up the spike. Time just not going to be there. DRX aware of this. Just leaving Buzz to try to collect the kill, which he will. 3-piece for him. DRX get themselves on the board, but decent damage dealt here by ZETA Division.
Yeah, they look pretty solid. I like what DRX does, using that Thrash to check that angle, get the free kill as well with Flashback peeking off the back of it, but the rest of it pretty well handled by ZETA. Honestly, good push out there. Sugar Zero very aware, very ready for that angle, even though maybe Mako probably felt like he had a free kill, potentially seeing that gun barrel. Overall, it's looking pretty solid now for ZETA.
Yeah.
I mean, you already have a showstopper for Depp. You have the neural theft for Laz. And he's just going to go out wood. This is insane.
Oh, the Paranoia connecting. Spares them a little bit, but Laz able to find one. Mako still pushing the issue, but now the showstopper in play. He's revealed he's dead. Depp able to find that one on Hero. Continuing to push forward, finds Bane. But Buzz hits his back for two. Sugar Zero and Hero both dead. Now suddenly 2v2. They're taking the fight to him, but Buzz stands tall. A 4K for him. Showstopper now online. ZETA trying to up the tempo, trying to up the aggression, what Carla was talking about in that coach's interview over on the analyst desk. But DRX, they swat him away.
It looks so good for ZETA Division. They're using both the ults so well. You know, Depp not pulling the cord off the rip. Waits a bit where he's got Mako in a bad position, but they line up there for Buzz, and he continues to just have an unbelievable day to start Stage 2 of Pacific.
Unlucky for Sugar Zero there. 7-2-0 for Buzz. Showstopper at the ready. Does he bring it out in this round? Knows that they're going to be playing roughly against an eco here. As Pain Shills to try to clear the corner, but a quick TP out. Sugar Zero being himself elusive. As Hiro with a nice headshot. Takes out Flashback. Weapon on the ground. Boombot goes off.
Shadows.
Yeah, just a little bit of damage done to Mako. They're just going to stack up and Buzz again. Foxy 9.
Finds one. Foxy, however, still in potentially a rough spot. If Hiro kill him with a nice shot, but Sugar Zero. He finds two. The Sheriff delivering value. Quick clear out on that one. The push forward, and Hiro finds the headshot. It's a thrifty for ZETA to regain the lead. What a round and what sheriffing.
Oh my word. Snappy there. You love to see it. That is so difficult to do. For the side of ZETA, great shot from Muradon. Sugar Zero able to dodge the util. Oh, that is so good.
Just lining up.
That's nice, yeah. Not bad at all. Buzz gonna go for the Bucky to back up that showstopper. Didn't get used in the previous round. So still able to hang on to that ultimate. Really invest it. Try to get some value. Maybe clear the Boombot to hide that Bucky. Here they go.
Fault line though, widely gonna hold him at bay. And it's gonna be a trade out here, raise for raise. Weapon's not really gonna be recoverable, but Foxy 9 creeping up in the market. Headshot across onto Sugar Zero. We had a multitude of back-to-back thrifties over at Master Shanghai. Does that continue now over here in Pacific?
But this isn't Gen G.
No, it's not. DRX looking to make it happen. Smoke coming down. Mosh at the ready. Decent amount of post-plant util. That fragment also available here from Flashback. Just waiting to hear the tap. Quick jiggle out. Reveal coming through. Swing onto the corner. And Bane able to collect two. And my God, they're making it happen. Hirodon, the last one standing, doesn't clear the dizzy. Just has to drift away. Knows that he cannot play into this one. DRX, they will be allowed to move up 3-3 to tie things up once again and to get a thrifty of their own.
Again, it's DRX in these post plants. So difficult to deal with. They're so smart. They're so aware of their space. Just waiting out the timing. Like you said, they've got plenty of util. And clearing teams out of that B main space is so difficult without a flank. No flank available for ZETA. And Foxy9 just does a great job getting into mid, getting that pick, getting the upgrade, and creating that space that DRX really needs. Okay, yeah, you're trading, so that's totally worth it. Great spots for the side of DRX there. Good stuff from Foxy9 that round. Really having a ton of value on that Cypher.
Yeah.
Just individually and also there at the end with the util.
Lurk timings have been looking fantastic. Now, timeout called here as we're tied at 3-3. Carlisle probably went from elation of the thrifty into just devastation of the follow-up. Wants to pump the brakes and course correct a little bit here going into round 7.
I will say the one thing that is pleasing me about this map is it isn't like the ultra streaky Sunset the last time we saw DRX on it when they played Gen.G in the playoffs. It's been very back and forth. Both teams really putting on a good showing on this map. We'll just pretend Icebox wasn't there and move on to this one. But one away from the no command is Flashback. Then you're, I think, one away there for Bane as well.
Yep.
On the Thrash. So some big ultimates could be coming into cycle for DRX. Something that has to be considered as ZETA is mostly on a eco. 3 sheriffs, 2 rifles for Hirodon.
Here we go again.
Oh my God.
Forward hold. Get into the back, fault line gonna be sent. Paranoia to try to hold him at bay, but Flashback still ends up getting caught out. Now Mako wraps around on. Take it down. Buzz moving forward. Making some noise here through the cyber cage. Continues to swing up. Foxy clearing. Out that trap wire. Is able to find the first one. Does he know that there's a second player here in market? Well, now he certainly does. Spots the shoulder, finds the headshot. But at the same time, chasing forward, taking a peek around that B site. But Hirodon unnoted till now. Boombot going to be cleared out. The wingman going for the plant. I'm still allow this one rather than try to clear it, but now the Dizzy connecting. He's able to tuck back. Counter Dizzy coming through. Now the Thrash sent. They have to rotate out. Wingman going to be cleared. The push forward here from Hirodon, unable to find it. As Buzz wants to take the fight to him, Shorty in hand. He knows he's detained, and he will put him down.
Oh, it's so good from DRX. The start again, though, for ZETA. These aggressive rounds, they're always finding good advantages. They're able to use the TP for Sugar Zero to get behind the box and then find some good value. I think a Paranoia connecting for Sugar Zero as well in that affair.
Yes.
But after that, it's just DRX is so tenacious with their shooting. You know, Foxy9 is an absolute monster in market, making it so miserable for ZETA to try to hold that space. A quick rotate from Dap. No real value found out of it. DRX this time just checking to make sure there's no quick play from the side of ZETA. I mean, it's a great fault line to start that previous round. Kind of catch DRX a bit off guard, but the counter punch is just so strong from DRX. They are looking so clean with their rifling. Oh, well, Foxy9 gonna lose out on that exchange with Hirodon. So
Lines one, solid opener.
Yep.
Flanker held at bay. Still 3 players towards that A site, but starting to drift their way over towards B, getting the sense that DRX could be ending up on that side of the map once again.
Are they just going to scale all the way into Boba here? I thought maybe they'd give it a go.
Bounce around the back. Oh my God, Buzz.
Jeez.
Absolutely on one. Does get shut down though. Dep not allowing them to find more value. Finds the kill, but Plant going to be coming through. Man advantage here for the side of ZETA. It's trap wire. Not yet cleared out now. Going to be taken down. No command at the ready here for Flashback. Should he decide to use it?
Dep's one away from a showstopper. If he could find a kill, he could be the one to create the space they need to get this defuse.
Mosh sent out, trying to buy some space here. Push out on a flashback. The paint shells into the corner. Tries to get the fragment out before getting taken down, but he cannot. Now showstopper available. Dep sends in Bane. Last man standing. He cannot get the follow-up. 3 players left alive. ZETA keeping us neck and neck as they tie it 4-4.
Yeah, this is nice from ZETA. Well considered there with those mollies to make sure that all the area behind the box was completely clear. Making it a little bit easier for Dep to get that kill that they need, to get in there with the showstopper and seal the deal. Very nicely thought out for ZETA Division. Good early pick, and he's just playing right off the back of it. Great find, great understanding of the space being created by those mollies. Yeah, you can't get in there, but the rest of the team hot on his heels, ready to take down the final member there, Bane. Foxy trying to push ahead there a little bit, but pretty well thwarted there by the utility of ZETA. He's got a decent stack. Dep and Sugar Zero there towards A. Hirodon falling all the way back towards spawn to try to back up Yuran, but he's going to fall back as well, so is this going to be accounted for by Hirodon?
Watching for it for the time being. Oh, man. Must have spotted a pixel out of place, but does find Buzz. Bane shows that, there's still some more forward presence here in mid. The rest of DRX, though, pushing their way forward towards A. Sugar Zero here to try to hold the line. Pulls off the angle. Here's the flash. Sends out a smoke. Paranoia still at the ready. But he just goes for a timing shot, and Mako gets taken out.
Okay, sure, why not? Like, that's insane instincts there from Sugar Zero. So understanding what DRX is trying to accomplish. I mean, DRX is doing a decent job working the map, but they're losing these 1v1 duels in this round. And it may be too much at this point, as they've lost
30 seconds left.
2 players. Let's see what Dep can do.
Bane shifted forward.
Spike planted.
Both players going to be noted. Dizzy up over the top. Not going to spot much. Flashback. Shifts over to reinforce. Blast back forward, spotting some there. He goes jumping forward. Looks for the kill, but Bane flashback 1 apiece. Last 2 players standing here versus 3, and there's still going to be that Thrash now available now, being sent towards them. They're the one that attained being found, and that's the last player. Zlaz will be able to collect it with relative ease. ZETA with the defuse, once again, getting themselves into the lead.
Yeah, trying to do a little bit of a set play there with Dep. Saw the stun connected, but got a little too overeager. However, again, the fact that ZETA's winning those duels is huge. They're winning those 1v1s. This one for Hirodon.
Okay.
Sure, why not?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess the Sugar Zero wasn't really a duel. It was just him just spamming through the smoke. But, man, oh man. What a round there for ZETA. That one, can't rely on rounds like that all the time. You see a little bit more with the coordination. I do appreciate what DRX is trying to do. Really spreading the map.
And Buzz trying to take some space, but Laz ready for it. They were anticipating some of that aggression coming through in mid. Wingman going for the plant. Trap wire needing to be cleared out. As Dep arrives in behind them. He's going to be pulling off that flank for the time being, but Rolling Thunder at the ready. Not sending that one through, but Mako out in front of it, but it doesn't matter. Laz just swings in, finds that kill, finds himself a third of the round. Dizzy connects with Bane. Taken down. On for the ace, but denied as Dep will find it, but ZETA, a flawless to go ahead and finally stretch the lead. Now up by 2.
Yeah, they look really, really solid here in this retake. Coming from a bunch of different angles. The utility really good to set Laz up. Laz very prepared for this market push. Oh, the stun connects as well. It's good timing from Yuran. Even though I think that was a judge there for Buzz.
It was. Shut down. Saw on the player screen he was not happy about that shutdown coming through.
No.
That's going to be a timeout now called here for DRX. First one of the series, I do believe. As we'll see how they fare on the back end of this one. But ZETA in a very nice position. A huge rebound after that opening map.
No doubt. And they just look better. They look more comfortable overall. Protocols are really, really good in a lot of their situations. Getting away with a few things here and there, but it's more about a little bit more coordination. Some good individual plays that are helping set them up for success. Really thinking about some of those moments, like Depp going into B main with the showstopper, things that are being really well considered so far for Zeta. I'm really kind of curious about DRX. You know, obviously I think both of these comps a little bit more tailored towards the defender side, especially with those ciphers in play, but now for DRX with all those ultimates, certainly something that Termi is talking about, how they want to utilize those. It's a couple Guardians, a Bulldog for Bane. And are you going to be able to use those successfully along with Buzz being one away from a showstopper? So find an orb, but it looks like Zeta's kind of wise to it. Potentially on the B angle. Looks like they're going to set up for a fault line from Market into potentially a combo player, maybe just a Boombot to try to cover this orb. You'd like to prevent the showstopper if possible, but not willing to overcommit just yet.
Thrash being sent. Foxy, oh, some nice taps going in there. He's hit it on, catching some strays. Foxy going to be holding in from behind, and as he taps the camera, he spots everybody. Pulls back over towards the spawn. Have a bit of a cheekier angle, play off that trap wire. Looks like, though, Zeta not going to give the opportunity. Full send in through Bubba as well as Market. Decent damage cross on the flashback. Down to 11. No command in play. Flash, try to stay the month, try to buy some space and time here for the side of the RX. Flash in the Dizzy as well, but quick cleared. Laz spotted, dinked here in the corner. Trying to stay alive, but he counter swings back out. Buzz taken down. Now the jump forward. Does he look to create more space? Laz with the second, looking for the third. Line up here against Bane, but he cannot find the second kill. Now all on to Foxy. Finds the first, the hold coming through. Swings back around in depth. Will keep his diffuser protected. Takes the orb, the charge for himself. Now one away from a showstopper as Zeta get the 7.
Yeah, this is starting to look really, really good for Zeta. It's a lot more patience. They're happy to play for these retakes. They're understanding the situation very nicely at the beginning of the round, seeing if they could contest for that orb. Really couldn't. Smoke there, kind of preventing them from pressuring that probably the way they'd like to, but that's okay. They're able to dodge the showstopper. Laz is really starting to heat up. In fact, he's so confident, he's going to grab himself an operator.
He's 14x to his kills in the last game. That's good.
That is pretty good, isn't it? Yeah. That's a great multiplier he's got going.
From a Busio performance to a normal Laz performance.
I'd be pretty happy with that if I was playing Balatro right now. You know? Oh,
Laz.
So clean.
Yep. Still got to respect the operator. Doesn't matter if he's not on the chamber.
I mean, this is the one thing that has given some problems to Zeta, but it's okay because you have an op.
That's the spike. Has to be retrieved. Foxy able to find that one now, but spraying across his back on the floor again as Yudon is able to find it. There's the ping reveal. Buzz somehow gets away from that shot. Play now coming in, but it's just he and Flashback against the world. Flashback swinging, able to find one. Showstopper damage. Found. Flashback taken low, but Depp at 2 HP. Buzz trying to win it out, and he just can't do it. Depp somehow gets him the round win.
2 HP.
Such narrow margins. And my God, what a half.
I would like to see that replay from Flashback's perspective, because he got 3 Guardian kills off screen. Absolutely ridiculous. And I mean, the slimmest of margins there for Zeta. Goodness. And now you switch sides. And in my mind, at least, this could be a pretty strong side of the map for DRX. A lot of tools to work with. Keep Zeta at bay, but I mean, Zeta's just it looks like a completely different team, and you see this all the time. You get blown out in one map, and then all of a sudden it's a competitive series after that. Yep. I can't count, you know, I can't remember how many times I've seen it because it's been so many.
Teams and coaches, they've talked about it, losing in that kind of fashion, a lot easier to recover from compared to, you know, a 13-10, 13-11 loss, something like that. The overtimes especially. Just brush it off, move on to the next one, and clearly Zeta have been able to do just that. So in a very strong position as we get ready to swap sides and go into the second half and see if they can close this out, as we will get that flashback perspective.
Oh my God. Oh, so good.
Well, Zeta able to find the opening pistol of this map.
Man was watching Munchkin with that thing and was like, I think I can do that too.
Well, it's not the ace.
It's close.
But it's damn close. But yeah, I mean, strong effort here right now from the side of Zeta.
Well, and Lads has looked outrageous. I mean, just the snappiness completely night and day versus what we saw on Icebox. He is just so accurate. Seemingly can't miss. Coming into Sunset. Spot early on to Buzz. He's under pressure. Gonna use the paint shells to clear this space. Mako and Buzz backing up, trying to counter with some util of their own.
Oh, the jump forward. Deb is in so deep, finds Mako. Taking him down. Buzz just gonna hit it on. Spray across as he tucks into the corner. It's just a hair off of being able to find Laz there through the smoke. Sugar Zero hearing some footsteps here in mid. Just waiting for this late lurk to push forward. Deb does it again. Just so aggressive, but so rewarded. Now Sugar Zero, the backstab comes through. Bane gonna be taken down. Foxy trying to keep him at bay, but they still need to keep their sights set over here towards the spike to get the defuse, but Sugar Zero just takes Foxy's head off. A quick right click and now suddenly flashback. All on his lones have been a 1v3. Pushing forward, time not on his side. Camp set up at Laz with a headshot. Will get Zeta another pistol. Now gets them up to 9.
Almost feels like a bit of a bait there for Laz with the cam. He's just so ready for that swing. Probably didn't even have to check. Unbelievable. Yes. All right, well, game on. I mean, Depth finds a great opportunity off the back of this fault line. Catches Mako, trying to send out a smoke. Then he's going to best Buzz around the corner. And a late lurk from Sugar Zero working a treat. So a completely different story for both these teams onto this map. I mean, Zeta winning both pistols. Looking insanely clean. Laz there understands that he can no longer really challenge that by himself. Going to be one of the players with a pistol. As the 2 rifles and a Guardian for Euron being invested here for Zeta. So kind of a similar look to what we saw from DRX.
Shorty's
on
noted.
Icebox. Yeah.
And Buzz at this range would be screwed, but Laz unable to find the damage there. Fault line sent over towards A as the exec gets ready to come through.
It's a good map read for Zeta. Understanding some of the space that they've given up. Oh, Laz is in trouble though.
It's up the cage and he can just reroute through the spawn. DRX scrambling to try to get themselves into position over here at A. Flashback just tucked in behind the box for the time being. Paranoia going across, not really going to be hitting anybody as the paint shell now going through. Push onto the corner, the flashback offset to Deb, able to find one. He does end up falling, but that's the only casualty. There's still a rifle to be picked up. Already recovered, Shorty. We'll take Sugar Zero down to half, but nothing more to be found as Zeta get themselves up to 10.
Man, I mean, Zeta's so dialed in. I like what DRX does. You know, challenges space early. They're putting themselves in positions where they can maybe get some value out of those classics and out of the Shorty, but just enough ahead of it is Zeta with their reactions. That is nasty. Eurodome got that kill right before Euron, but I think Euron would have been good for it with that Guardian.
Almost certainly.
Heck yeah.
Well, the hub party.
Looks familiar.
Yep, given more reasons to start popping off over there. Zeta rallying back in a major way.
Now a mid push for the side of Zeta, just really considering different parts of the map. Trapwire and the 0 point.
Did he see that pixel? Apparently he didn't. Paint shell now going to be sent to the market to try to slow them up. Suppression does hit. They're going to be disrespecting the smoke.
Oh boy.
Foxy out wide, paint shell flying. Flash not going to connect, but Foxy almost readjusts for the third. Paranoia now in the Dizzy as well, connecting. The smoke goes down, but Euron able to find the first, but Mako arriving. Cleans up the other 2. Now all on Laz. Market door shut. Pushing his way up mid.
Should have heard those footsteps.
Yeah, everybody fanned down here from the side of DRX. Spike just outside of Boba.
The way he's been playing so far on this map, you almost feel like he can get this done.
Doesn't get noted by that one, but make maybe a little bit of noise.
Yeah.
No pings coming out, however.
And not have heard it.
It looks like, yeah, with the smoke coming through, the swing out, well, now they absolutely know. Cage goes down. Looking for the swing. No, okay, Buzz doesn't even have to get involved. It's going to be Mako collecting 3, starting to come online in his own right. It's been a fairly quiet performance from him thus far on Sunset. DRX lose 2 players, but they will get themselves on the board here in the second half.
Yeah, that's a pretty solid round for DRX, all things considered. Boxy 9 with some great kills there. The second one here is phenomenal. Absolutely ridiculous. Able to take Depp out of the air like that. And Mako sturdy as always. So now seeing if maybe there's some momentum that's going to be able to be built by DRX. You can't afford now to go trading back and forth like we did at the beginning of the first half. It's going to have to be a lot cleaner.
It's recovery on the Dizzy here for now. Showstopper online though for Depp. Mako potentially in an at-risk position. Lamosh will try to buy some space here, clear out on the boom bot.
You could TP out of this. You could maybe try to bait that Showstopper out, but doesn't seem like that's what ZETA wants to do anymore. Gonna try to go for a mid-explore. You do have Flashback waiting on that angle from mid-top. Sugar Zero and the others still spike at the ready to try to go towards this A site. Hiroron gets caught by the Dizzy, but all that util, no real value found. Oh,
flashback. Down to 1 HP, but finding 2 kills, Laz and Depp. 2 of the heavy hitters here in this map now eliminated. So the rest of ZETA still playing forward here towards A. 0 point going to be sent. Mako taken down. Sugar Zero able to find 1.
Camera taken out.
Fragment goes flying.
30 seconds
Camera
left.
destroyed, but time dwindling here. ZETA, 26 seconds remaining here in the round. Flashback just trying to slow them off. The flash is flying. Doesn't catch his teammate, but Buzz now with a backstab, able to find 2. The swing out. Flashback able to find himself a 3rd. 1 HP, no problem. DRX only lose out on Mako. They managed to string 2 together.
Yeah, these multi-kills for Flashback have been really impressive for DRX in general, but just able to really completely shut down this attempted A-site crunch. Just by himself, quite literally, and you know, ZETA kind of back to their old ways there, taking a long time to try to work through. I get it, you're only down to 3 players, and that allows Buzz to really punish the flank angle. And now he's a couple away from a showstopper. Depp still got his, but are they going to try to do what DRX did? Get that thrifty, get an early kill with the showstopper, try to scale that into a successful round. Foxy going to be watching a couple different angles there. Checking mid, but I think ZETA's, well, okay, they're going to try.
Smoke in. Here's the push forward. All 5 players. Flashback around the corner, but Buzz able to find himself 3. Gets the top 4. Ace not going to be found. Bane swings back in the opposite side. Does find Depp. It's going to be a very solid and swift shutdown here. Where things were looking a bit dangerous. Buzz, he fends off the danger.
Unbelievable. Just looking so clean. Some of these rounds are DRX. They get good reads and they stick to it. They completely punish ZETA, but
this goes here.
Guns available. Some ults available for ZETA. I mean, Buzz just, yeah, okay, he gets hit, but so what?
Last bullet to go ahead and get rid of Sugar Zero. Quick 0 point out, nothing going to be spotted there.
Where is this camp?
Oh,
Foxy
yeah.
9, look at that.
Showstopper at the ready. Mako going to be spotted. Sugar Zero able to collect that kill, but Depp going to be taken down. Now Showstopper here from Buzz. Jumping forward, spotting 2 into market. Does he just send it in towards main? If he does, good on right there. Taken low, but not dead. Manages to survive. 14 HP remaining here on this breach. But man advantage there. All the same for the side of ZETA.
That's brutal. What a 0 point. What a 0 point from Flashback. Completely changes the dynamic of this round for DRX. Yeah, they're a player down, but that was a great start. And now ZETA gonna just group up, try a B hit. Only Buzz left. It's Foxy trying to work his way towards his util on A. It may just be 1 player left on the B site. Pretty weak already is Yuran. I mean, I almost feel like Buzz might be good for a couple.
Thrash leading the charge, checking around towards backside. If he goes into the smoke, this could be costly for Buzz, but now doesn't have enough legs. But Buzz! He just walks up into the aftershock.
I got nothing.
Had to have misread the positioning of it and just can't get away from it either way. A big blunder here. So now just 2 players left alive. Util abound here for the side of Flashback, but still waiting for Foxy 9 to try to join in, but definitely a head scratcher here.
Flashbang.
Flash at the ready, checks on the right-hand side. Nothing going to be spotted there. Fragment going to be stepping out. Foxy 9 cleaned up. The sun connecting Flashback. Oh, he's just absolutely screwed. Everything in the kitchen sink thrown at him. Sugar Zero collecting the kill. ZETA now 2 rounds away from taking us over to Breeze.
I don't know what happened with Buzz.
I don't know if Buzz knows what happened with Buzz.
I think Buzz just thought I think maybe he thought it was already done, and there was still one more tick, and he just misread it potentially. I don't know. I think he was trying to play through it so he could maybe catch him off guard, you know what I mean? And just kind of got ahead of himself.
Eat a tick, but then realize, like, oh wait, I'm not full HP.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, either way, DRX running out of options, trying to get themselves back into this game. ZETA in a very strong position, all the same.
Cover going out.
Mako, once again, being asked to hold down this elbow angle. Paranoia at the ready. Interesting. Mosh again from Bane to just keep them at bay, and that sends ZETA packing. That one Mosh is all it takes. They're just trying to avoid that Gecko.
But they've gotten Laz where they want him to be.
Yeah, I think now ZETA's kind of saying, okay, we've seen some lurks as we've been rotating around the map a bit. Let's see if we can catch DRX getting a little bit impatient. We've been giving up some of that space, maybe a little bit too easily. Oh, that's a huge
0
spot.
point. That notes
He's
him.
in trouble.
Oh, spots the first one. Dizzy up over the top, and Mako able to find the kill before the flash can even come in.
Shadows traveling.
Foxy backpedaling, smoke over onto Market. Buzz trying to get in a position to utilize his operator here on the B site. Still the trap wires set up. Smoke through, Dizzy up. Over is the TP forward. Space going to be taken, but Buzz able to find one. Hit it on, going to be taken down. That's now the spike on the floor. Push up through the cage. Foxy going to be good for one. Swapper onto the classic with Deb. Having none of that. Is able to shut it down. The flashback arriving. Cleans up the last 2. Up can be recovered. Spike cannot be planted. DRX continue to deny ZETA, not allowing them to get the map point quite just yet.
I mean, and how awesome is it to see Flashback coming back and looking as good as he has? I mean, he has looked really clean. I mean, DRX in general, yes, but it doesn't feel like he's missed, a couple months of play. He looks like he has been just kind of cruising along for DRX, and what a start to the day for him. And another timeout for ZETA as they're like, we've got a really good chance to win this. Let's make sure that we take this to Breeze. But I think right now, they're getting read pretty well. A lot of times DRX, like if there's kind of a cheeky move that they try to pull off, like you think about that mid-top push with the Sheriffs completely shut down. There were 3 players waiting with open arms up there, the 0 point there to check Laz. Seems like so far, DRX has a pretty decent idea of some of ZETA's counterplays. Now you're going to have to dig a little bit deep here for ZETA. What does Coach Carlisle and Junior have in the book? Try to make sure they can get these 2 rounds. Another weaker buy. Going to have to be coming through for the side of ZETA. A couple rifles for Laz and Sugar Zero, but Yorodon able to squeeze some rifles in there. Okay, so Yorodon going to be the only one that's not able to get a rifle into his hands. It's just a stinger.
Ultimately not too bad.
No. Stinger.
That Rolling Thunder, so you get a stun on somebody. The Stinger, not much more impact available to it.
Yeah, pretty good.
But clear on the Dizzy. Full steam ahead here for ZETA, working their way forward.
Right there.
Got to find a way.
Starting to inch forward here, though. You can see Flashback as well as Mako turning their sights over in towards mid.
And they're just really taking their time to consider this. But they've been rotating off the back of contact at A usually, so it is a different look from ZETA.
And we're going to be set out. Foxy able to avoid that one. Spots one through the cage. But now Aftershock again, finding value. Get on another kill with it. Up over the top, depth with that peek, able to find one. Wingman now going to be sent out, Rolling Thunder crashing across, but not connecting here. On towards Bane. Still set at backside. Spike still down to the floor. Mako hunting, flashed up, dead. You're not able to win out that fight, but Bane still holding things down. Sugar Zero trying to be the hero, cannot make it happen. And now it is all on Yuran. 45 HP, a recovered Vandal. And a Spike. Strain it out in the open. Bane jiggling back and forth. Spots him out, and looks like he's just going to try to cut noise and make his exit. 0 point keeps him noted. Buzz potentially at risk if he continued pushing forward, but now turns his sights over into this direction where the Boombot comes chasing.
Well, now you know he's either stuck in the corner or creeping up on you.
Yep. It was the latter. Buzz was wise to it. Shot bound, DRX. Now just 2 rounds separating.
They're looking really good on this defender side. Again, kind of as you would expect, given these compositional differences, but now you've got big concerns as ZETA. This entry looked like it might work, but Mako was already in the back lines there. Right after that Rolling Thunder came through, there was a paranoia that hit Yuran and kept him from being able to scoot in to help the rest of ZETA on the site itself. He had to stick around and make sure that that flank was clear. Yeah, he's able to do it, but the rest of the team falters on the site exec itself. Sheriffs for the side of ZETA again. Laz trying to see if he can catch anybody from DRX poking their heads out, but right now DRX happy to tuck in. See if they can send ZETA packing, and yeah, Buzz good for the first.
4% up, depth 1 away from another showstopper. If you can find that kill, could be the thing that turns this into a thrifty and gets ZETA up to that map point. I'm just trying to creep his way forward here. Foxy. The trapwire set up on this side. Just waiting to see if anybody comes swinging out into the open. In the meantime, Mosh Pit going to be set. Just standing him off, but Sugar Zero able to find one. Bane going to be taken down, but spraying away into the smoke. Flashback. Able to find that Omen. Fishes him out. Depp going to be taken down. Trapwire finding the reveal, and Foxy catching it on now. On Hirodon, he can't do any additional damage. DRX, 1 round away from tying it up.
Yeah, they're really starting to do a great job of kind of falling back, not letting a lot of this util hit them. Yeah, sure, some of Euron's utility has been really good. He's got 15 assists. He's having a great map as Breach. But the Gecko in particular, Hirodon, not quite able to find that value. And that's more on what DRX is doing, not necessarily what ZETA is doing. DRX is really playing this staggered defense, really utilizing either Mako or Foxy9 in particular to keep buying time, keep making ZETA waste some of this utility on the way in. This time a deep Dizzy to try to clear the angle on Elbow, but it's a little bit far out there. Now they're going to be creeping forward, try to pick that up, see if they can make something happen. And look at DRX, they're swinging towards the back lines, potentially tiles here for Bane. Laz is considering it.
He's watching for this. Doesn't have a wire to try to play off of, but okay, there you go. Sets it up now. Good awareness.
But they're taking so much time. And
What
they're
do you
giving
use?
DRX all the opportunities. They have all the information.
Okay, it's going to be the showstopper to start. Step up over the top, just sends it into backside, does find flashback. Suspicious of that position, now finds Foxy9 as well. Kill comes in, and now Buzz taken down. The top box position not playing out for him. Mako able to find one. The counter swing out from Laz, though. He's able to win out the battle, and now Payne, last man standing. Mosh into the corner, try to flush, hit it on out. Depp, good for the headshot, keeps him protected, and ZETA get themselves up to map point.
I mean, it's so crucial for Depp to find value this time out of his showstopper and get that space that ZETA so desperately needs. Get those big early kills on site and break things open. And get on top of that box. Use that last satchel. And then the follow-up on a Foxy9. Really, really important stuff for ZETA. And a fist pump for Carlisle. Starting to feel like, okay, we've got some hope. We can at least get to a map 3. And maybe change our fortunes in this series. That 0 point just caught a whole bunch of ZETA. So this time it's more of a push towards the orb for DRX to contest, but ZETA's just like, okay, well, we've been doing that all the time. Just a little bit of damage both ways.
Flashback getting a decent amount of information there for the squad. Pull back, operator now in position. Cage flying, looking for a timing shot. Not able to quite find that one. Now has to pull back once again as the Dizzy comes through. Flash sent, nothing being found. The reveal's coming across, and then Buzz able to play off the back of that one as Foxy sending out the cap, trying to get the reveal. The Neural Depth now in play. There's a damage there onto the corner. Buzz not quite finding that connection, not quite finding that shot. But it's just going to be an explosion of death, a chaotic round and retake here on the site for DRX as they keep themselves alive and in this series. One more round win and we go to overtime.
I mean, Bud's so good with his positioning in this fight, and great follow-up from the other members, Foxy9 and Bane. Really buy him some extra time. but never allowing any of that util to really bother him too much. Dodge the Dizzy, gets the spot from Foxy9, finds that first kill, and they just completely barricade ZETA from getting the plant down, from getting into a position where they can feel comfortable. And then they're swinging at you from a whole bunch of different angles.
Everything in the kitchen sink here. This round, that's entertained. On the bait, Buzz, however, pushing around the back. There's a trap flyer. The rocket gets set. He's only able to find one. Beyond taken down.
What?
Buzz sprays across. Finds he hit it up, but now he's surrounded. 14 HP. The creep forward. Foxy, Whippy, Laz finds the headshot. Buzz cannot find any additional value. Now it's all on flashback. The return to the squad to try to bail them out, to take this over to overtime. But this is a round that should have been DRX's pocket. The investment, the money, it wasn't there for ZETA. Flash out. Cam cleared. Dart not found. Flashback just stomping his way through, but misses the timing. Re-swings down and Deb has the headshot. From 13-0 to a 13-11. ZETA are going to be taking us the distance. We're going to Breeze.
Now there's some smiles on the face of ZETA Division. Now they've got a little bit of the feel of the game, a little bit of feel of the tempo. And they're going blow for blow with DRX on Sunset. And we do get another look at Breeze, Achilleos.
Yeah.
I'm excited. I mean, I know a lot of people aren't, but I am.
Well, we get to enjoy it for a little bit longer before it exits the pool, but let's go ahead and pass this over to the analyst desk to break down the action from Sunset.
Paper Thin, we are excited for Breeze too, so count us in for the Breeze action for a full series. This is why these two teams are powerhouses to represent their regions. I'm shaking your head.
This one I'm not thankful for including me in that basket. Whatever. You know, it's only here for this week. Whatever.
All right, we got one more week to enjoy it. I'm glad we could see it. We actually don't see a lot of it here in Pacific, but let's first talk about Sunset. This is the ZETA division we wanted to see. They changed up their agent picks for this map, and it's proven to be really strong, but DRX still also continues to put up a damn good fight. The way this particular map closed out was extremely exciting.
I mean, 26 kills at the end of the map for Buzz, and he had that round, you know, getting the wallbang through. It was incredible stuff. It took quite a bit of work and elbow grease from ZETA Division, but they managed to get it there, and I think it happens because, you know, of that flexibility that Coach Carlisle said. There were rounds where they went fast, and then there were rounds where they took their time, gathered information, and then formulated a plan.
Yeah, I think this map, if they had lost it, it would have showcased that ZETA still had the same problems Coach Carlisle talked about, where, okay, your prep is good, but once it gets red, you don't know how to adapt. But, okay, DRX, they adapt in the second half. They're able to start to bring it back. However, ZETA, they take a couple timeouts. They're able to group themselves a little bit, really focus in when it matters, and they close out the map. And I think that's the most important thing. If you're a ZETA fan, if you're a player on ZETA, no matter the actual process, the fact that you close out a map that you were leading that seemed dicey, that's the good news.
And look at these first kills, ZETA doubling it from DRX. We're going to have to address that again later. But even so, I mean, this is very telling for Sunset and the results.
Yes. I mean, also a very strong start in terms of just the overall setups, the defaults, and of course the aim. I think that was the biggest thing. You start to hit a couple of your shots, start to feel a bit more confident. Now, not every play ZETA did was the cleanest, right, in terms of individual execution, but the ideas were proven, and I think that's the most important thing. That's what you want to see, is that the prep is there. So clearly, I mean, ZETA Division, still some comfort and not so comfort maps, but at least Sunset's still absolutely in their wheelhouse.
Definitely. You can tell that they cooked some rounds. Like, there were these moments where they were able to take control over, I think, A main especially. Around elbow, they were so good at just, you know, kind of clearing these corners with pieces of utility, the mosh pit, and then it kind of backs off a player into an aftershock from Euron. That's like pretty exciting stuff.
Yeah, what is it, 2, maybe 3 aftershock kills here for Euron, so the utility and the combos coming in hot. Moments like this where Deb makes sure that they commit so that his ultimate guarantees a kill. Things like that. Of course, you know, DRX answers back. But, okay, if DRX is firing back and you can stay toe-to-toe and close out the map, that's a good sign out here in Pacific, because DRX is still one of the stronger teams that we have, absolutely, no doubt about it. So I think ZETA Division should feel proud, and now, of course, the big question is did they, you know, foresee that Breeze would be one of the maps left here in the draft, because they were the ones who left that one to the very end.
I do like what you pointed out on map 1, William, especially with depth. going on to that Omen, I think when we see him back here on the Duelist, this is the depth that we know and love, the child of God, you know, just fragging out of his mind. And I think this was a big difference maker. I mean, look at these kills.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he feels so much more comfortable, and Uran's there, right, to support him with all of that util. And even moments like that earlier where Sugar Zero's 1v1ing in that pistol round with Foxy9, understanding that now DRX is trying to out-aim you and using that to your advantage, getting these 2v1s, you know, making sure you're buying time, playing for time. ZETA was back in their own game plan.
That's the adaptation, and it really, really works out great. I mean, they were finding these moments, apart from like Depp just popping off. I think getting a good read for how DRX wanted to play the game, adapting against that is really the key. Because even at some rounds when DRX was trying to pull off flanks against them, once Depp secured the first initial kills, they managed to capture the rest of the site. It made it that much more difficult for DRX to duel out against them.
Now, we all lost a rank. We're just going to say that flat out. By like a lot. Thank goodness we didn't have to say like the percentage, because look how many more
Oh my god.
Because we did have the data provided by production here, and it was actually pretty neck and neck between these two teams, stage 1, but this is, you know, this is crazy.
I mean, this doesn't happen very often.
No.
Right? So all props to ZETA. All props to ZETA, because boy, did they make us all shut up here on the map, too.
Oh, heck yeah. And I like to see it. I wish we had the sounds. We need to start adding some sound effects, you know, when you D-rank or up-rank.
I wouldn't know what that sounds like, so I'm not really sure what sound effect
if
you're talking
you rank
about.
up, it's ba-bum, and then if you down rank, it's
Wait, does it make that sound
No,
when
it
you rank
doesn't.
up?
It doesn't.
Doesn't it just do like
You're making up,
around.
but we should just add in
Kind
the
of like
sound
a weird
effects.
cha-ching sound?
It's like it's like a kind of like
I also haven't ranked up in a long time. I kind of just stay in my own rank for quite some time now.
William plays mobile games.
Well, I also play mobile games.
No, but
I'm waiting for mobile Valorant. That's really my wheelhouse.
there's console Valorant
Yeah,
coming
console
out.
Valorant. There you go.
We're going to play on our PlayStation soon. Yeah, so anyway, Wingman is you guys, the audience, and when you vote, we will have one more for match 2, but we are going to still stay on match 1 right now. And by the way, guys, do know that you can send in questions. We have people reading the chat, so we'll be answering some of them here at the desk. And if you have questions for the coach, because you do coach interviews every day, guys can throw in your questions. Put it on Twitter, tag VCT Pacific, best, and then hashtag best region. Pacific.
Guys, they don't need to say
That's
it.
not
It's
official.
It's just a given.
That's not official. I'm just gonna say that.
That's
That's just us. This is like this desk saying that. That's an official right thing. All right, we're out going to Breeze. DRX has shown this map. ZETA division has not, and they let it through. Do you think it's because they thought they're going to 2-0 it, or they they have something for Breeze they prepared over the last couple weeks?
I mean, I think they're probably they prefer to play on Breeze with whatever they've maybe worked on during I'm gonna just say off season, in between the stages. Sure, you know, they've been banning it away for all of stage 1, but maybe they figure, okay, we could sneak in maybe 1 or 2 matches depending on, you know, when the map pool change comes through. Of course, we didn't have confirmation on exactly what even that pool would be until partway through the time in between. Now, the other thing is of course, I believe they banned out Lotus, right, in the second ban phase. So I think the other question is they probably are still trying to cook up something new for Lotus. They want to save that up for the later part of stage 2. So we'll see what they have on Breeze. And I'm wondering, Depp has played Reyna on this map during the offseason between 2023 and 2024. So could we see that happen?
That's, wow.
He farmed. I mean, it was in the offseason. But
I mean, that is true. That is a very interesting point. I don't know if they're going to do something with that. But also with DRX. Now, we see 2 different agent comps here. Are we going to see that? This is a completely different roster now. Well, like, it feels like a completely different roster. They're playing so different.
I assume that we're going to see the age-old standard comp. Or maybe, you know, still the Euro for the Jet, but it's still going to be the Sova KO, I believe. I'd be kind of surprised if it wasn't. I'm going to imagine, you know, Bane maybe still playing the Sova, you know, sticking with a little bit more of that, since we've now got confirmation that Flashback has been working on some of these flexes like the KO. Put him on that KO, support Buzz. He's obviously still firing and getting those trades wherever he needs, getting those multi-kills. And then that puts everyone else in their comfort zone, right? Foxy9's playing that Sentinel. Mako gets to play the Viper. It should be dandy.
You can absolutely see that happening. I mean, that Flashback plus Buzz combo, I think, is something that's starting to work out a lot more. We saw a glimpse of that over on Sunset. That can definitely carry over onto Breeze, but I'm still a little bit curious about ZETA division. You know, like, we haven't seen that at all. Reyna, I don't know. Chamber, I guess they're not really relying on that too much, maybe?
Yeah.
What I do like about this year's Zeta division is they definitely do cook. They definitely do come up with interesting comps. They did for Lotus, which Talon ended up borrowing. They admitted it openly. And I'm kind of curious what they're going to do with Breeze now, another very big map.
I just want to see like tighter game plan and more of that teamwork that Carlisle was talking about. And on a map like Breeze, your frags really have to land. It's great that they have Hiroran still on the Sova for the information gathering. This is classic stuff.
All right, so going for that Astra, but still keeping the Cypher. So no flashes here for DRX. Now, the flashes aren't exactly the biggest problem, but it's also now your Sova has to be really on point. You don't have a Yoru, you don't have a KO to disrupt some of the Cypher setups, and you're starting on attack. So I'm really curious how you have to play a very macro game to break through those sites.
And of course, we see Def on Jets today, and I love seeing his Jet plays. And when he's going to be facing off against Buzz, I think this is going to be a very exciting way to close out our very first match of Stage 2. Let's go over to our casters, Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Thank you very much. Let's get into it and see which one of these teams is going to be starting off Stage 2 with a victory. Zeta, one that is very much needed. Try to get themselves some points to qualify for champions, keep themselves here in Seoul. DRX able to accumulate quite a bit during the last stage, but losing here be a big blow to them.
No doubt about it. I mean, I think this is definitely one of those matches whereas DRX, you know, you've got to feel like with such a dominant start on Icebox that, you know, losing here on Breeze would be really devastating. I know it's
like an inverse G2.
Nice. I appreciate that.
Well, some space taken here on the site.
Except
be
when
cleared
they,
out.
you know, play Genji. I'm just going to get a little bit of a Pacific brag in here while I can.
That's fair. Fair point.
So, I mean, you've got 3 players that are going to be challenging this window angle, but with Flashback tucked underneath, are they going to be ready? Yeah, they might be able to get Mako, but are they going to be ready for the follow-up? And is Mako just going to set up a crossfire, like dropping out of the window?
Here's them, finds the first headshot, spots multiple more, tries to trade up a little bit more, but can't make it happen. Flashback sat below. Finds Sugar Zero, quick flick up to get rid of depth. And that is going to be DRX able to find themselves their first pistol win since Icebox.
Yeah, it's a great setup. DRX given the free plant. It's full-on retake again in the pistol for Zeta like we saw in Icebox, and it just didn't go great.
That's what I was going to say. Shades of Icebox again, just kind of evacuating the side, allowing DRX to get in for free. And then unable to retake. Depp looking like he wants to bring this Marshall forward, though.
Right here.
Into this next round.
And they're like 4 players stacked at mid for Zeta. They're going to just try to push through, clear the utility. If there was a cam there to spot, but DRX just happy to wait it out and say, okay, well, if you guys are going to get aggressive, we have some...
Which they are.
Yep. And this trapwire is going to give Foxy some info.
Oh.
He gets ahead of it.
Oh my god, the second, now the third. Foxy just holding down cannons, holding down elbow. This is his territory. Now he's on for an ace. Depp, the only one that can shut it down, and he will. But he knows he's only got rid of someone with a ghost. It's not like he's stranded a weapon that he can pick up and try to recover. Some noise made. Buzz ready for the swing out. And Snappy with a headshot. DRX, very clean start. Now up 2-0.
Jeez. He didn't even need the trapwire. It's
yeah.
Just all a ruse for him to just shut him down.
He's got Neural Depth online.
Yeah. He's had a pretty good start to the map.
Any, yeah, okay, I was going to say, any replayers?
Any replayers in chat? Yeah, there it went. Finally,
yeah,
the final one.
By that point, Hiroran just needing to push forward, then caught off guard. Really wanting that ace. I mean, we've seen the reactions, you know, from the likes of Texture when they're not able to find those. Going to be an outlaw in play here for Depp. Plenty of players, everybody, aside from Flashback with half armor, so certainly can deal some damage with this.
I love this. Love the outlaw purchase here. Really aware of the economy. So good.
Bane not registering that 0 point was flying in. Sends out the drone, but has it quick canceled. Splashback now, trying to not get tagged down through the wall. Still in a rough position as door gets opened up. Sugar Zero holding here, back pyramid, able to find one Flashback. Did get Yuron. the push out of that smoke, and Mako going to be taken out. Buzz trades it back, 3v3. Flashback still lingering here in Halls. The trapwire to still hold him at bay, so Hironon knows that he's not pushing too far forward. Nebula will dissipate.
Without obscuring vision.
Sends up another one. Working his way back, some noise made. Laz looking to try to reinforce this position, but did they just double swing out of the Nebula? But Foxy now on a backstab angle, and this could be brutal. Footsteps going to be heard. Foxy still slow creeping the trapwire. We'll lock him in position, but as he swings out now on a bridge, we'll catch a glimpse onto one. That's going to be Depp. Noted. Laz taken down. The drop down. Depp trying to refocus, trying to re-swing, but this doesn't have any more bullets. He gets rid of Buzz, but no further damage to be found. DRX converting the bonus.
Yeah, I love what DRX is doing. Taking that Hall's control and Flashback, playing it so well. Using these Nebulas to buy so much time to completely delay this, set up the lurk for Foxy 9. This is phenomenal, phenomenal play from him as the Astra. And that's something that absolutely needs to be addressed probably pretty quickly for ZETA. Maybe not in this round because it's an eco, but going forward, that Hall's control has to be accounted for, because DRX, that's something they do all the time on this map. They love to crunch at you from that Hall's door, and they're so darn good at it. You're going to have to set that util up a little bit deeper, put some pressure on Bane to make sure that those shock darts are going to be finding value to clear the trap wires. That one is not going to find it.
You know, just behind the boxes. Buzz watching and waiting to see if there's going to be any kind of swing out. But for ZETA, not wanting to give any angles here. Shock dart around the corner does not clear out this trap wire, so still going to be set up. As they continue to try to take some space, drone chasing forward, spotting one. Cleared out, doesn't get the dart through. Trapwire going to be cleared. DRX now starting to drift to the opposite side of the map, where Sugar Zero will be able to claim a weapon for himself. Chance now out of Thrifty. Flashback looking his way forward, does get spotted. As Yoran trying to set up for the pop flash. Sends it. Snappy is Sugar Zero. Two more kills found, 3 in total now. As Mako continues to lurk his way up, Sugar Zero chance at the 4-piece. See if he can find it, and he does. Now he himself on for an ace. Buzz with just an outlaw in hand. In a 1v5. There's not even enough bullets to try to deal with all of them. Can he do any damage? He does. Yoran going to be taken down. His position now noted. Sugar Zero looking for it, but Buzz swapping over to the Vandal, able to find one. And with a chance, spots out Depp. He's going to have to try to stick for the plant. Drone now leading the charge, trying to get this dart through. Swinging the corner, pings him out. Buzz now trying to play elusive, but everyone aware of his position. Looks for the kills, can't make it happen. The defuse will come in, and that's going to be another Thrifty here delivered by ZETA.
What awareness from Sugar Zero at the beginning of this round.
Huge performance.
Yeah, and he knows right away that almost certainly Foxy 9 is on his own, so he can grab that gun, upgrade, and turn his attention back towards mid. It's so smart. It's such good understanding of how DRX likes to play. That Foxy 9 a lot of times is going to be roaming around the map on his own, something he was very, very good at during Stage 1, winning a lot of those fights on the extremities for DRX. This time around, Sugar Zero able to punish it and completely change the dynamic, potentially, of this half for ZETA. Able to now get that operator for depth. He has his ultimate. So there's a lot of potential for ZETA to string another round together and get themselves in a much more comfortable position.
It looks like Pitt not really going to be coming into play here. Not in a spot to really try to utilize that one as the drone. Chasing forward, gets a spawn on the one. Minor concerns there for Foxy 9. No Hunter's Fury available on the opposite side, so overall still relatively safe. Depp waiting, flashback, tucking in. Entry coming through, Buzz dropping down, fragment around the back, swinging to the corner. Yoran able to find that one tap. It's going to be straight out here on the Jets, but Yoran doubles out, finds himself a second to push forward. Bane low on HP, but still winning out the fight. Drone now going to be coming through, the timing, the chase. He's able to tuck back, and Yoran now going to be marked. Spray through, not really getting any connections. So for now, Hiroron's still alive, but Mako lurking around the back, and he is not prepared for that. He ends up falling. Now it's all on Sugar Zero and Laz.
That toxic screen was so, so good. Mako able to use that to cut off the angle from Arches. So Sugar Zero not able to bail out Hiroron and Yoran. Yoran doing what he can. Great util.
Quick little hello
Poison orb emitting.
Snake bite towards the back.
Poison's off.
Is
Last player standing.
where the dart ended up going, but flashback with a fantastic headshot. Shuts him down. Laz now just to try to see if he can deal some additional damage, and he does. Mako taken out. Cage set up, and flashback not allowing for more. DRX stopping ZETA from stringing two together. They move up 4-1.
I really felt like this was going to be a round here for ZETA for a moment there when Yoran has those big kills, follows up with the fragment, gets taken down by a really good shot from Bane, but then Bane able to get away from Yoran pushing towards him with that owl drone. Just had enough time. I mean, that is disgusting.
Yeah.
Flashback.
나이스.
Snappy reactions.
오퍼 먹어줘 있으면.
All right, well, that's going to be a timeout call here from the side of ZETA, down by 3. Wanting to see the rally back, much like we had over on Sunset. I mean, so far, a very hot start for the likes of Sugar Zero, but needing to see the rest of the team rally around him.
No doubt. And I think certainly in that round, like, that toxic screen that kept Sugar Zero at bay is something they have to think about as ZETA, you know, kind of that natural tendency that kind of the old guard of ZETA Division has to play slow, to play a little bit safe. It can be punishing. And Mako just gets around the backside for free and breaks that round wide open. And then you're stuck having to try to wait for Laz to get there. Sugar Zero not even able to do that. He gets shut down quick enough. And Thrifty again, potentially in the cards for ZETA if they can win this round, but they are going to get one rifle for Laz, the Guardians for Yoran and Hiroron. Depp has the Blade Storm, Sugar Zero with the Pit, and a Sheriff. They've got potential. There's quite a bit of damage they can do in this round. Get themselves right back into it. But a lot of ults for DRX to play with. And, oh my god, Depp.
Yeah, quick updraft peek. Nothing going to be spotted there. DRX just tucking back, keeping themselves obscured for the time being.
And Depp just flirting with the edge of that 0 point. Hoping that maybe somebody would stick their head out. He could find it. But it looks like it's going to be an A execute. Sugar Zero, corner.
They're spotting him.
Yeah.
So he's got to relocate. No Sphere off the back of that. Thought maybe we'd just see the open up there from Bane.
Yeah. I think that would have been pretty valuable. I think that's worth doing, even though you know you've got him on an eco. Definitely, but it looks like maybe more of a post-plant idea for DRX. You know, historically, you know, when Termi's kind of getting these teams prepared, when you have a Sova on this map, it's often very deep holds. I mean, you think back to the way Zest would play this. He'd often be in B window or waiting here in main. So seemingly, maybe Bane's going to be playing the same. Oh no.
Be used. Oh, Depp setting out the right click. Seems like a bit of a misfire there on that one. Swing onto the corner, looking to try to challenge there on Mako, unable to make it happen. Now, the reveal coming through, push out the cage, and Yoran is going to be gunned down. Hit it on last man standing. Just spam through. So aware are they? As he's just trying to backpedal. Removes the dart. 24 HP, Buzz on the hunt, swinging out, spots him, kills him. 3 kills here for him. DRX up by 4 now.
Yeah, I'm not super. Oh!
I was like, oh, surely not another timeout.
I was worried about a tech loss.
It is a milestone achieved. Congratulations, Buzz. Been nipping at the heels of the Gen G players that have already made this accomplishment, but he himself now gets up to 1,000 kills in VCT Pacific.
Is that 5 players?
Something like that.
Meteor, Munchkin, Texture, Saya player,
and then
Buzz.
I think that might be the case.
Nice.
Our own little Hall of Legends.
I love it. I mean, Buzz has just been a tremendous player for so long for DRX. You can't say enough good things about how selfless he plays as a duelist, how impactful he can be as a duelist.
Yeah.
Just always a pleasure to watch him compete. Always.
I mean, some people might be, you know, puzzled. Like, why is it taking that long? But, you know, Buzz has been that guy who is just happy to go in, gain information off of his life, not necessarily go for those opening kills. But, you know, as part of why we saw DRX have so many great 4v5 conversions. Buzz now on the entry, though, able to suss out Sugar Zero's position. Finds that kill. And now with the Cosmic Divide, pushed up flashback, poking and prodding, catches a glimpse. Opts the pullback. Man advantage of the plant now here for DRX.
That completely nullifies that operator too. That's such a good Cosmic Divide for DRX. And now they can go deep, they can lurk. Laz versus Foxy9, important battle. Laz wins it though.
Okay, finds it, that gives him the neural theft. The reveal in, the flashback, able to find him. Just keep themselves in with that advantage. Oh, recon being sent, but Mako ahead of it. Finds Yorodon. Yorodon playing up close. Mako just readjusting. And now Depp is the last man standing with the operator. She's going to have to try to make his exit. Sugar Zero, a decent position to maybe go on the hunt here. Suspecting maybe a push out of Nest, but Depp just working his way over towards B.
Oh, he's in trouble.
Now he's in around the corner. He peeks out on the Mako. That could be where things get a little bit messy for him. Footsteps being heard, noted, but he's just trying to play quietly, and he will be able to survive. But it's still a 5-round deficit.
Yeah, I mean, DRX just looks so clean. You know, they're so well drilled. And there's layers to these lurks, right? Like, it's not just Foxy9, it's that flashback also has mid-doors control and is able to shut things down. Oh, he sees the gun
barrel.
Smoke. Oh, unbelievable, though. I mean, Buzz.
I was going to say, that's incredible game sense. I mean, he still wasn't suspecting somebody to be there, but then just getting the spot out. Depp just trying to eat some damage, and he just walks across it, the vulnerability, the headshot, and it's an easy collect.
Poison's off.
A great read. I think they heard him jumping forward. Buzz now. Zone operator clearing out one. Yorodon's going to be taken down. Sugar Zero trying to do his damnedest. Finds a headshot. Does put down flashback. But can he hold the site? There's still 4 players. The drone chasing, spotting him.
There they are.
So he is able to backpedal.
Spike planted.
I mean, going to be sent out. Shock darts flying. Foxy playing elusively up within this cyber cage. Down to the open. Oh boy. Plays dangerously with that timing, but gets away with his life.
This is so tough. You're going to have to just go crazy here on this front line for ZETA with these sheriffs. Not going to happen.
Yes.
I mean, it's just too much.
Mako able to readjust. Laz just cannot find that headshot, and Sugar Zero just no other choice once again, just trying to hold on to this operator. The sound, the call to hunt has been made. DRX fanning out across the map to see if they can try to take this out of his hands. Buzz now arriving over on this B site. Sugar Zero safe here at that back wall. Getting passed over, but value not being found. Depth 2-6 and 2.
Yeah, I mean, DRX just does such a good job with this flashless comp about taking space. It's all about using these smokes to scale their way through towards site. And it just seems like right now, Depp just doesn't look comfortable, if I'm being completely honest, on Jet. I mean, you saw the weird right click, that push out there, just, it's head scratching. And usually he's very solid. Usually he's not kind of doing stuff like that. So definitely a much needed timeout for ZETA, as they're once again going to be using both of them in the first half to try to salvage this map. Certainly some hope, some life, but DRX looks so well drilled once again. And to me, it's because there's always layers to what they're doing. Like, for example, when that drone is coming around Pyramid towards Sugar Zero in that previous round, there's no backup there. There's no one to clear that drone for him to keep that position hidden so he can maybe play aggressively or stuff like that. It's just not quite as cohesive for ZETA Division on this map as what we saw in Sunset, as what we had hoped to see after this extended break that they've had since stage 1.
This is a nice spot.
And DRX doesn't look like they've been missing a beat despite a player change relatively recently ago. It hasn't been very long.
Yes, this should do.
I mean,
that goes there.
DRX this whole year, it's just been some last-minute unexpected adjustments, but they've continued to deliver despite the circumstances.
Yeah. And again, credit.
Was kind of missing up the entry, but that's to his benefit. He avoids the trapwire.
Unbelievable.
That or maybe he heard it right as he was about to dash. I'm not sure. Either way, avoids catastrophe as Hunter's Fury coming through, and that's going to be Bane taken down. Ooh, he's off the back of that snake bite very nicely. Flashback. Tagged on a 70 fragment to try to force him out of position. Now worked down to 44 as that single pulse did go through. Foxy 9, however, up front, able to find one. Flash at the ready, set. Foxy plays anti, finds Yudan. Once again, the man advantage here for DRX. Mako in the meantime, op in hand, spotting on Sugar Zero. Up to the swing, knows that he's on the left-hand side. At the same time, okay, not gonna be able to get the flick, but tucks back. All sights now trained on window. Where Buzz will put him down low. Mako swinging, dead, but Buzz there to cover. Looks like they don't want it any longer. Leaves it on the ground, holds on to that Phantom. But DRX just continue to shut ZETA out of this game.
This goes here.
It just feels like every time there's a decent read from the side of ZETA, DRX has a better answer. And Foxy playing that angle so well. Flashback just on the site, just turreting his way to victory. And big smiles for the youngster. Coming back in and having tremendous impact on this map. 10-2, no assists, but his Astra smokes have been pretty good. Cosmic Divide was really impactful a few rounds ago.
Yeah.
Really like what I'm seeing out of DRX. ZETA back on an eco. Feels like a broken record. Yeah.
Camera taken out.
I mean, again, these setups for Laz have been decent, but DRX has just been able to get around them. I gotta ask Buzz after this map, like, did you hear that Trapwire, or did you just
botch it?
Just botch it.
Spike drop.
A dart to clear, but it's a gamble stack of sorts. Now Depp is going to be moving his way back towards spawn, maybe going to mid-top or to alley.
Can they sell this a little bit more? I mean, maybe a recon able to bait them over.
Yeah.
Where's the side? I mean, that's really like the push and pull that they want.
Absolutely.
Drone to lead. 0 point unavailable, so Yudan cannot cancel this one.
Oh, okay. Well.
Wall up once more, and it looks like ZETA sussing this out.
30 seconds left.
Are going to rotate that. That means that Bane is not here with the rest of the team. He's going to be going on a very late lurk. Trapwire going to be spotted. Spray through it somehow. Laz dodging on these bullets. Mako up over the top, able to find one, but Sugar Zero quick to answer back. Laz now able to go ahead and find the shot. Buzz going to be taken down out of the sky. Flashback. Pretty much alone here on the site, overwhelmed.
10 seconds left.
And Bane, just no time. 3 kills is what he would need to find. But ZETA, I mean, it's just another head scratcher around. It's like, this is the one that they're able to win. This is the one where they start turning things around.
Here.
Well, it is. And they get themselves a second.
Well, and it's things that we need to see more of in their rifle rounds. Or it's proactive play. It's understanding the map. You know, even though that early recon dart that we were talking about doesn't give them any info, makes it a lot easier for them to kind of wait things out. You know, they say, okay, well, they're not B main. Let's go back over to A. Okay, they're not pushing A, so wherever they're going is probably going to be the hit. And Depp is quick to get back over there, but on site, Laz doing a good job. This is so painful.
Yeah, that's Yudan eating quite a bit of damage. Bite dart combo down to 52. The peak, though, this time for Depp. Solid. Finds Mako. One less wall to concern themselves with.
That's the Depp that we're used to seeing. That fast, decisive play. And this time around, they're able to wait out that util, well, sort of. I mean, Euron takes some damage, but that at least sets up the op for the kill. Back over towards B site. No other real info being gathered for ZETA. I mean, they're going to be watching. Yeah, they're going to be watching both angles, but you can see all the pings coming down for DRX as they plan out this hit.
Looking for the peak. Double cage forward. Working their way into sight. Depp pushing the wall, trying to go for that, trying to see if he can catch anybody else in the entry, but they're already through, and Bane has the angle, finds that elimination. Pings on the Buzz, but he's safe. Here at backside, the Nebula now dissipating. Sights turn over towards Arches, but Foxy 9 does get taken down, but not before he finds Laz. 3v3 with Yudan down to 52. Hunter's Fury available, but not in a great position to try to utilize it. Unless he sends it off the back of this, but looks like he's not. Flashback. G his way forward, but Sugar Zero, cognizant of it, turns his sights over towards Elbow for a brief little moment, but now has his eyes focused here on the site itself. Flashback, able to strike. Buzz holding things down, finds one. Bane caught up, but spray across and get on. 14 HP, a chance, a hope.
Oh,
but the time is working against him. Swings out, sends out the 0 point, nothing going to be spotted. It looks like right now he's not even registering the window position. Quick peek and a kill. Flashback, keeping them way out in front. Now 9-2.
I mean, two things here for DRX. One, I love the way Flashback plays this. He's so patient, understanding the timing from that elbow position, and it catches Sugar Zero really off guard. You know, Sugar Zero was considering it. I think also on that entry where Depp got killed, I think he might have been spotted on the mini-map. Not 100% sure, because I saw a bunch of DRX watching in his direction, and I think it might have gotten noted. Or they just assume somebody's playing there, and they're just very ready for it. One of the two, but...
Off now lost. No money. Let's try to carry forward another one. Gonna be Yudon there with a Sheriff. Guardian 2 Vandals and a Bulldog available to him. Cosmic Divide gonna be sent Fragment to try to buy some space. Buzz, quick on the entry. As Flash is sent, but lands in behind the Jet. No one's really gonna be peeking forward out of this Cosmic Divide either. So space taking the site there. CRX getting the plant in play, and now the pit ready to go for Mako. Bane this time able to play back. Hunter's Fury can come through. This wall gets ready to dissipate. Buzz tucked in against this wall. Pulls back and think, yeah, Depp spotting him out. He's able to fish for that kill. Finds it, wants the weapon, pushes forward. Claims it, Phantom now in hand. Still an immense amount of tools to try to play through, but that's going to be the near ult depth to try to make things a little bit more easy for him. Real coming in, Mako going to be taking down the pit now. Gone. Hunter's Fury crashing across, flashback, covering fire, able to find one, but eating damage through the box. Eventually taken down. The time is ticking, it's working against them. Foxy sniping him out of the sky. And even if they hold it from here, I just don't think that they have it. The wide swing, the taps. Trying to get it, but it cannot happen. 10-2. DRX just played delay to get themselves a Red Bull clutch.
They're so good. The only thing that concerned me that round for ZETA, I like the way Eurodon mostly played it. I'm not so sure about the flash through the Cosmic Divide, but whatever. I mean, you're just trying to delay at that point, right? Like, you're just trying to buy as much time as you can, but Laz took for forever to get back over there. My eyes were completely on the other side of the map, and you know, all this util gets dumped and the Cosmic Divide goes up, and yeah, there's no sound, you're not exactly sure. It could be a pump fake. You know, teams will do that all the time where they'll throw up a Cosmic Divide, but it just feels like some moments of indecisiveness. You're also not coming from any extra angles to sort of try to disrupt DRX's post plants. And it makes it so difficult when DRX can hold that window angle. You know, we've seen it so many times on this map throughout the years of Kilios, where if you give them that window on B, forget it. They're too good. They're too disciplined at using that utility, using that angle to shut you down. And it just feels like, again, the decisiveness sometimes just not there for ZETA. Kind of do what they need to do. And the timing, you know, at the end of that round just kills them.
This goes here.
Pistols for the most part. Been decent here for DRX. 3-2 on the series, I do believe.
Yes.
Need 3 rounds to close this out in 3-1 fashion. Look at the kill share for DRX comparatively. And Sugar Zero got the backpack on.
And that's tough. I mean, ZETA's gonna have to have one of the best halves we've ever seen from them. Bring this one back. DRX just...
I mean, a 2-10 run back against the team that did the first one.
Yep.
At Champs last year.
Yep. Be tough.
Oh, Gravwell try to slow up. Depp just dashing forward ahead of that one. He's able to turn his sights over to the side. It does find Buzz. Ping revealed, but now spam into the Nebula. Bam finding one. Now flashback just sitting flush here against the wall, trying to stay safe, and somehow gets away with 14 HP, but Laz eventually finds that kill, finds another as Mako gets taken down. And now it's all on Foxy, still rotating over towards this A site. Damage dealt to both of them. We saw how devastating he was in the previous pistol. Can he do it again?
Spike planted.
Zero info. No idea where they are.
Yeah, camera not available for either. Spots one. Step dealt with. 40 HP remaining on Laz now. Noted. The swing out and Laz has the headshot. Whew. The 3K from the captain to keep him in it. To win another pistol.
Oh my. I mean, great trades for both teams. Everybody's doing a good job covering each other, but that early kill for Depp, able to kind of read the position of Buzz fast enough. Wow, that's quite good. That's, again, but good trades for DRX on site, but the numbers there for ZETA. So they're able to scale their way through.
I mean, look at that crosshair placement. Laz is ready for the wide swing.
Yeah.
I've been playing in Pacific long enough. I know you're gonna just try to do something to me.
And that's kind of Foxy's style, you know. He's definitely got that Pacific blood in him. And that's, I mean, a huge win for ZETA, of course. But again, when the teamwork is there, it looks really good. It's just sometimes it has felt like they're not quite all on the same page. Something that has plagued them throughout 2024 with this change-up of the roster, bringing in the 2 rookies. Some depth. Get through. Yoran just clearing that.
Good start. Foxy unable to find the right clicks there. Bane down to 1 HP. Pinged out, trying to see if he can trade anything back. Give his teammates some kind of hope, but it's not going to be found. It's Sugar Zero collecting 2. And Buzz with a shorty. Trying to see if he can stop this from being a flawless, but all angles of approach noted, held. There's a significant amount of firepower. I mean, Sugar Zero would be his best chance at a kill, but he's the furthest back on the site.
Yeah, just looks like you want to die to the spike, but it's really clean from ZETA. Again, it's a lot of people covering their angles properly. It's putting the right guns in the right positions. You know, Yoran with that Guardian, that long-range weaponry, able to clear arches off the rip, stuff like that. Need to see a whole lot more of it, though, for ZETA.
See, now if we were on Abyss, Buzz could have just jumped off the side.
That's true.
Wouldn't have to wait for the spike.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's one thing that's nice about Abyss is I'm looking forward to is saving some time on ecos.
We still have to see what the interactions look like. It seems like right now, if you do a little bit of damage to somebody before they jump off,
yes,
you still get a kill credit.
You do.
So need to be cognizant of that. But that's for our future discussion.
Yeah.
For now, we'll focus on getting ready to say goodbye to Breeze.
I mean, just so clean. Getting the spot on the back angle, taking Bane down. Good util from Hirodon. And a bonus. Almost feels necessary for ZETA at this point. Bring this map back into a competitive state. And look at how deep this star is for the smoke for Flashback. He was a real nuisance in the pistol round at that angle. Yeah, ZETA still able to win it, but man, Flashback bought a ton of time from that position. He's noted.
And Drone start. I mean, this is one of the things about not playing with the KOs. You can't just try to interrupt this and deny that information away. Step. Did get pinged out there for a brief little moment. Some fishing shots there reveal onto Buzz. Maybe turning the attention away for a brief little moment. The double push out of the Nebula now. They're able to find the spray. Yoran dead. Both rookies on the floor. Laz now, the veteran, arriving, but cannot find any more damage. Flashback comes up with that kill. Now it's all on Depp. Giles got to see if he can get anything done, but Bane will not allow it. DRX not allowing for a bonus conversion. They get themselves on the board here on this defending side. And now they're just 2 round wins away from closing out this series.
Yeah, but again, it's so much on the back of what Flashback is doing there with his util. He's great with his guns. He's 15 and 7. He's having a phenomenal map overall. But he bought a little bit of extra time. I mean, that angle considered by DRX, but because of the smokes, they can't get the util in there to really confirm it. Then they get distracted by Buzz, who gets pinged by Hirodon's utility. And then Laz just a little bit too late to get there in halls to really bail them out. So that's just DRX just doing a great job, completely disrupting ZETA's utility, completely disrupting the information that they have available and using it against them. And it costs ZETA dearly. So yes, they've got rifles, but it has to be here because they're going to be broke if DRX wins this round going into potential match point. I'm so impressed with the way that DRX can cycle in these new players and get them up to speed. A few agent swaps here and there, bringing Clove to Icebox. Really, really looking good.
Oh, Drone, I believe, catching enough of a glimpse there of Buzz. Avoids the 0 point. Do they fragment the corner? Is my question. They're trying to force him out. They do. Buzz down in a rough spot. Tailwind going to be popped. And down very low on HP. A little bit of decay there as well, but 55. Decent damage dealt
Need that back.
So much time wasted. You're going to know here pretty quickly that this is going to be an A hit for ZETA.
30 seconds left.
There's not a lot of ambiguity. Those rifle fire, you know, it's going to allow Foxy and others in Bane to just start shutting down.
There's big round to a halt, hit it on, able to find Buzz. Depp now dead, his flashback, holds down the side. Laz again arriving through halls, but
it's late.
Hitch popped, and yeah, I mean, the spike is still stranded over at main. No one's going to be able to get there in
10
time.
seconds left.
You'd have to just kill them all. The Sugar Zero has been handed a raw deal. Foxy will put him down, and DRX will get themselves up to match point.
Yeah, I mean, it's so steady from DRX. But you need to see a little more creativity from ZETA in these rounds. Frankly, when there's like 45 seconds on the clock, they've baited a lot of utility. They've done some damage. They can like spread the map, rotate towards B, try a few different things, but you make it really easy for DRX at that point of attack because of all that utility that got used on the side of ZETA. They don't really have a lot of firepower to kind of brute force their way through. Now you can get an Outlaw's Buzz and go hunting. Oh.
Okay, bit of damage in, but kill cannot be found. You're not going to be down to 10 HP. Some answering back damage there on to Buzz.
Yeah, he bought full armor. He bought full armor.
Yeah.
That's a bit shocking. You wouldn't expect that.
Well, has the Sheriff in hand. I mean, across the board, money has not been good here for ZETA.
Here.
You have a little bit of an idea as DRX is now taking control of mid. They're swinging through there. You've got Bane and Flashback already in. Delay for Mako, trying to get over at his depth.
Heard the tailwind. There's a push out of Mako. Quick with a headshot. Shuts it down. Drone able to get a quick little spot there. But now you get on the floor. Get it on. Picked off. Foxy able to find one. And now it is once again all on Sugar Zero. The Sheriff and a Bulldog in hand, but Buzz with the Outlaw will shut it down. 13-4. DRX taking the distance, taking the breeze. But still, not really breaking a sweat in their 2-map wins. A 13-0 into a 13-4. Dominant stuff from this new showing, this new roster of DRX.
Yeah, and just a tip of the cap to Termi and company. The way that they can get these new players functioning in their system. I mean, it looked really comfortable flat for Flashback on his return to DRX. And Buzz started off just,
oh man,
so good. And,
yeah, a career performance from him, and I'm sure that his ACS average, even with the map loss across the series, still monstrous.
Yep.
That Icebox is going to be pulling some weight.
Absolutely. And in general, the things that I like from DRX is they're able to spread the map a little bit. I mean, you saw especially on their attacker side here on Breeze, where there's always a player kind of roaming around mid or roaming around elbow or, you know, things like that, where they're able to get a little bit more info, gain a little bit more space. You know, the Hall's control being taken by Flashback. All these things give them a lot more ability to kind of crunch on you, to find flanks, to find timings that ZETA just seemingly doesn't have in their repertoire here on Breeze just yet. And to be fair, probably not going to see him play it again, but not this year.
I got to get the banner out.
Got a poster, okay.
It's upside down.
It's upside down.
You know what to do.
You know what to do.
I guess Plat Chat wasn't doing enough shilling for them, so they're going to do it themselves. They say buy the bundle. I'm sure most people who have turned up in the audience to support them absolutely have done it. So a message to those at home. But I mean, we got to say, welcome back to Flashback. Yep. Been a while since we got to see him. Still very much in form. And Mako for a first outing as the IGL also looking quite strong. Let's go ahead and pass this over to the analyst desk to break down the action.
DRX, they have upgraded, they have refined themselves, they are defining how they're going to make their mark going into Stage 2 in this very first matchup of this event.
Yeah, I think a strong showing, right? Obviously not a clean 2-0, but let's not forget, as much as ZETA didn't have a great record in Stage 1, and yes, they still sometimes play some solo Valorant, they have some strong aimers. So to come in with a bit of a new combination of rosters and still some relatively younger players in terms of experience, DRX firing and winning so confidently on the maps they did win, I think is absolutely good news for them.
I feel like DRX as a whole, you can really feel the influence of the coaching staff. They always have these really strong fundamentals. Whichever map they're on, they're able to kind of plug in and play. I mean, this map, it was really just Flashback dialed in, Foxy9 dialed in, Bane was also dialed in, and of course Buzz and Mako are doing their thing, and you can expect that kind of performance from DRX almost always.
Yeah, and I love that the casters pointed out at the end and kind of reminded everyone again of how well DRX was using the map, a bit much more than their opponents, a bit wider as well, because one of the strong points we saw in Stage 1 was Foxy9 on his lurks, right? How much space he was able to create on his own. Now it's not just him. Sometimes it's Flashback, sometimes it's Mako, and the fact that they're able to say, sometimes we want to use the lurker, sometimes we don't, that already shows a lot of flexibility for this team.
You can see that on the defensive side as well. I mean, not just lurking, right? But they're able to, really hammer down on these choke points sometimes. Buzz is deliberately picking a Phantom because of this. He's able to kind of suppressive fire them through smokes or just holding an angle perhaps. And then on the other side, you'll have a player like Flashback or Bane to support him with a Vandal at a longer range. And it makes it that much more difficult for ZETA to, unfortunately, make it out of areas like caves sometimes on this map.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, this was a bit of a struggle, this map. I mean, maybe good thing for ZETA. This map is going to be gone in a week from now. But DRX, this is a really good showing from them, and I really like how they put this new roster together and how defined each of their roles are. And, in true DRX style, they just found a way to make it work.
Yeah, I'm really happy that you said roles, right? It's not just, okay, you're playing this specific agent, but it seems like they have a very clear idea of what position they're playing on the map. Like, what is my value for this team? And that's something I would say was a weakness of DRX in the past, where yes, you have great set plays, but it all relied on you're playing this specific agent, you're doing this specific lineup. Now they have been evolving, and I feel like they're continuing that trend, which is a positive sign for the group. Now, for ZETA, okay, again, we're seeing you have strong maps like Sunset where you've come in prepared, but once you get pushed a little bit, once you're not winning a couple of those aim duels, and most importantly, once the opponent's using the map, you start to play a little bit scared, you start to go a little bit slow again, the old habits start to crawl up once again.
I mean, because what else are they gonna do? They fall back to whatever worked for them in the past, but maybe here in Pacific against a team like DRX, that doesn't always pan out. So they really need to have a lot more preparation, especially on maps like, okay, well, maybe not Breeze anymore, but you can see like maps that they're not so comfortable on, they need to have a lot more work put in. And it really affects them sometimes. It really affects their nerves as well, because Foxy9 or Buzz, they're able to hold out duels against them just simply by out-fragging or out-aiming them sometimes.
Yeah, and sure, Breeze is leaving, but Haven's coming in, right? Another 3-site map, you have to use the map. You have to play a macro game. So while, yes, all these players have experience on it because it's an older map, they are going to have to make sure that that type of foundation, that type of protocol is really, really strong here for ZETA Division in the future.
I am excited for Haven to come back in, though, for ZETA Division in particular. We saw some outstanding plays.
That is true. They beat Paper X, though, years ago.
Yeah, Paper X historically hasn't been great on Haven, but Team Secret, one of the teams we'll be seeing up next, and ZETA Division have proven to be really, really great. Just fun to watch on Haven. Now, how are you guys feeling? This is the very first match of Stage 2. How do you see things panning out for both of these teams? When we're doing our predictions, is it going to be a DRX or a ZETA kind of thing in the future matches?
I mean, I think this match kind of went exactly as I had expected, or maybe hoped that it would for both teams. ZETA still showing some improvements where they did do prep, but not as solid. And DRX, I mean, looking like it's an upward trajectory. It's not the most perfect, I will say, but I think it's in the direction that people wanted to see from the squad.
You basically said everything.
Because you're brothers.
I mean, we are brothers, but at the same time, apart from Chobro telling us, all the facts, I do feel as though, just the group that they are in, sometimes it's a little bit tough.
All right, well, we are going to talk to Flashback. We're going to talk to the man of the hour who's just come back to join DRX.
Thank you, guys. And what an incredible showing from the new iteration of DRX. I'm joined by Flashback to talk about today's win. Congratulations, Flashback, and welcome back. What's it like to be back? 승리 축하드리고요. 돌아왔는데 기분이 어떤가요?
Beautiful.
Feels beautiful. It's always great to have you back, Flashback. But you came in, you returned with a huge surprise. Clove. Now, talk to me about what you think of this agent, what they offer, and who kind of suggested running this agent on Icebox. 클로브의 좀 배경에 대해서 설명과 함께 클로브가 어떤 요원인 것 같은지 설명 부탁드려요.
클로브 배경은 잘 기억 안 나는데 클로브 요원이라는 거 자체가 약간 죽어도 연막 쳐줄 수 있는 게 약간 교전 좋아하는 저한테는 되게 어울리지 않나 싶어갖고 쓰게 됐습니다. MG쌀.
Now, I don't really remember who suggested running the clove first, but when you look at the agents, they're so they can do so much. They can smoke while they're dead, and you can play aggro, you can play a different style. So I really love the fact that you can smoke when you're alive and you can smoke also when you're dead. So I think they're a good agent. Now, when it comes to the role distribution though, we had some overlapping roles between you and Foxy, and now it seems like Foxy9 is sticking to the Sentinel's role, you taking over the Flex role. What was the decision behind this? Talk to me about what was happening behind the doors. 이제 역할군도 포코 선수가 감시자를 그대로 맡고 플렉스를 하게 됐잖아요. 그러면 이 플렉스를 가져가게 된 배경에 대해서도 설명 부탁드릴게요.
저의 약간 원활한 커뮤니케이션을 위해 제가 플렉스를 하게 된 것 같습니다.
커뮤니케이션이 왜요? 포코보다는 커뮤니케이션이 좋다.
제가 약간 말이 좀 없는 편이라 낯도 많이 가리고 좀 소심해가지고 말 많이 하려고 지금 하고 있어요.
I'm just a shy and very quiet person, so I'm trying to kind of cross the boundary and break out of the shell. I'm trying to talk more, so I kind of force myself to talk a little bit more, communicate more in game. So that's why I pick up the flex role, just to make the communication better for the team. Now, losing player like Stacks, the IGL as well. It's not plug and play. So what's going on with the communication and the calls you guys are making? Just talk to me about the type of communication you guys go through. 그러면 이제 오더나 상황 브리핑 같은 거는 주로 누가 하는 걸까요?
5명 다 같이 열심히 말해서 의견 통합해서 하려고 노력하고 있습니다.
It's more of a group effort. We try to chip in whenever we can, trying to make the best decision in game. Now, you know, getting used to the new system and having a new IGLing system, the calling system, overall, it's a lot for a team to adapt to. But I feel like you guys will be truly tested next week because the first game for week 2, you guys have Paper X. How confident are you going into that game? 이제 또 새로운 시스템과 함께 다음 주에 좀 시험의 무대에 오르지 않을까라는 생각이 들거든요. Paper X라는 강팀을 상대하는데 얼마나 자신 있으신가요?
Of course, no problem.
Oh, no problem for Flashback and DRX. Now, lastly, is there anything you want to say to the fans and the viewers? 이제 마지막으로 팬분들께 하고 싶은 말이 있을까요?
열심히 해서 더 멋진 선수가 될 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
아까 그 말 해도 되는데.
오케이. 2022년 예의, 2023년 데모넌, 그리고 올해 플래시백.
2022 was the year of Yay. 2023 was the year for Demon 1. Now 2024 will be the year of Flashback. Now congratulations Flashback once again. Thanks for joining me. I'm gonna let you go now. But you guys at home, don't go anywhere because right after the break, we'll be bringing you Team Secret versus Bleed.
Thank you. Bye bye.
need to be more efficient because these guys just play contact. So.
Okay, Team Secret, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ちグループ100周年。私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ。私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に。立川と世界をつなぐ立ちグループ。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Now's the time, no delay. Gotta get going now, there's no more time to waste. More speed, little less haste. 100 miles I'm running, never touch the brakes. See they're counting, we can't let them wait. Never late, cause it's time. We eat the beat and heat the street. Gotta keep moving, zooming down that winning road, avoid defeat. Cause it's time. Wanna move quick, gotta move faster. Wanna speed up, gotta move faster. Time is time, it has no mask on stop. Now, never, faster, forever. Now, never, faster, forever. Forever. It's time, now's the time, no delay. Gotta get going now, there's no more time to waste. More speed, little less haste. It's time, wanna move quick, gotta move faster. Wanna speed up, gotta move faster. Time is time, it has no master.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. It is day one of the second stage, and DRX closes out their first match. Now we're going to go our second one with Team Secret versus Bleed.
Hello, Jeremy. Welcome back to stage 2. Now, I heard you guys have a new guy in town on the team. Is this him? Oreo. Wild Oreo. Hello, Zest. Welcome back to stage 2. Now, I heard there's a new guy on the team. So where is he? Over here? Oh, hello. Okay, crazy guy definitely lives up to his name.
I just want to say, you do have to be a certain type of crazy to be mad at the training range. Okay,
Those bots just made me crazy. Those Oreos that were not very wild. Those were pretty tame Oreos.
Yeah,
I gotta say.
There's some crazier Oreos out there.
Yeah.
They were seductively consumed by envy and like staring at the camera.
That's true. They committed to the bit.
Team Secret, they just are Oreo consumers. Very seductive ones. Interesting choice of words. Now, we got fresh blood in, and the old bleed is back. We got Crazy Guy back as an IGL. Ye is taking a break right now. And Wild Oreo, brand new, coming in fresh from the Philippines to join their Team Secret roster here. How are you guys feeling about this? There's so much changes.
Yeah, I mean, it's big changes, right? It's hard to really imagine what the impact will be in terms of like tangible and apparent impact. Obviously, I think it's a bit easier to read for Bleed, right? We have seen Crazy Guy calling for them last year, led them through Ascension's victory coming into this, VCT Pacific. But then Wild Oreo, like, yes, I've been told that he's very good individually, and I've seen a little bit here and there. But in terms of how does this team work? Because the core is still the same for Secret as well in terms of Jesse Vash as the IGL, and then you got Jeremy and Envy as, of course, kind of the two superstars so far on the team.
Yeah, right, and that's what I'm really, really curious about, because although it is kind of like a new-ish players for both teams, I feel like the idea of getting them in, inserting them into the roster is slightly different, maybe, because for Team Secret, you have that core. What they want is, fresher talent and players like Wild Oreo, along with 2G, who has that experience from Pacific, to kind of, fit into the team and play along that. Meanwhile, for the other side, and that's why we have these two players being selected, it's that Crazy Guy frees up that IGLing. Scary no longer has to do that anymore, and maybe then that can allow him to focus on clutching and giving us the performance from Ascension.
Yeah, I mean, let's not beat around the bush. Scary was definitely impacted by having to call in Stage 1, right? He just wasn't able to put up the same types of performances, the same types of numbers. His numbers are still good, as you can tell. It's fairly good, but he used to be excellent, and we didn't quite see that. So curious to see if now Scary has a little bit more agency to do things on his own. Meanwhile, Envy, I would say perhaps not as strong of a performance as we were used to seeing from him in 2023. Seemed like he was getting a little bit frustrated, getting a little bit ahead of the team sometimes. So I wonder now with some of the newer talent, or I guess in the case of 2G, kind of coming over from a different team, does Envy also feel a bit more comfy that he doesn't have to greed for some of these moments to help carry the team?
Yeah, so that hopefully for the entirety of Stage 2, we can expect more of those consistent performances from both of these players, because they have that potential to really create that impact for the whole of their team. And at the same time, I mean, yeah, it's like a full Filipino roster. Maybe there's that synergy there back again.
Yeah, the full Filipino force all together. Now, Bleed, they haven't ranked really well since kickoff, since Stage 1, and I think the pressure is really on them to perform better at this Stage 2 for us to continue believing in them, and we definitely want to see that happen. But I could say the same for Secret. They always come really close. In typical Secret fashion, is this one change gonna be what really helps make Team Secret push them into the playoffs and beyond, into champions? Now, map pool, do you guys think this is going to change very much? A lot can change in a couple of weeks.
Not for these teams. I find it a little bit hard to believe, just because they are going to have to work through, right, a lot of these changes in terms of the calling, some of the chemistry. So perhaps sticking with what you know a little bit. I can't imagine that either of these teams will do the same as Match 1, where they leave Breeze open, just because you're probably already trying to look ahead at the map pool changes. So you don't want to waste any time here in Week 1 on that map.
Absolutely. Again, for both of these teams, we have to mention, like, it's only been, about a month and a half since Stage 1, and that's, again, still not enough time for them to cook up all that much. So it's really about, strengthening those fundamentals, and that's why you want to focus on your core maps, and I can see things like Ascent coming back in.
Now, the real question for me is what might impact the map pool is, of course, the roles, right? I mean, there's a big question of Team Secret. How is that going to work out? Who's really going to be playing the Sentinel? Does Jeremy maybe go back to playing Sentinel? Because I could see that being an option, make him get back a little bit in his own comfort zone where he can anchor a bit. And then on the side of Bleed, of course, the big question everyone has is, okay, does that mean Darion is back to being duelist? And how does that setup work with Zest now, of course, also playing Initiator alongside Crazy Guy, who used to be a very good Silva player himself?
Yeah, that is the biggest question. I mean, you might have like that double initiator still, and Darion having a bit more weight on his shoulders as a duelist. But hopefully overall for the entire team, they're just still able to perform, and I'm hoping to see a lot more synergy alongside all of them.
Now let's see what the map picks are. We're very curious. We're gonna show it up here on screen. Again, Team Secret has a new coach. Coach
True.
Dummy.
Yeah.
So this
big change.
Yes, this might factor into how Team Secret plays and how this map pool pans out. Now, Secret continues to ban Bind, so that hasn't changed very much. How are you guys feeling about Sunset and Split to close out match 2?
The split's a little bit curious, actually. But then again, I guess if you're considering Breeze and Lotus also being left over for the second wave of bans, it's not too surprising.
Yeah.
Like, Split's the lesser of the three
You don't
evils.
want Lotus against Bleed, I guess that's kind of what the ideal was.
Yeah, I guess so. Team Secret maybe not feeling that comfortable with some of the mistakes that they had in Stage 1. I mean, Ascent and Sunset, I think part of this is that both teams probably feel that they can have a really good read against their opponents. Secret especially played a very good Sunset in Stage 1. So going with a strong point, and then Ascent for Bleed, that's been their best map. And again, this is a team, not only are they going through roster juggles, but there is a communication barrier that they're trying to work through, that they're improving upon. So you have to stick with what you know. They've shown that in Stage 1, so I'm kind of looking forward to this Ascent, actually.
For sure. It's definitely kind of those comfort picks. But yeah, Ascent I think is going to be a big one, because not only is Bleed good at it, Team Secret have the potential to really rock their boat on Ascent as well. So Bleed has to be prepared for this.
I'm particularly excited to see Split, actually. Both of these
Bold
teams.
of you to assume we're going to see Split.
I wish it was first so we could just jump straight into it, but alas, this is not how it works. Someone scripted this, and now it's map 3, so we have to hope for the map 3. What are you guys thinking for predictions?
I mean, these are big unknowns for the team, so I think if you're just going off of on paper so far, what have we seen? If both are question marks, then Team Secret had a higher point in Stage 1. There's no doubt about that. Still made it into the playoffs, so that's where I'm coming from, right? The strongest players, the core foundation of Team Secret, and Jesse, Vash, Jeremy, and Envy are still there. I think that's a little hard to beat.
Similarly for me. I mean, we saw William in a lab coat, with his glasses and everything, and he was, doing a little bit of science.
He tasted some of the whatever was in that test tube.
The test tubes. I think for Bleed and the blood that he drank, I don't know, just kidding. It's definitely a little bit more plausible, right? Because for Bleed, it takes a bit of time to get that synergy back in, and I'm just wondering if it's going to be, that good right off the rip.
Yeah, I mean, that is the question. Achilleos here stands alone as a solo Bleed predictor, and he's not on the desk, so he can't say why, and that's too bad for him. Maybe he will at the caster desk, because he is casting today. But he's shouting from over there.
He's shouting.
We are going to go over to our match 2 of Day 1, Team Secret versus Bleed. Let's welcome the players.
젠지가 가장 경계가 되고요. 아무래도 정말 잘하니까.
I really think they're explosive as a team.
The most dangerous player has to be Texture. I feel like if he gets activated, it's a bad day for any other team.
For Genji, I know you will be Master Shanghai champion.
퍼시픽의 대표로서 자부심 같은 거 좀 많이 느끼긴 하죠. FPS는 유럽이다, 북이다 이러는데 저희도 하면 잘할 수 있거든요. 그래서 그거를 증명한 것 같아가지고 프로로서 이제 다들 꿈을 꾸며 살아가고 있는 국제전 우승을 저희가 한국팀 최초로 해서 너무 기분이 좋고요. 우승했으니까 세계 1등 팀 그런 자신감을 가지고 스테이지 2를 임해야겠죠. 이번에 팀 리빌딩을 한 곳이 많아요. 아무래도 T1 좋은 IGL인 스택스 선수가 들어가서 위협이 된다고 생각합니다. 마스터즈 상하이 우승팀의 저력을 저희가 다시 퍼시픽한테 알려줄 차례입니다.
Yeah, about the result of Stage 1, actually it made me feel so sad and so disappointed. From Stage 1, we learned to respect each other and enjoy the VALORANT again. With K-Sky coming back to the team, we're going back to old style with eSport. It was all IGL like last year, and we won Ascension together. We cannot lose anymore. The first step in stage 2 will be the most important one.
I feel like there's not much difference between the team itself in the Alpha group because it is a regional tournament and whoever can win in a given day, any team can come up and beat the best team in the group. I do think that we have it in ourselves. It's about us getting to that level now and just fixing small mistakes, and I feel like we are gonna be there on top no matter what. This time we plan not to keep our qualification on other people's hand and to take matters into our own hand this time.
첫 경기 같은 경우에는 무조건 이길 수 있었는데 그거를 이제 못 잡으면서 팀의 바이브도 좀 일시적으로 죽지 않았나. 그래서 정말 속상했던 상하이 국제 무대였던 것 같습니다. T1은 이제 변화에 좀 잘 적응을 한다라고 생각하는데 그 왜 인게임 리더를 바꿨던 거 있잖아요. 만약에 바꾸지 않고 그대로 했다라면 사실 상하이도 못 갔을 가능성이 매우 높다고 생각을 하거든요. 이제 젠지 경기, 이제 첫 경기가 아주 중요할 거라고 생각합니다. 이제 멘탈이나 이제 선수들 간의 더 견고한 리듬, 아무래도 저점과 고점에 대한 갭 그런 부분들을 해결하려고 노력했기 때문에 스테이지 2에서는 더 나은 모습이 보이지 않을까 생각합니다.
둘, 셋. Hi, I'm Waldorio from Team Secret. When Team Secret contacted me, I was really happy because I really wanted to play in Pacific and show the world what I got. I can almost play every agent in the VALORANT. I can help them to be a better team because of the flexibility I have. Jesse Bash has taught me to have less pressure in the big league. My mindset coming into this stage 2 will be the underdog mentality because I really think they're underestimating our team. I am the secret weapon of Team Secret.
Team Secret. Undefeated. That's why they call me undisputed. I'm breaking up another season. I've been up on my stats. Now would you look at that? Undefeated, locked and loaded. We about to blow. Caught 'em with that left, I leave them tapped out on the floor. Sounding itchy, sticky, swishy. Watch me bank a score. Up in the boat, I'm in the zone. Yeah. Go to the fire, the breath. King of the jungle and beat my chest. They say I'm posing the threat. Just like a pebble and
Both of these teams have a lot to prove, and you just know they are hungry for it. There are adjustments on the roster for both teams, but the question is, have they finally found the secret sauce that's going to bring them to victory?
Secret sauce, secret weapon. I mean, it's his debut match. I mean, I can't imagine there's a little bit of nerves there, but if he can bring that performance, that will say a lot.
That's actually very true, right? The only person here on this stage that hasn't really been able to play on the big leagues just yet, no matter how many matches. So we'll see if, like he said in that interview, if Jesse Bash really has prepared him for that pressure, for some of those nerves to kick in. Meanwhile, of course, for 2GE as well, I think individually on Team Secret, now finally getting a chance to be on a starting 5, a starting roster, trying to prove himself. He's always been waiting by the sidelines on RRQ. Now he gets to say that I've got to carve out my own spot, as we do see the coaches now getting ready with their teams here on stage.
Now, one thing you might want to note is that Bleed has a birthday buff. It is Retla's birthday.
Oh.
So that might factor in. But I also heard Jesse Bash has a mini Bash somewhere around running around the stadium right now, so he's got a little bit of that buff going on.
Oh, the battle of the buffs.
It is the battle of the buffs.
Boy.
I don't know if the birthday buff comes in stronger. It has proven to, actually, every single time in Pacific. When all the odds are stacked against them, the birthday buff pulls through.
Yeah, I mean, you're strongest when you've just leveled up, right? Because now you're ahead of everybody. Like, you're the one who got the edge, so I believe it. Over here on Bleed, we'll see how much they can make that work. And of course, I mean, I'm so curious about, again, the role overlaps. Like Zest and Crazy Guy, a lot of overlap there in terms of playing Sovas and second smokes whenever it's double smokes. So who's going to shift to what, and how does that affect maybe some of the comms? How does that affect how they set up what I presume to be Darion as that primary duelist?
I mean, how are they going to be able to flex on over to some of these other agents? But at the same time, it's exciting to see Bleed go back to their old strats, their old style.
All right, we're going to go to the second match of today, the very first day of Stage 2. Back over to our casters, Achilleos and Paperthin.
Thank you very much. Yes, once more into the breach we go here today to see which one of these teams is going to be walking away with a win. For Bleed, it's a chance to rally back. They've got Crazy Guy back into the roster, their old IGL, the one that guided them through Ascension. He comes back through. But what do things look like as we get ready to go into Ascent? Because with Crazy Guy in, we're thinking Sova. When I think Ascent and Zest is there, I also think Sova.
Right. I mean, it's going to be pretty interesting to see how both these teams juggle their roles a little bit. Okay, so Zest on the KO, actually. So, I mean, he does flex some other initiators from time to time. You know, I think of the Fade in particular is something that I was always really impressed with Zest with. But Darion back on that duelist as we kind of all expected. And a very, very good duelist. I mean, you cannot count Darion out. He can absolutely do some damage on that role. So, pretty exciting to see this for Team Secret. Wild Oreo, a guy who's been recently playing a lot of Viper and some Sova. Obviously, he's not going to be playing any Sova. Like we know that. But so Sentinel also another role that you could pretty comfortably shift into, as a lot of Vipers are kind of flexible around that area.
I mean, boldly spoken in his interview that we were watching there in that pre-tape, saying that, like, I can play anything.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. You know, highest level, give me an agent, I'll be able to pilot it. I'm the secret weapon of this team. Now it's time to prove it. We'll see if that is going to be the case as we do get ready to go into this opening map here of Ascent. And I think overall, Team Secret not going to be too upset with this map, something that, you know, they've been having quite a bit of comfort on for time immemorial. I mean, it's Ascent. It's always been in the pool. It's never really been changed. Everyone knows how to play this map.
The older the map is, feels like the better Team Secret is on it. It just seems like the more time that...
It scales with Jesse.
It scales with Jesse, that's right. You know, Retla might be a year older today, but Jesse's got a few on him, so just got a little bit of experience under his belt for sure.
That he does, but looks like we are ready to go, so let's go ahead and get into the action, as both teams very close as far as these pistol wins are concerned, just 1% separating them.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, my eyes immediately drift to Wild Oreo and 2GE to see what they can do. And then on the other side, you know, frankly, I'm kind of looking at Scary now that he's now that he's given up the IGL role back over to Crazy Guy. You know, is he going to be able to kind of be that world beater that we kind of were expecting, that we were kind of used to, especially during Ascension and before that? Yeah, just some 0 points traded. How aggressive does Team Secret want to get? Not very. Bleed has to respect it. It's going to take a moment to pause, make sure there's no further push out, but you know, quite a bit of space being gained here by Bleed in terms of like controlling mid. They've got the smokes down. They've got the recon dart out. You know, they know that they can kind of pick their poison in terms of what part of the map they want to pressure.
Fishing, and
that's great.
Does get found.
That's huge. There's your IGL. That's what your IGLs are there for. They know where stuff is going to be placed.
Still not going to be too bad here for the side of Secret, considering that they do have this double stack in mid. So could be a big trap that Bleed end up stepping into now that that alarm bot is cleared out.
Yeah, this is cheeky.
Triple push up, dash at the ready. Frenzy in hand, and Darion able to win out the first one. Oreo quickly trades it out. Tucks back, goes for the reload. So himself down to 47, but 2G with a fantastic flank timing. Does find one, but Zest turns back. Is able to go ahead and equalize, so still at a 3v3. As he bash his way here with the double face, and the Sheriff shot connects. Retla able to find one, finds himself a second, cannot get the third. Now it's just going to be a KO battle where Envy needs the headshot, and he's got it. Solid as ever. Team Secret pick up the pistol.
Man, Envy just so good. Definitely one of my favorite players to watch in all of Pacific because of how just dominant he can be on those initiators. Incredible aim. But Bleed doing a pretty good job here early. I mean, they read that tucked position of Jeremy.
One enemy remaining.
They had some decent trades. They just didn't account for 2GE. That backstab kind of gives the even advantage there at the end of the round for Team Secret. Puts it in Envy's hands, and he's good for it. So now it's like just a full-on death ball towards mid. They're just going to brute force their way through.
Yep.
On the other side.
Alarm bot cleared out. The push forward. Door not shut. Drone up over the top. The tag here onto one. Sheriff can get that pen damage there, and Retla gets tagged low.
Grenade out.
We're here to try to reinforce his position. Damage found here on both sides.
Scanning ahead.
Recon up over the top, then out. The flood forward here to look to take this B side for themselves. The drop down. Spectre trying to reset that spray. Oreo able to find one. Jesse getting himself one as well, but now going to be taken down. And Jeremy arriving. Full flash connecting. Tucks back here behind the boxes. Finds a headshot. Retla going to get dropped. Now Scary and Zest are completely and utterly trapped. Zest swinging out, able to find one, but it's going to be Scary taking down, the cleanup coming through. Still not bad damage considering it was all classics and a death ball play. Secret move up 2-0.
Yeah, this works a treat for Bleed. I really like the idea behind this. Just use that recon early to make sure that mid is clear, make sure that the behind the arches is clear, and then just go in and see what happens. You know, they force 2 players back into boats, and that gives them pretty favorable trades to be found.
Overall, Sheriff, Spectre lost, Bulldogs carried over. See what the buy looks like going into this one. And Jeremy is going to buy down, gets himself a Phantom in full armor. As they look for a bit of a crunch play here. Up over the top, there's the reveal though. Tarion going to be taken out. Jeremy able to find him. Counter spray, however, finds him. Jeremy falls and Jesse Bash caught up as well.
Oh,
solid idea from Team Secret, but losing out on 2 players.
Yeah, Jeremy knew there was one up there, just couldn't find the player. Scary getting away with just 66 health though, as it's re-aggression towards A. Crazy guy on his own though. Is he going to read that 2GE's gone into wine? It's going to be a tough one to suss out, I think. And Envy, on the other hand, Sheriff in a dream.
You do have a fragment, 0 point disconnect, so Drone not going to chase far enough forward. On the swing, Envy trying to get the headshot there. 2GE continues just lurking, but you can see Crazy Guy just watching for it. Recon now sent the swing out, and he's still able to find the kill. TP's across the opposite side. 3v2.
Spike planted.
Gun upgrade though for 2GE.
Grabs that Phantom.
Shadows traveling.
No health from him. Bleed from here. He's going to be trying to deny this conversion as cleanly as possible. Already 2 players down. Alarmbot not spotting. Push up through the smoke. Scary eating a bit of damage. Re-challenges and does find that kill. Now it's all on Wild Oreo. And that's going to be the cleanup coming through. Bleed get themselves on the board here in the 3rd round, carrying over 3 weapons.
Yeah, really nice work there from Bleed. Able to handle that attempted play towards Gelato very nicely. The early paranoia out from Team Secret. And an early operator, looks like, for Jeremy. There you go. I mean, Scary feels his position. Retla could clean there.
So far,
yeah.
First couple rounds, maybe that birthday buff is working its treat.
Did you get informed before the match about his birthday? Is that the reasoning behind the
Oh, I just said I was never going to predict Secret again.
Oh, yeah.
I've been burned too many times.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm a man of my word.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, flash into the swing. Knows that one's going to be tucked away. Can't find anything, so just has to pull off the angle. Scary fake on the TP.
Well, no damage done. Both teams just going to reset, rethink this. But Jeremy with that operator, so dangerous.
Waiting for the peek out, and he's able to find Zest. Spike now.
Spike down mid.
Picked up by Darian. Don't want to re-challenge here in the mid.
Revealing area.
Yeah, now you got to use some util. Wild Oreo able to keep that position of Jeremy safe for now. Not that it matters too much. I mean, look at this split from Bleed. 2-2 on an attacker side on Ascent.
Yeah, pretty bold here. Looks like they want to try to open things up over at B, maybe force some rotations and then take the spike in, but 2GE once again tucked away here at Wine.
Take flight.
All you've got is the paranoia to clear it.
Thrown up over the top now. Spotted. Paranoia going to be sent. Backpedal the tuck away. That's exactly where they are at. He's able to back off. Crazy Guy in the meantime. Going to be taken down as Wild Warrior trying to take some space here in this B site, but Bleed, they're still scattered. There's only 20 seconds remaining. They're starting to rotate. This round is over.
Yeah. They just have to save. I think they know it. At this point, just nothing they can do.
The birthday buff, the birthday blunder. This is absolutely scatterbrained here from the side of Bleed.
Yeah, it was an attempt at something kind of interesting, and you know, you push so far into B there, but Team Secret never really gives any ground up because 2GE has that wine position. He has the info that there's a couple players there, so no reason to really back off. And it's that lack of ability to also clear that spot, making things pretty challenging for Bleed to really do any damage to get to the point where they can get that spike down. Poor Zest. Going for the wide swing, not anticipating this bench's position at all.
Solid reaction. I mean, we've been talking about it. The previous inconsistencies rather of the operator that from Jeremy. It's been a world better for him here in this year.
Yes.
He's going to look to get an angle, try to pick somebody off. Sally not yet smoked, now going to be set.
Oh my.
Ooh, catches a glimpse of Darian, but cannot find that kill. Start working their way forward, but Crazy Guy getting tagged so very low. Counter spam here with the Odin. Trying to get something back. It's only a smattering of damage there onto Oreo. Scary, sad at Lumber. Smoke dissipating, but Scary still able to find the kill. The counter swing coming in. Envy able to find one from Market. 4v4, but HP bars not really favoring Bleed here. The push forward, 2G able to find Retla taken down. Spray across. The Omen traded out. Spray flying, but now it's just Zest on his lonesome. It's completely and utterly surrounded. The flash connecting fully. And that'll be the cleanup coming through. 3 players left alive. The Odin in their hands. They'll pass this over as Envy gets that null command online. The op recovered. And Team Secret move up 4-1.
Yeah, you gotta love the diligence you're seeing from Team Secret here. To clear that corner, even though Scary's able to still get one, even though he kills Wild Oreo, he's quickly traded. So kind of reading the positioning that Bleed wants to take in this post plant really, really nicely. Able to catch Scary right as he's trying to get out and in boats. And then completely screwed his Zest.
Yep.
It's a great flash from Envy. Yeah, just a nice attaboy there from Jesse Vash. As you do have some ults available on both sides, both no commands in play. Blades for Jeremy. Things get a little bit dicey. Scary does have his ult, but so far, I mean, I'm pretty impressed. Oh, Team Secret, 2GE looks pretty clean. He looked a little bit shaky when he was out with RRQ in the previous stage when Estrella had to take a day off due to illness, but really just good game planning, and that's some damage.
That it is. Staring down to 2. And just has to pass the Guardian over. Jesse spotting the exchange. We'll know that there's going to be 2 players in this forward position. Swing out from one. Wild Oreo taking a nasty bit of damage. Crazy Guy with some nice shots. It does put him down to 16 HP.
But I like the ideas from Team Secret on this defender side. You know, a lot of times they've been putting the alarm bot and other things there in mid, and this time there's a follow-up plan with Jesse to do some serious damage. Yes, they take some in return to Wild Oreo, but definitely right now, map control pretty well in Team Secret's favor. Now, Bleed, though, starting to just kind of feel like they can set up for this hit. Here goes Jesse, letting loose with the Odin.
Spray opened up once again. Oh, the jump over the top there, and get away with his life. Wild Oreo now will be flushed out. Zest able to find that kill. Weapon going to be picked up. Knives popped here from Jeremy, rushing forward. The flash connecting, finds the first one. Darian going to be taken down, finds himself the second. The quick pivot for the third. The Crazy Guy dead. Scary, nothing else to be done. 1 kill. That's all they can find. Secret now 5-1.
Yo, Jeremy, that was clean. Nasty Blade Storm. Love the timing to pop that too. Catches Bleed really off guard. They are not ready for this at all. That flash is beautiful from Envy. Oh, that third kill is disgusting.
Oh, what a turn from him. And quiet and bashful as ever. I just tore them apart.
Yeah. I mean, Envy would have popped off there, but.
Right here.
Let's see again. Now you've got guns. You're 1 away from Crazy Guy's ultimate. So you have some opportunities. Look for some picks. Wild Oreo, though, does have his lockdown, so you really like to get that Hunter's Fury there as Bleed to potentially either counter that or just set up for the pick. You know, these days it seems like teams are happy to just let the lockdown happen, deal with it, you know, without using that very powerful ultimate of the Hunter's Fury. More so just they want to find value. Setting up, you know, those picks, they seem to be a little bit more impactful. So Bleed, once again, stacking up in mid. Both players from Team Secret on this B site in boats, waiting for this with the Odin. There's the null command. I don't think there was enough time here. And they don't want to respond with the lockdown. Just going to try to wait this out. But look at these rotations.
Watch
oh
that
my
back
god.
grab, and instantly 2 kills going to be found. Jesse Vash is going to take it down by the fragment. Resible here as Oreo will get flushed out, but now the swing in from 2GE, resets the aim, finds himself a second, looks for the third. Doesn't even need to have it. Envy and Oreo cleaning up the rest. as it's 6-1.
Yeah, and I mean, Team Secret, again, just willingly giving up this space in mid towards market, and they have very different looks every time. They're showing you, you know, the Odin through the wall from spawn. This time around, it's just fast rotations through the middle of the map towards B main. And it's no fear right now from Team Secret.
Yeah. I mean, Bleed haven't been showing them much to be afraid of.
Yeah.
Nice one, nice flash.
It's been very one-sided so far, and it looks like we will finally have that first timeout coming through here. As Bleed trying to figure out what they can do to try to salvage this half. Granted, yes, it is Ascent. They are on the attack. Oftentimes, we anticipate that teams are going to be down in numbers, down in rounds, but already getting Bleed up to, or getting Secret up to 6 and building up this bank. It's not a good position to be in whatsoever.
Right. Definitely time to change. See if you can find some other answers to what Secret is doing. I mean, are you gonna maybe now try to work that mid area, but instead pivot towards tree? Think about some other ideas in terms of the macro setting, because that's really, in my opinion, where a lot of the damage is being done. The timings have been really good from Team Secret, and again, it's all according to plan there, giving up that extra space early, getting that info early, hanging out in boats, and just buying time for those rotations to come through from Team Secret. So smart. And now, yeah, now you get the Hunter's Fury. Now there's, both teams have Hunter's Fury, so might see a little bit of a cheeky play from Jesse. Just kind of keeping my eyes towards him. He's in the back of spawn again. No Odin this time, but just waiting and see if they can find any success. Darion with the blades, making his way towards tree, but no clear of the alarm bot, so there's going to be a ton of ambiguity once this hit comes in, especially with that turret there.
Yeah, can't really commit the knives to try to clear that one out. Oreo peeking in, put some decent damage there on Assess, and just shuts down the approach. Retla now in such a bad position in the op shot from Jeremy, able to find Crazy Guy. TP forward up into the site. Plant coming through with the drop down, the shorty in hand. Retla annihilated. It's scary. Nothing more that he can do aside from that second nice headshot. Some damage dealt, but again, the coffers are full here from Secret. Cash aplenty, and now up by 6 rounds.
Yeah, well, I was pretty impressed with Wild Oreo in that round. That was some snappy shooting. And again, that turret placement gives him the anticipation, so he can just be ready for that push. That is sick. Almost gets the third. Jeremy just saying, well, whatever. And the fans in the Philippines cheering from home, gonna see if they can will this team towards the playoffs.
Shutting them down.
Deep knife from Zest. Gonna be just checking for the, I think they're checking the wine angle.
Yeah.
And the, yeah.
Checks wine, checks close right as you enter the site there.
I mean, that's got to be in your head, right? The way 2G was punishing them from that position early. Same spot for Jeremy with this op. Good flash.
Flash connects onto one. Swing out though, and Jeremy's still going to be good for the shot. Darion shut down. Fury otherwise not finding too much. It's scary, just TPing forward here into the site. Smoke at the ready, Paranoia as well, ready to be set. As Retla does find a nice timing, he's able to find one. Top forward, Hunter's Fury, just looking to clear out this lockdown. Destroys it. Big reveal out onto Cess, I do believe. Fragment connecting at his feet. Jeremy with a shorty, able to take him down. Space now found here on the site, and Scary cannot find that other elimination. It's all down to Retla. And Crazy Guy now, just the former. Retla finds the first, cannot get any more. One of the closer rounds that we've had. The Bleed still not able to find that second win.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting a step further in the process here for Bleed. You're able to get the plant down, but beyond that, Team Secret has really good protocols in place. I mean, this timing with the Hunter's Fury, Jeremy looking really nice with the operator, and he drops down with that shorty again. Just rips Zest in half. And then that 0 point to confirm the last 2 players are towards A main. Able to finish the job nicely. Retla 1 away from his lockdown. Hunter's Fury was used in the previous round, so let's see if there's going to be a force of the orb. Knife out to check. Oh my god.
Yep. Showing a bit too much. As it's just going to be a massacre once more. Scary dead fragment holding them at bay. Jeremy now 14-3-1. He's just in the groove.
Yeah, Team Secret is so aware. Every time Bleed tries to do something, it's basically been shut down almost instantly. It just doesn't seem like Bleed quite has that groove yet. Some of their util and other things. Zest looking a little uncomfortable. The KO. Okay, so yeah, the nano forces Jeremy a little bit further forward, but in the grand scheme of things, doesn't make too huge of a difference. The real question is he going to push this angle? Still has the dash available.
And he's got the shorty ready to go. Noise made. The pull back. Crazy guy able to open up that B side a bit, but Oreo not too far away. Now the TP to reinforce to G, already arriving, clear out of the recon. With no time remaining, they have to commit towards the side of the map. That's just going to be wild. Oreo shutting it down, got the glimpse, knows that Retla's going to be over at Lumber. There's a pop flash out. There's the finishing blow. 9-1. Secret just running away with this one.
Yeah, I mean, that was some snappy shooting from Wild Oreo. 10-7-6 in his debut. VCT Pacific. Looking really good. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
And we used to have to worry about this guy with his op.
We did. I'm starting to not.
We used to have doubts.
Yeah, I'm feeling.
Boy, are they being silenced.
I like not having doubts.
Yeah, what a glow up.
Yeah.
But across the season, I should say.
Yes.
It's not just here in this matchup.
I was worried, I'll be honest, I was worried about him at the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
And he's looked phenomenal.
Paranoia not going deep enough to hit Jesse Bash, but Darian's walking forward. Yeah, Stinger doesn't win these.
Unless you're Valen.
Unless you're Valen. They'll swing out, Oreo. I mean, they're just playing with such confidence. Go to the flash, re-steadies it. Crazy guy will find one.
Spike down B.
But that is about it. Flash again, sent in. Crazy guy sprays away. Does manage to find himself a second elimination, but 7 bullets left. Not going to be good enough to take down Envy. 3 players left. Cash cap on multiple. Team Secret looking to damn near replicate what we saw from DRX in map 1.
Yep. It's been one of those days, Achilleos. Just one of those days. Last time Jesse got shut down early. Oh, come on, man.
Just, yeah, we shrug off these pellets that you're shooting at me.
One enemy remaining.
Advice.
It's just like he's got that power armor on there. Just blocking bullets for him. I mean, it's been incredible. You really got to like what you see from Team Secret, but it's a whole lot of different stuff for them that's working well. Oh.
No. Nope.
I got excited.
Take flight.
I should have known better.
Even the Odin doesn't go through that many walls.
Yeah, that's true. Well, I thought he might get the first, get Jesse, but...
You should run.
All right, lockdown committed. No Hunter's Fury available.
What if he had a railgun?
It's just destroyed. I mean,
what if you did, like,
it's gone.
You ever seen a racer with Arnold Schwarzenegger?
No.
Oh, well then I can't. Never mind.
Defeated.
It's like that. Basically, you see through walls and you kill people. That's the premise of the movie.
Okay. Well, Oreo this time punished for the aggression. As well, Jeremy is okay. Decent opening volley here as Bleed try to get themselves a second round. It's all on 2GE. A 1v4 clutch.
Spike
to try and deny this victory away from Bleed. But no, they will have this one assured, but still such significant damage dealt here by Team Secret. It feels like the run back nigh unthinkable here for Bleed.
Yeah, I mean, look, yes, defender-sided map, for sure. But that's maybe a bit too much for Bleed to come back on, and this is their map pick, too. Certainly concerning. And for Team Secret, I mean, you've got to be thrilled with this start that they've had, with the changes they've made to the roster. They look very, very comfortable throughout that entire half, and it's good game planning. I mean, of course, Team Secret is generally a prep team, right? That's kind of what we'd always talk about. We'd be like, oh, yeah, sure, they come in with prep and they look great, but I mean, this is even better than normal, if I'm being completely honest. And, you know, Dummy taking over as the coach for Warbirds, a lot of question marks around that as well. Solid start. See if they can keep it up.
I think a lot more solid than we could have anticipated here for the team. Clearly utilizing their time, getting everybody ready. I mean, again, solid last round of the half.
Yeah.
This is kind of like how things were looking at the start.
Right.
They need a hell of a lot more of that.
Yeah, exactly.
Was what, 63% win rate on that defensive side, which, yes, that is very strong. That is a boon for Bleed coming into this. But A, they need to win the pistol.
Yeah.
B, they need to increase that win percentage to about 95.
Yes. It's got to be closer to 80. 63 is, 2 out of every 3 rounds, and that's not going to get you far enough. So, just really curious what this is going to look like for Team Secret. How their preparation looks in terms of, is it going to be really kind of aggressive? I mean, are you going to try to take sort of notes out of Gen G's playbook where you're sort of, you're taking it a little bit slow in the beginning of the map and then you just death ball up, out execute your opponents and then just storm your way through? Or are you going to spread the map a bit, but trying to crunch towards A? Contact here so important for Team Secret in this round because there's no other forces available.
I saw enough read, but Paranoia does go across and connect. But it's going to be Darian actually able to collect 2. Zest now pushing forward, does find Jeremy. Things are looking solid so far for Bleed in the pistol. The 4-2, Jesse Vash going to be cutting back across. Here's this movement. The spike not planted, 2G down to 54. Now dead as Darian finds himself a third.
Down A.
And it is all down to Jesse Vash and everything, every angle covered. Can't even try to pick up the ghost. It would make too much noise. Does get tapped down low. Now has it, but Retla there to go ahead and collect it. They have a solid Bleed. They get themselves a third.
Huge Paranoia from Scary. That was round over, basically, right there.
I was a little bit concerned when Zest got hit by it.
Yep.
But it's actually Darian pushing forward out of mid.
All according to plan. There was an attempt at a counter flash from Envy, but didn't matter. There was an extra angle.
And I'm back.
He's good. Only 4-11 the scoreline for Darian. Trying to get back in the groove, being the duelist. Very difficult position to be in. That corner.
Salt Oreo wants to try to re-challenge here, but it's going to be Retla this time. Covering. Double swing there onto the corner. 2G able to find one. Now Darian going to be taken down, but Crazy Guy
Not ready.
spotting him out. Had the reveal. Get the dart right there at Jesse's feet. 10-10-10 across the board, by the way.
Last player
Nice.
standing.
As Envy will fall. Jesse just going to stay tucked for now. Swings out and taken down. All right, Bleed. Getting the anti-eco. Fairly cleanly here. 2 players going to be lost. Can they continue? Can they get a bonus conversion? Is Darian now going to be adding an operator to the arsenal?
Wow. Yeah, going for that round 3 op.
Offered up there by Crazy Guy.
I mean, insane. Oh, he got 2 dinks in that, too.
Dragging across there.
Oh, my God. That's
Solid
absolutely
damage
nuts.
dealt.
Yeah.
Turret out.
But I mean, now immediately you look towards this op, and is Team Secret going to be ready for it? Are they expecting a round 3 op? What's going to be the plan behind that? So far, just no attention paid at all from the side of Team Secret. Okay, well.
Well, Darian saying, yep, I can do that too.
He's back.
It gets the headshot. Envy taken down. Just get forced away. This drone chasing forward here. Tucked back from Wild Oreo. Not getting noted. Just finds the turret. Retla taking some space. Oh, they want to clear this one out. Retla having to back away very swiftly. Fortunate to not actually take any damage.
Yeah, Wild Oreo heard those footsteps too. Good Paranoia.
Paranoia. I thought maybe go for the timing shot, but Darian just tucked back. Tries to go for the swing. Does not have a tailwind to try to get himself out of this position. So Oreo able to push forward. Finds that kill. Solid shot from Retla. Trades it back a little bit, but now he himself gone. A 3v3. Spike getting planted. Shock dart not lining up there for Jesse Vash. Bit more unorthodox of a plant position.
Scanning ahead.
I've got so much control.
Can't use that.
Getting fragment and shocks flying. Jeremy getting a bit of damage there.
Oh, the main control, though, wasn't held by Team Secret.
Turn for the flash. Jesse Vash finding one. Scary now around the back. Finds one. Swings out. The think there on the 2GE.
One enemy remaining.
Crazy Guy in with a shot, but needs to go quickly here. Some more damage found through the box. Bring her on the Rosie, and there you go. Headshot is going to be found. Bleed will convert the bonus. Operator should be recoverable. And they are now halfway to tying things up.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, I thought this was going to be a great round here for Team Secret. Steal the op away. They had a great plan there. Bought enough time expecting the reposition from Darian. Got the confirmation, immediately following up with a paranoia from 2GE to break things open, but they don't maintain main control. They give it up, and that costs them the round. You know, no one's watching that position. They're not anticipating that there's going to be a player swinging from behind, and it truly completely sets it awry.
Oh,
now they're feeling good now.
Yeah, starting to get picked up. 0 point, confirming the 2 players over here, but it's everyone from Secret ready to try to storm their way into this A site. Darian set up it over at Heaven. Playing in the corner, Op, ready to go. Cloudburst down, Tail wins the entry, up over the top. Jeremy gets himself here on Generator, then hear the drop down, and Cess is able to go ahead and take him down. From cleared out, Darian just shooting into the smoke, able to find one. This round very much getting away here from Team Secret. Jesse Bash is trying to go on an off timing, swing through that smoke, get a kill. Put Scary down to 2 HP, but cannot confirm it.
Yeah, this is all but done. I mean, there just wasn't any ability to have a follow-up behind the dash of Jeremy.
Shadows traveling.
And of course, the weaker weaponry doesn't help anything, but it's good protocols there from Bleed to stymie that hit, or cut the forces of Team Secret apart.
Spotted out. Cat Tree being watched here by Zest, ready for that entry to come through. Secret eventually going to have to make some kind of move. They need to get that death bonus.
30 seconds left.
The alarm, look at the alarm bot placement here from Retla, or the turret, excuse me.
Yeah, just a swing out, and there you go. Flawless fashion, Bleed. Continuing, not allowing for any sort of Thrifty to come through. Operator's still going to be held. And Cash now starting to get banked up here for Bleed.
Yeah, they're on a really nice run. Pretty important round for Team Secret, or else this is going to be really close, really fast. You've got to find some kind of value. I mean, Bleed at least was able to take away the bonus from Team Secret. Team Secret hasn't been able to do that. I'm looking really comfortable. Bleed certainly on pace to make this a much closer map than maybe you anticipated, given how that first half went. Hunter's Fury for Jesse. Out with this op, oh my god.
Really aggressive. He made some noise. They heard him stomping around, so everybody just sat back for now.
He wanted that quick hit. Didn't find it. Didn't want to risk that operator just yet. So repeat positioning for him back towards the alley of B. Crazy guy.
Mid, trying to check. Nothing going to be seen though.
Yeah, nothing to be found.
Smoke's dissipating. Darian starting to push forward. Dangerous position to be in. Can he connect the shot? Sees it. Jeremy gone. Distracted by the recon. Fantastic peak timing. Flash up over the top. Crazy guy. Catching the lion's share of that one. It's TP2GE. I mean, he just TP's in right alongside Switch. There's a market is going to be locked off by that smoke. So he gets in for free. Swing in now towards the site. Retla trying to hold things down. Zest going to fall. Takes one with him. Envy on the floor, but now 3v3. The push forward. Retla finding one, spotting the other two. But eventually it's going to be flushed out.
Left.
That can now come in. Both site committed. The spray is good. That's going to be the spike now on the floor. Jesse Vash inching forward, trying to take the fight over towards them. He's seeing nothing. He's running out of time. Recon sent. Works his way back over here at the ping, coming across. Tries to decide where he wants to go for the plant, but he's just being delayed. He's got to try to stick to this one, but he just cannot make it happen. Bleed. Play that beautifully at the end. Yeah. And they continue. Now 5 rounds consecutively.
I mean, those recon darts from Crazy Guy that round were so
up to the
good.
name.
So good. Yeah. Well, the first one to set up Darian, and then the second one to just buy even more time, makes it bounce around a bunch. I mean, huge stuff. Retla doing his best in boats. The paranoia connects on him, but they're not able to get to him to really do any damage before it wears off. And they're just looking good. So yeah, it has to be a timeout from Team Secret. I mean, Bleed, like, you had to be a little worried after the first half, but now you're not.
I'd say both teams, taking a bit longer than I might have anticipated to be calling these timeouts. I mean, granted, yes, Secret, you do have a very significant lead, but 5 rounds consecutively, letting these get away from you. The intervention, if this timeout doesn't work, things become that much more terrifying for them.
Yeah,
all things considered, it's been a very solid run back thus far here for Bleed.
For sure. have to be really impressed with their resilience after what looked like it was going to be a blowout of a map. They're right back in it. They've got some ults to play with. You know, the buy has to be a bit scuffed for the side of Team Secret. A Bulldog for 2GE, Jeremy with that hero rifle, Jesse gonna upgrade to the Stinger.
One off the lockdown, so Oreo will get that one online pretty much regardless of how this round plays out.
Just see what they want to do. Only gonna catch 2GE with the knife. That's kind of a little bit of a bait. You know, a lot of times the omens are gonna be part of the execute if there's gonna be a fast hit, especially with that paranoia, so trying to see if they can keep an extra player stuck over on the other side, and it's working.
Here's the question, though. Scary, I don't think he's necessarily gone noted at this forward position. He's up on top of bricks.
No, they have no idea.
He's kept playing this spot, and this is something that we don't see too much these days. Do they read this? Fragment for now. Drone going to be sent, cleared. Damage, I mean, it's a mess. Undisputed finds Envy. Scary, able to pick off Jeremy. Quick jump over the top, boarding these tags. Jesse Bash trying to fish him out, but can't get anything. And once again, a bit of deja vu here, is they're just going to be held at bay over here at A main. Scary finds himself another. Darian gets Oreo, and that's going to be another flawless. Scary picks up 3, and Bleed are now just 2 rounds away from tying things up.
Yeah, I mean, it's just positioning like that your teammates or your team isn't really aware of. In terms of Team Secret being aware of it, it just completely wrecks the round. That's all there is to it. That one position really just shuts it all down.
Oh, try again.
Try again. Go again. Try to find that perfect angle so it sits up on top of that ledge. But, I mean, Wild Oreo, he's got his ult. Let's see if they can find some value with it. There is no Hunter's Fury to directly counter it. They're just going to try to go for a hit. Are they going to be ready for Scary and Wine?
Not sure, but Darian checking up above. Peeks in, finds one, has to tailwind out, but now Scary strikes. Finds it, Spike here on the floor. Jeremy committed forward here into the site. Scary, another 3-piece, another flawless. And another just drain of Secret's economy.
It's unbelievable. At every twist and turn, they make a little bit of an adjustment, a little bit of a counter position, and Team Secret just not ready for it at all. They don't clear that angle. They don't clear Wine. You know, it's just, you got to anticipate, I guess, in some ways that, you know, Scary's going to be trying to find these angles, trying to find these spots.
And, I mean, this is the Scary that was promised, the one that was expected at the start of this year.
Yes.
And now he is finding that impact. Very slow start from everybody, but they're roaring their way back into this game. Shoulder going to be spotted there by Darian. Smoke, blooming the shot, going to go wide. Doesn't manage to find that one as the paranoia crashes across. Jeremy pushing forward, trying to play anti here, but now the shots open up. Sass collecting 2. Darian with a repeat, gives himself a second as he falls. It's all on 2GE. Finds himself a 3rd. And my God, what a position to be in.
No way.
Taps the door, the swing back, out the window, broken. Draws down and he just can't get there fast enough. We're tied up at 10-10. They can't get to the operator. It doesn't matter. They have all the money in the world.
Yeah, who cares? I mean, of course you'd like to have it, but I thought for a minute there, Achilles, the 2GE was going to ace clutch. I mean,
there was, yeah.
It was in the cards, and then just the timing. Just wasn't expecting that last player to come from that window so fast. Oh my God.
I mean, not wanting to send the timeout here.
Yep.
Just trying to see what happens. I mean, this ult's abound at the moment here for the side of Team Secret. Crucially, lockdown, null command also there for Bleed.
Take flight.
Well, the drones are gonna share a part towards mid, and
that's still value found here.
Yep, huge.
There's Jeremy spotted out, forced back. Tailwind burnt. An updraft gone.
Well, look at how deep this is from Bleed. They are playing retake B the whole way. Like, they are just totally fine with kind of bullying Team Secret into this position.
Oh, Shock Dart gets value.
It's huge.
Oreo down to 50. Envy as well, taking a nasty hit. Lockdown invested. Does that one need more tags? Looks like the answer is going to be no. For now, Crazy Guy just spamming across, but time is whittling, and he's still rewarded with a kill. He finds one. Trying to backpedal, there's no one there to try to cover him here in market. Jeremy, does he actually pursue forward for this one? The counter swing available, swings in, finds it, but he cannot get away.
Spike planted.
Zest to equalize. Man advantage now, very much expounded upon. As Bleed look to run this back. Lockdown available, should they even feel the need to use it here. In 4v2, no command will come out first and foremost. Drop down, kill found, Scary, dead. Now it's Arion versus Envy. Noise made, spotted, takes him even lower. Ooh. Envy still suppressed here. Arion getting in onto the spike. The fragment going to be coming through, can hold that one to half. As Zest bleeds out. Oh, he's whipped! He's absolutely whipped it! He doesn't realize! And nor did I! But Darian just sticks to the fuse. And Bleed move up to 11. They have the lead somehow.
What am I watching? This is absolute madness. I mean, from the get-go, this entire strategy for Bleed is to avoid the lockdown, and it works pretty darn well. They do a ton of damage with those shock darts, and with the Odin, it just bounces just a bit too far.
I cannot believe that Darian doesn't have the biggest, wryest grin on his face as he sees that fragment hit the floor. Unbelievable. Bleed now. 9 consecutive rounds and in the lead. Secret, their last timeout now called. As this is insanity.
Yeah, this is madness. No doubt about it. What a start to this match. It just looked like it was going to be another one of those maps that we saw with DRX earlier where they sort of blew the other team out of the water, but Bleed has something to say about it. I mean, the defensive protocols here, even better than Team Secret's. And the game planning around it, so smart. So you can see having Crazy Guy back in there, really working a treat on this defensive side, really reading his opponent's tendencies very, very nicely. Now Retla has a lockdown. Jeremy has the Blade Storm, so you can get essentially a bye, but I mean, Team Secret has to dial up something special because they have been thwarted at every twist and turn.
Get out of my way.
And there goes that Blade Storm, the knife to check. He's going to check that right side corner to make sure Scary's not over there in one fashion or another. This time around, he's on the other side of the map, but does have his ult. It's definitely something you have to be aware of when Scary's on the map. That man has phenomenal timing, phenomenal senses, but for whatever reason, Team Secret reconsidering the other side, and it's just a drone to check, no info gained, so neither team really knowing a lot, but could be Defender's advantage now. Team Secret saying, okay, well, we're being given a little bit of extra space. Let's consider the other side.
Tree.
Yeah.
Rio on the swing, dead. Darian just holding such a narrow angle, able to find that kill. Recon forward, 0 point set, catches a couple. Jeremy for now holding onto the knives. The fragment forces Retla back. They make their way forward here into the site. But Jesse Bash on the opposite side, taken down, just trying to go on a late lurk and absolutely punished. Now the lockdown in play. Jeremy spammed through the smoke, down to 26. Waiting for a moment, waiting for a timing, he finds it! Pushes up, Crazy Guy, somehow staying alive. Now Zest arrives, and that's the cleanup, that's the defuse, that's Bleed, getting themselves up to map point.
I mean, this has just been amazing. Truly astounding. The resilience from Bleed here to just keep shutting them down.
Match point.
I'm thoroughly impressed.
No, I mean, it's impeccable.
Yeah.
Perseverance here from the side of Bleed to get themselves to this point. I mean, not dropping anything here on this defender's side. We said 63%. It's not going to be enough. They're going for 100. They're going for absolute perfection, not dropping a single round on this half.
It's well beyond their average. I mean, that's for sure.
And Secret need to get this win, and they need to make it happen cleanly because their money still in shambles.
Yep. It has not been easy. Are we doing a tiles crunch there? No? Okay.
Flash the ping reveal, and that's going to be Jesse Bash taken down. Crazy Guy finds his pound of flesh. Shock Dart not going to connect, but it might not matter. Starion, once again, creeping back, creeping forward.
The flash to set up the Sova. I mean, the layers to this utility for Bleed on this defender side are so good. So good. And Crazy Guy in particular, the way they're working off of his util has been truly impressive. I mean, what ideas that they're bringing to this map. And they are, I mean, it has to just be so heartbreaking as Team Secret. I mean, gonna be tough for them.
Oh, yeah.
Going on to Sunset.
I mean, we talked about rebounds.
Yeah.
You know, 0-13, that's one thing, brushing that off. To go up 10-2.
This is way worse.
And then have a run back.
Yeah.
That is going to be a difficult recovery. Unless they can try to keep themselves in it here with a round win. Running out of bullets, and okay. A random straight headshot. Wow, Oreo able to find the kill to try to equalize. Laurenbach going to be taken down as Retla continuing to play forward. Here's that switch hit, tries to push forward, but Oreo ready for it. Picks him off, man advantage. The spike plant here for the side of Secret. For now, still very much in this map. They're going to swarm over the top to try and delay. The door is still not broken. Double approach in from tree. Smoke comes down, cutting off main, but everybody here within the site. Darian going to be spotted, but not punished. Paranoia catching him. As Oreo will get flushed out. Switch now opened up. Envy stuck here. And main, Jeremy dead. A 2v2, the drop down, the up. Swinging around, spots him. Darian gets the wall bang shot. It's on Envy, and he cannot make it happen. The defuse coming through and Bleed complete the ultimate run back. 2-10 at the half. Team Secret cannot pick up the map win.
I mean, you just have to love what you're seeing from Bleed here today. That is an incredible run back. That is incredible tenacity that they showed.
We're going to pass it now back over to the analyst desk to break down all the action. I have to ask a question. Any of you guys know the Heimlich maneuver?
Do you guys know what that?
Yes.
All right. Yeah, cool.
Thankfully, we don't need to use it here on the desk.
Yeah.
Whatever, the choking's happening on stage. So.
Woo! Anyway, Bleed doing something none of us thought was going to happen today. On Ascend, on their map pick, taking that 2-10 scoreline at halftime and completely reversing it in a very convincing, dominant fashion. Just when we're like, oh, Bleed has not figured it out. We were wrong.
Yeah,
we were wrong.
I mean, first of all, like the first half, we're like, wow, Jeremy, like super on point. Wow, the Oreo looks really crispy. And then it just flips entirely on its head. And I think this is a good reminder of why it's important to win the rounds you're supposed to, right? Like your first buy round, like that one round puts Bleed on the board in the first half. Then they get the last round of the half, and that's all they needed.
That is really it. I mean, those were the little factors that really gave them that tie-up. And once they saw that they could really, center out this entire defensive side, they got that confidence. And then you can see how they move across the map. They're spraying down all the way from A short into tiles with an Odin, and it works. It's a lot of confidence.
Oh, yeah. I want to talk about how this team has been playing Bleed in the second half. But in the first half, Wild Oreo, I feel like he was a good recruit.
Pretty sharp. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. And I think it definitely takes a lot of pressure off of the likes of Envy and Jeremy on feeling the need to go out and get frags, because you still have the second line that is going to put up similar frags that you're used to putting up in your own highlights.
Yeah, it's exceptionally true. I mean, Team Secret, that's one of the things that, gives them a little bit more flexibility, and we saw that in the first half. But I think that the main thing best to be said, this second half really shows how Bleed operates. They're an incredibly tactical team, incredibly defensive, and once they have their grip over a lot of these parts of the map, it's that much more difficult for Team Secret to break through. I mean, it's not just a one-man show this time. You had Darren popping off with the operator. You had moments where, I guess Zest was coming up as well. Crazy Guy with the Odin at times, and of course, Scary doing his thing. It's just, there's so much coming into value.
Yeah, it really feels like they individually feel a lot more comfortable, right?
Yeah.
In their roles, the new roles some of them have taken up, things like that. And also, now it's starting to look like the old Bleed, where it was the defense that they were always strong at, even when they were going through Ascension, where they were able to play a default and then start to get the reads, spam down some smokes, dwindle the numbers, and then play to their strengths, whether it's a retake, whether it's just getting ready for the set play, things like that. Also having a hard read on Secret being similar in certain ways, right? They're not one to work the map a lot on their attack. So we see rounds like that where Crazy Guy just holds it, even when the lockdown's coming in, knowing that you have to commit to this. This is what you do. You commit to a set play. I'm going to dwindle you down.
What I really like too is the ability for Scary to be able to step up again. Now that he's freed from that IGL role, I think this has made a huge difference in not only that, how this team communicates as a whole.
You can really see some of these rounds. Like, first of all, phenomenal controller. Those scary smokes, like trademark scary smokes, you're starting to see them again. Because at some points I was noticing, like, okay, there's a gap in this smoke, but I realized it's intentional because he wants that little bit of space to maybe invite his opponents in, or he's going to work his way around that, and it's incredibly strong. Apart from that, there's that little bit of more synergy with his teammates as well. He's able to kind of hold angles or just create a little bit of a tension and allow for Crazy Guy to go in for the swing, and that's the bleed that we've been wanting to see.
Yeah, I mean, he's trading places. Of course, the Operas on both sides, absolutely sharp today, but Scary kind of trading places with Crazy Guy every now and then, or going for, kind of these trades along with Zest, where one of them's going for the anti-flash, things like that. I mean, whatever it's taking, whether it's the comfort or whatnot, the comms seem to be a lot cleaner on this Bleed. Now, granted, let's not forget, it was the same for Secret in the first half, right? I mean, Bleed could barely break through, which is why some of us were kind of losing hope in the first half. But the fact that you can bunker down, get 11 rounds in a row in the second half, deny any sort of hope to Team Secret, even with clutches like that, really holding the defuse, it's just the mental game, staying on top of it. Absolute props and credit to Bleed.
That's the most insane thing. Like, 10-2 comeback is not a small feat. The fact that they managed to do that on top of the pressure from like Stage 1's performance, they completely shook that off. And, they might have even shaken up the server. While Laurie was trying, like that last round, he got some insane shots through smokes. He was trying to read some of those mind games, but it wasn't enough because Bleed was truly back in fashion.
Turning that around also on a map like Ascent is very difficult. A map that's just as old as time, to be able to turn it around that way is just phenomenal. Now, we are going to be going to Sunset for the second map with Team Secret. Any initial thoughts?
Yeah, I think this is now where we do need to remember that Ascent was Bleed's pick, right? So the fact that you had to have the most miraculous comeback to make that a win, maybe we should temper our expectations going to Sunset, because this is one that Secret has been cooking all Stage 1, right? They were able to get some big wins on this map, and they're gonna look comfortable. You've still got Jeremy on things like the Raze. Whereas for Bleed, okay, Darion, your Jet, it was good even in Stage 1. Your opping, still phenomenal. But what can you do on a duelist that needs to be a little bit more mobile, right? Create a little bit more space rather than just getting frags.
That's very true. I mean, is he gonna be able to show us that flexibility as as a Raze or something? And that's the thing for Bleed, right? Ascent, it was a really strong comeback onto Ascent. Have they done that prep? How good are they going to look? And what agents are they even going to play? Because this is something that, they don't show too often.
Now, I have another question for you guys. Do you think we're going to see more Hunter's Furies or Thrashes? Because that's the guess and gain question for the second match. This is assuming that they're playing the same agents that they usually play on Sunset. Maybe it's going to be something
I mean,
else.
it could be different, yeah, but it's still the same players, right? So it's who uses more ultimates, Jesse Vash or Zest. Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. Well, the audience, the wingmans, the little wingmans out there has picked Zest. All right. I have my answer.
This is
It's tough, but I have my answer. We could be G ranking.
I'm not going to think too much.
They're going to show us the initiator hold points. Okay, I like it. I am a big fan of this.
Interesting.
All right.
Whoever's playing Gecko.
I got my answer.
All right.
Whoever's playing Gecko, it's not that team that you wrote.
Maybe not, but I do believe it's going to be.
I got Jesse Vash as well.
I got Uncle Jesse.
Yep.
Uncle Jesse. Okay, why do you guys pick that? Despite seeing Zest, who did play Gecko on it last time, less ult points required. Zest is Zest is pretty monstrous. So why are you guys picking?
First of all, I feel like Zest is going to play the KO again. It seems like that's going to be the role he's picking up, right? He's already yielded the Silva. Now, it could go both ways. I could see a world where Bleed's playing the Silva again because Crazy Guy is a great Silva player. That changes things a bit. However, Jesse is very proactive with his ultimates. Whereas if you're the KO, your null command, it's going to have certain scenarios. It's either retakes or executes, right? You're not going to use it too much proactively. So I got to give a slight edge to Jesse.
How do you feel?
That's pretty much what it is, right? Jesse Vash, the fact that Team Secret performs, a little bit better, or they have preparations made on this map specifically, I feel, just because of the way the question is phrased, Team Secret seems to be the one to pull off more ultimates.
Yeah, it's hard to say though. It's like Jesse Vash would definitely get more kills with his ultimates, and I think that's what stands out in our heads because he never misses his ults. His Hunter's Fury is always like furying through other players. He's so good. He's just so good at it. But who knows? You never know with the guessing game.
I feel like it's going to end up being a tie suddenly. I just have this sinking feeling.
I have that sinking feeling too because whenever. I feel like
today
we're just going to D-rank. Yeah, I just feel like it's a sinking ship for us.
This time we're different from the viewers, right? Wingman voted for
you're
Zest.
right.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, I should have stuck with Wingman.
Us versus you.
All right, it's a new stage. New stage, new you. I don't know how this is going to go. In fact, let's talk about those agent picks for Sunset. Again, they had a couple weeks to rework this. Do you think they're going to rework it? I think Bleed probably almost certainly will.
I think Bleed does, and I wouldn't be surprised if they bring out the Ascent comp, right? That Gen G was using as well, right? To kind of play to your strengths, okay? You still get the Sova, you still have the Cypher on the Sentinel, you still have the Jet as well for Darion. So I wouldn't be surprised.
Pretty similar.
Okay, so they are going to stick with the Raze, which I do think is better than sticking with the Jet.
Sova being stuck in as well, and that really works out for this team, which, clearly we can see how strongly you use a composition like this. Zest with that KO as well. Only difference being Retla onto the Cypher, which, on Sunset, you want those trips. Meanwhile, for Team Secret, my question is, of course, we're expecting greatness out of Envy, Jeremy, Jesse Vash. They're all there. Wild Oreo has been pretty good as well. He's been pretty sharp in that first half on Ascent. What I want to see is how well can they really fit into the entire roster. 2GE has been a little bit quiet for my liking.
And I do know we've got our streamers on both sides, Maggie, Carp, and Razzie Banks facing off on opposite teams today as well. Let's go over to our casters for the second map of this match.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, here we go. Secret needing to try to bounce back after a devastating loss on the opening map. The cope, however, for Secret, it was Bleed's map pick. This is your Sunset.
Yeah.
They have looked incredible on this map.
Yes.
Some of the masterclass performances that we have had from Team Secret during Stage 1 happened on this very map. Changes on both sides, though. No geckos to be seen. We'll see if that changes things here for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's a map they went 4-2 on. They beat ZETA, they beat Paper X, they beat DFM, they beat Talent. They lost to DRX in T1, so they're very, very solid on this map. But if you want more cope, they're on the defender side to start. So looking to get a big lead again and hopefully be able to maintain it this time. Our Team Secret, this is again usually the side of the map where they're doing their damage.
Right. And we did see, a big part of things for them on this map was, NDG just being able to hold down this B site.
Yeah.
While Oreo, a very solid start for him. The loss, aside, still was looking good. So we'll see if he can replicate that level of dominance to really lock down this site. For now, though, Trapwire going to be cleared out. Plant getting ready to come through. There's a couple pot shots through the smoke. No contact going to be found, however. Fault line at the ready, but Crazy Guy for the final one. Jesse Vash going to be taken down. Shells at the ready. Darion just waiting until he hears something and gets word here from Scary. Has spotted out on one. Paint Shells going to be exchanged. Paranoia as well flying through. Minor amount of damage found here by Scary, but now the push forward. Darion going to be good for one. The push out of the smoke. The right click. And that is going to be damn near flawless here for Bleed as they get themselves the pistol.
Yeah, this looks great. I mean, trying to play retake is Team Secret, but it's just completely dealt with by Bleed. Getting those early man advantages. And frankly, didn't even feel like they needed them as that round drawed down. Great stuff from Crazy Guy. Retla looking strong. Darion finally feeling comfortable again on that duelist role.
Wait, I'm finding Ghost. Nice.
I'm finding the Ghost. Okay, he's ready. Okay, now he's ready for the fist bump. Important to find that Ghost. That's a free gun over to one of your other players.
As much firepower as you can get.
Yep.
Your point checking close, nothing going to be noted there. But Scary is just spamming across, and Jeremy's dead.
The man's gifted.
Was it Smoke committed to try to grab the orb? Try to fast track those showstoppers that we see how ever important they are, but cannot make it happen. But it turns back. It notes him. Oreo now backpedaling, Shorty in hand, just trying to get himself out to safety. Paranoia hitting across. He's going to be taken down. Shorty value not going to be found. Jesse Bash quickly dealt with. Clean up. Swift. This time it is a flawless. That's a 2-0 start here for Bleed.
They look really clean today. Just seemed like it took them a half to kind of find that confidence that they were showing so well on their run to make it to VCT Pacific. That's just Scary being scary. So good though is the coordination right now for Bleed. And it seems like they're really just kind of feeling it in a big important round for Team Secret. I mean, again, like Chobra was talking about on the desk, you know, got to win those rounds you're supposed to win. Certainly here with Envy in the corner, kind of waiting, playing off that cam potentially. Decent shock dart catches Jeremy for a smidge of damage. Boombot cleared, keep Jeremy's position kind of hidden as best as they can. Crazy guy
gotta be careful though. If they set the fault line, I thought maybe Jeremy would just go blast packing off the back, but they don't know how many other people would be reinforcing this position, so think better of it.
Yeah, you're waiting for a little bit more info. That's wise of Team Secret, but over to the other side of the map, catching Crazy Guy in transition, but that's a lot of info, and immediately almost everybody is going through, and good opening kill for 2GE.
Yeah, flush needed. Dart now out, quick cleared. Darren still able to find one. Jesse puts him down. Counter Paranoia across, but man advantage here for the side of Team Secret. Spike wraps around through alley, gets himself ready to be planted, but already Secret quick on the pivot. They get themselves in position. Spam looking for some damage. Wild Warrior going to be taken out of one. Scary checking out. Puts backside, finds himself one. Jesse now with 3. Scary the last one alive. Tap on the spike, retap. Jeremy low on health. There's the headshot and there's the cleanup. Scary. Red Bull clutch the 3-piece. The bonus conversion to get Bleed 3 and 0.
Oh, he is so back. He is so back. Oh, Scary. The clutch master. Getting it done again. Uses that fake TP. Not that it really mattered too much. They were checking both angles. Jesse had a whale of a round here, got 3 kills. But even with the aim punch there, Scary's still able to get the shots down in time. And now Darion has a showstopper to make matters worse here for Team Secret. Yeah, some sheriffs and a stinger. But this is already...
And right now, Secret, I mean, they continue to try to gamble on one side of the map.
Yeah.
But it's not going their way. Jump forward. Crazy Guy already able to find one. Wild Wario with a nice sheriff shot will put him down, but then the spam across, and Zest is able to find the kill. Sight wide open. The push forward, and Jeremy not ready for this one, but Redla cannot confirm the kill quite just yet, but spots the feed, just utilizing that smoke against him. Cleans that up. Now both players flushed in towards market. Redla trying to tighten the noose here. Turn for the flash, the swing out, the headshot, looking for the other. He will have it. Neural Theft now online. Bleed up 4-0.
Oh, this is very, very frightening now for Team Secret. You're one away from a Hunter's Fury, but the big impactful ult's in Bleed's hand. If they can find that opener with that showstopper, get the Neural Theft, get a plant down.
All right.
That's definitely a stew going right there. Unbelievable. I mean, they look so good right now. So aware. The utility placement is really good. I'm very impressed. Jeremy does have that op. Jesse going to be the one in mid, though. No operator there. Smoked off by Scary. Seeing if they can go fishing a bit. But that's going to give mid control over towards Bleed. See how they want to work this. If they're just going to try to collapse in towards mid. Crazy wants to check for the cam. Going to spot it with the first dart.
Notes that, clears it out. Nothing else to be found. Spike picked up, and they are going to start working their way in towards B. Drone check from Jesse. Not going deep enough to see anything.
And you have no idea right now, as Team Secret, what exactly is going on with Bleed. I mean, Jeremy knows there's a player back there, though.
Swing out the op shot. Going wide this time around is Darian on the entry, caught up by that showstopper. Jeremy on the repeat, able to find one. He shells out from Darian, trying to create some space, but Valorio able to find that shot, finds that kill. The repeat, and Jeremy gets himself a second. Looks for a little bit more, caught with a paint shell in hand, but it's just full flashed up. Scary, unable to find that damage. Just a singular kill, a Secret will finally get themselves here on the board.
Yeah, there's that. Cypher util really working a treat. Just ran right into it. It's deep enough that it catches Darian. And he can't find any value with that showstopper, and then it's an immediate spam of util to lock him down. Oh, catches the feet there. That one way as well from Oreo. Great stuff from him on that Cypher. Love to see it. There's nothing Bleed could do at that point. They got shut out of that round. It's a great bounce back, and now it's Team Secret's turn to have some big ults in play. That showstopper in the Hunter's Fury. You do have the null command and neural theft still for Bleed, but trying to find these trap wires, and they're on the other side, actually. It's going to be cleared. Paranoia to try to delay, but Darian already making his way onto the site.
Hunter's Fury from Jesse. Fishing for a kill. Checking out the minigame. There's the first one used. Zest, however, null command online could just end up matching here in this round to try to stop the take from coming through. 2G trying to lurk around the back. Gives way over in towards main, perhaps.
Now look where Retla is, though. He's ready.
Okay, there you go. Zest now pulling the trigger. That's crucial timing. Showstopper is available for Jeremy, but now he cannot pull that one through. Scary on for two. Zest finds himself third. Shot will put Zest down on the floor, but he is going to be resible. He anticipates the peek in through market, finds that shot.
There's no time.
Yeah, it's dwindling. Doesn't want to have to commit the ult here. Rez coming in, Cyber Cage to try to cover. Jeremy had that pot shot, but doesn't nearly end up dying for it. Can they actually get out of this one is the question. Is Scary? Nope, not going to be deep enough. They both will fall. So end up losing a couple extra weapons because they double back to pick up Zest.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, I like the leave no man behind kind of idea there. I'm about that. I'm a team player. I'd be that guy too.
Sometimes you got to make sacrifices to win maps.
Yeah. I mean, just think if you get away with that, though. The extra value you get, huge. Crossfire out of market, brilliant from Bleed. I mean, Zest having a whale of a time on this KO. I was a little bit, not concerned, but just curious, I guess would be the right way to put it, about how it would look for him, and he's looked phenomenal.
Yeah. Overall so far, quite solid. Cleared on the recons. This crazy guy just looking to try to displace some of these trap wires. Little diagonal one set up here.
Yeah.
That's something we see every day.
No.
Cage triggered.
Looks like one of those like wires that holds up a power line. You know what I mean?
Like a bridge suspension cable.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. Can it hold up the site, though, is the real question.
Let's see if they end up drifting into this one, because for now, Bleed are working their way over towards that side of the map.
That's like one, though, that like they could just like walk under.
Yeah, they just don't even realize it.
Yeah.
Crossfire here.
Oh, my God.
Drone checking, paint shells lobbed in. There you go. Oh, gets his catch. And that's going to be the kill. Very nicely, meticulously placed here from Wild Oreo. Shuts down the entry.
Oh, my God.
Hang out, though. Flash in. Jesse Bash has to pull back with 2G, able to find one. Crazy guy answers back, finds that enemy omen. Scary. Plays off the back of his own paranoia. Hounding down Secret's IGL.
30 seconds.
Jump up over the top. In P. Oh, can't get both of them. Retla, though, however, now last man standing. Ult left available. Does he want to invest it? Now, though, Spike just going to be picked up. Oh, catch a glimpse of each other. That coming in. Paint shells not going to go deep enough to dissuade. Boombot trying to lead the way. Jeremy with the off shot will be able to finish it off. Team Secret find their second round win.
Yeah. Good patience there, but again, it's Bleed running into that Cypher utility that's really giving them fits. That's kind of shutting down these rounds before they can really get rolling. Scary, trying to do what he can. But Envy able to jump up on the box and catch him when he's not looking. I mean, you're just screwed and you know it.
Yep.
Like, he just, like, and then the spot on the camera as well.
Frodo falling into Shelob's web. There's no Samwise to save you there.
Yeah. I'm just really curious now for Bleed. Still have that showstopper for Jeremy. You have the Rolling Thunder for Envy. And I was going to say, you want to start thinking about A. But here we oh my god.
Oh, another solid shutdown. Hunter's Fury getting a tag, and Crazy Guy bumps the kill, shows up over the top, and as he lands, Zest swings in, and Crazy Guy collects 2. Monstrous Hunter's Fury from him. Jesse eventually able to find the shot.
Spike down A.
Drops the spike, but now he's pinged out.
Last
Sat here in the back, Wild Oreo dead. That'll be the cleanup. Bleed up to 6.
If that window rocket had worked, oh my. But the Hunter's Fury from
Would have
Crazy...
made the round.
Yeah, it would have been the round. Hunter's Fury from Crazy Guy, though, gets 2 in that round. Not exactly sure. Oh my, he catches them both out in elbow. Insane. And then Zest just kind of strolls into the site, wrongly assuming that it was empty. But that's okay, because the numbers advantage was firmly in their favor. No Rolling Thunder used, and it's an eco for Team Secret, so they can't really get much of an economy going. And this Bleed squad is really on one today.
Destroyed.
I'm trying to recall it before the dart connects, but solid lineup.
Tripwire destroyed.
As there's the push-up coming through, and snappy is Retla. Picks up a second. Jeremy tagged down to 50. Curious to see if they've juggled the weapon away. Or if that is going to, in fact, be recoverable, but it doesn't matter. He's already cut tail. He's moving his way over in towards Market. Boombot, quick clear on that one, trying to keep Envy's position. Bit of a secret swing out. Headshot, it's going to be solid. Paranoia, however, crashing across the perfect timing. Stopping him from finding more. Fragment now into the corner. Jesse Bash forced outward, but still comes up with a kill. Jeremy around the back! Just painting an outline around Scary, who now TP's out to safety. No util available, except for the recon that has just come up. Jesse Bash is going to be blind swinging in, finds the headshot. He's got everything to do. Crazy Guy faces in, and Jesse Bash stands his ground. Oh, a 3K clutch to get Secret their 3rd round win.
And that's going to be Hunter's Fury for Jesse as well.
My ult is ready.
Absolutely bonkers stuff from Jesse. I mean, that looked like that round had Bleed written all over it, but they get a little bit lost in the sauce there.
Act on my intel.
Crazy Guy not quite able to cover Scary's back. I mean, the fact that he gets that kill is insane, but kind of sends the round awry.
I mean, but it didn't need to be that close.
No.
Jeremy just not able to nail it down, but Jesse Bash sparing his team some blushes, and overall, it's a very solid round to win, considering that, you know, half investment regarding the Sheriffs that they had in play to be able to close this out and give themselves a 3rd. It's gonna give them a bit of momentum.
Man, that is some great shooting from Jesse.
Well, an immense amount of ults. Bank finally broken. As Hunter's Fury opened up, tag on a 1. Crazy Guy splitting back the opposite way. Delays it, but cannot find the kill. Crazy Guy is gonna be sat now at 45.
Is he going to see anything? I don't know if he saw Retla. No.
Oh.
Retla's behind tiles.
Single pulse of an aftershock. Good enough to kill.
Is that our 3rd aftershock kill of the day?
That it is.
That is a lot of aftershock kills. You're lucky if you see one in a match.
Cover going out.
I think the Buzz one was definitely the most puzzling.
Yeah. That one definitely left me a bit perplexed.
Checking wants to try to clear out the cam.
Yep.
Works his way out beneath it.
Okay. Good start. Now you're going to have to clear that trapwire. That's the thing that really concerns me. Because that's caused Bleed a few problems. A few rounds have been essentially lost to Wild Oreo's utility. Smoke to cover. Scary ready for those paranoias. He's been great with those paranoias, I'll say that.
Sends it. Showstopper now through, but Paranoia not really connecting on anybody. Sends it over towards Boba. Target not going to be found on Retla. Okay, here's the door being shut. Still eyes trained over towards mid. Darian waiting down below. Is able to find that kill on Bash now. Scary cleaning up 2. Wild Oreo and Envy both going to get picked to pieces, and Retla on the backstab angle sees 2 GE. The rest of the team making their exit. Finds the kill. Jeremy will be able to find the headshot. The line share of his util dumped. The fragment now in play. Likely the call to save has been made. Yep, we'll just rotate out, keep himself alive. Bleed, however, get themselves now up to 7-round wins.
Yeah, they're just doing a great job, and Scary again. So nasty. The way that he's holding down some of these angles, that market angle that he dealt with. 2 kills, 2 big kills to break that open. And then set up that extra little bit of timing there for Retla. Retla just watches that door close and goes, oh, okay. You want to cut off that angle? That's fine. I'll find another. And man, I mean, Bleed is so impressive. Really finding their footing. The drone spot. Oh, that's why.
That's smart.
Yeah. It's a nice aftershock from Envy.
One enemy remaining.
By the time he realized it was already far too late.
Moments before disaster.
Well, timeout now called. 2 more rounds to be played here in this half. Secret desperately needing to get those.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is concerning for Team Secret. Again, this is the side of the map where they were mostly really good. In Stage 1, they were really shutting out some of the best teams in Pacific. In a matter of, just stabilizing here, because already Bleed is going to come out on the better end of this half no matter what. Just a matter of, can you find those last 2 rounds and make it respectable, and then have a lot more impact on that attacker side than you did on Ascent, because literally they found 0. And you're still sitting on this Rolling Thunder for Envy. That's another thing that's kind of got me, that's got my eyebrows raised a little bit, Achilleos, is that it's been there for quite some time.
I mean, it's got picked to pieces in the last round.
Yeah.
See if it comes into play here. 2 more rounds. We've played out that Neural Theft also online for Wild Oreo. For our minigame enjoyers, 2-1 thus far. But Zest could just tie it up, as there's the null command online.
There.
I would have gone for tie, I think.
That's probably what I would have done too.
Yeah.
For now, slow approach. Clear out on the cam. Drone to go ahead and try to check out the site, as Jeremy will be noted up above here on Market. Has to drop down. Shock dart in, clears out that trap wire. The Bleed. Sufficient with the, happy with the poking and prodding, seemingly. They start working their way over towards A.
Well, you've been going B a lot, so if you can keep conditioning Team Secret that you're going to go that direction and then really mess with their minds, scary, no problem.
Yep, quick TP. Gets out the safety. Get the fault line out as Dart trying to track that one. As trap wire connects, Jesse Bash trying to challenge here on that corner. Jeremy, in the meantime, pushing forward, finds Zest, shuts it down. Jesse Bash coming up with 2. Jeremy sat within the cyber cage. Retla seemingly reading this, is ready for the push out, finds that punish, but he cannot rescue his teammate. Looks for a little bit more, but it's going to be Jesse collecting a 3rd. Paranoia does not connect. Jesse gets a 4th. Jeremy will go ahead and collect that one from beyond the grave as Zest bleeds out.
It's a tale as old as time. Run into the trap wire and things go awry. I mean, Bleed there just trying to do kind of a double fake, clearing that utility and then pausing a little in terms of what information that Team Secret has. They pause that, they like flirt with the other side of the map, they come back, but it doesn't matter because you haven't cleared enough of the utility. I think you've got it. But then these crossfires between Jesse and Jeremy are brutal to deal with.
Oh, it's going to be back-to-back timeouts now. As Bleed wanting this 8th round victory here at the half.
For sure. You can maybe talk about what you want to do coming into the second half a little bit as well, but yeah, I think overall you've got to be very, very happy as Bleed. And you just got to kind of avoid some of those setups that Wild Oreo has. Like that's, I mean, probably I'd say 3 out of the 4 rounds that they've lost have been almost strictly due to those trap wires and stuff.
And Cypher has been a bit of a pain point here for him.
Which is understandable. It happens to a lot of teams.
Yeah.
It's very typical.
Even with some of the nerfs.
Yeah.
Still can be incredibly strong at holding down these sites. We'll see if this is going to result in that 8 and 4. Oh,
well, and it's why also you see so many teams hit A, right? Like it's just it's a little bit easier because there's so many wide angles to set up those trap wires that are really hard to clear with util.
That's score 666. El Diablo still on the team.
Oh, nice.
Still in play. He's carrying that spirit forward.
Yeah.
Also, of course, we wish the best for Ye.
I truly do.
We hope to see you back on stage soon. For now, Bleed hoping that they can get this 8th round to close at the half. But there's a lot to work with, and likely this is why we see that timeout called, because the economy's weak. There's a showstopper, that Rolling Thunder, the Neural Theft, an immense amount of tools available here for the side of Secret.
And it's going to be hard to bait those out. The patience being shown by Team Secret has been pretty good. So, okay, well, you know where one of the wires is. You're able to detect it there as Crazy Guy. And you're really trying to work this map, trying to figure out these positions. Now, 2GE just going to avoid disaster. Whoa, just barely.
Knocked down to 6 HP. Good paranoia to stave them off, but that's still an immense amount of damage taken. Slow creep forward, both cages committed. 3 players lingering towards this side of the map as that showstopper from Jeremy is just around the corner, and it could be devastating. Recon not picking out anyone.
30
Footsteps made.
left.
As, they're all piling forward here into this choke. This could be absolute devastation. A showstopper drawn, sent, but he goes, he's a little bit shy. Damage still found, paint shells here. Retla wanting the challenge forward, turns back away. Surprisingly, still alive. Push forward, 2GE gonna be taken down, but now time dwindling the Rolling Thunder, crashing across, 9 seconds remaining. Infi collecting 2, and there's the cleanup. 7-5 at the half, Team Secret fighting back.
Yeah, they're really doing a great job playing with their food in that round. Our Team Secret. The push and pull is so good, and Bleed has to continuously respect that showstopper. Yeah, sure, they avoid deaths to it, but the damage was done. Not able to punch back in time. So, okay, Team Secret gotten a couple rounds, but this is a side of the map that you sometimes have struggled with. Sunset Live winning percentage. It's like our fan, I assume.
Well, I think it's just based on the way that things have been playing out. I think it's like an
statistical.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Whatever. I don't know.
I mean, the statistics were very much wrong. You know, I don't even remember if we showed it the half on the first map. It's all a bit of a blur. But those would have been incredibly incorrect.
Yeah. They were a bit off. But that's why we play the games. That's why it's fun. Because you never know what the heck's going to happen. I mean, who knows? Team Secret definitely can run this back. There's no doubt in my mind that this team is good enough to do that. Just need to get a good pistol round, and well, you don't even need that, honestly. The score is close enough. But really just see if you can, I mean, they're very similar comps, right? So a lot of the same ideas are going to be in play. The only difference is you've got a little bit more reach with Envy's utility, so you've got a little bit more access to A in that regard. Like, Breach can open up that space with the fault lines and the flashes. A little bit easier than it is with KO, I'd say. So, certainly curious to see if that's going to be their game plan, whereas Bleed was very B-focused. Maybe Team Secret says, we're gonna try A.
Standing ahead.
That site seems nice. Start out, gets nothing. Crazy Guy, though, did get a spot on the 2GE.
There's a couple shots here, double stack tiles. V and Jeremy starting to creep their way forward. Hefty mid-presence here from Secret. Starting to inch their way over in towards Market. But it's just going to be the cam destruction for now.
Yeah, they're really trying to suss out the positions of Bleed as best as they can, but not truly a ton of info. You're suspecting that the KO could be on A just based on the 0 point. Jesse there just sending a shock dart to keep a few players honest on Bleed.
But spotted, though.
Yeah, scary.
Scary. If he continues to inch forward, could end up getting caught by this fault line. Flash coming through, but Jeremy going to be quick to turn it around. Valorio taking down to 48, but kill now found. Recon sent, Zest tucking back. Himself here on the site. The push forward to Jeremy. Clean with it, finds himself a second. Plant now coming through. The rest of the Bleed getting themselves over here towards the site.
This is really, really difficult. They have no util other than a shock dart.
And it lands it right at Jeremy's feet.
Well, that's a good start.
Speak of it. Does get taken down, but still quite a bit of damage taken here on the side of Bleed as they continue to try to push forward to open things up. Retla trying to work down 2GE, cannot make it happen. HP bars low here for Secret, but still standing. They win the pistol. They're now just 1 round separated from tying it up.
Yeah, and it's patience paying off for Team Secret. Just working the map, and then, you know, eventually they go for the flash play, but Jeremy got hit behind him with the flash, I should say, and that made it easy for him to just kind of spin onto Scary and take him down, so pretty well handled. The fans in the Philippines trying to cheer on their favorite team, see if they can force out a third map, see if we can go to split, which, you know.
Becomes interesting for both teams.
It certainly does. Okay.
Yeah, Darren's disrespecting the util. Wants to grab that.
Completely disrespecting.
Like, I just have a classic. I wanna get this orb. Does so. Now, ooh, Envy, did he get a glimpse?
I don't.
Pings aren't coming down. Seems like they have not. Thinking about the drone. He could swing off of this one, but there's just tons of players around the corner. Opens up, there's the first one to fall. Jeremy gonna be taken out. No blast pack to try to exit the aftershock, now rolling through, but any damage dealt is still significant. And the aftershock does not clear him. Darion still holding his ground, the smoke coming through. The paint shells lobbed up over the top, looking for that elimination. 2G able to avoid it, but what a turnaround this would be for Bleed. 4 players strong. The enemy Omen at 47. Both
right here.
Locked in this position to push forward, and Crazy Guy not ready for it. Envy, Snappy able to react, avoid taking damage.
Going out.
Keeps them in with a pinch.
Oh, Crazy Guy. Just turned away at the last second.
But look at Darion. He's already working his way across through tiles, hearing the footsteps. Here in a brief little moment. As there's the rotations now spotted. Looks like they're wary about this position. When does he decide to strike? He's just going to keep it quiet. He's going to creep in behind them. Needs the rest of the team to try to approach.
Look at
Back
the time.
up through top mid, though.
10
The
seconds
time
left.
is dwindling. If he swings the corner, if he finds this kill, that would be the round done, but he's not going to be able to get there in time to actually interrupt this one. But still, he could do everything. Continuing to creep forward. He's sneaky as hell, but now he's going to be spotted. Tapping to the spike, Envy able to take him down. And Secret may have just saved this round. Fragment takes 2GE down to 8 HP. He will fall. The swing out from Envy. Gets himself an ace. But it's still such significant damage dealt. Bleed nearly getting that round away. Nearly pulling off a Thrifty with nothing but classics is still devastating for Secret.
Absolutely. These defender side ideas for Bleed are so good. Saw it on Ascent. Now you're seeing it here on Sunset, where they're able to sneak Darion into this position, and then immediately Crazy Guy is coming from another angle, and then they're ahead of you on the rotations, anticipating your movements. And yes, Team Secret does win the round, but it was damn close.
Yeah.
To going the other way.
I mean, a sigh of relief, a pop-off to try to get the energy going here for the team. But still more work to be done. Now tied up at 7-7. Knockguard in around the corner, nothing going to be spotted there. It's thrown up over the top. Crazy Guy. Just trying to keep modest.
Wow.
Ping revealed. That's going to be taken down. Blast pack forward, and Oreo finds a headshot. Jeremy gets scary. And suddenly, they're turning this one around. Crazy Guy somehow able to draw down a little bit faster. Does find that kill. 2GE's just going to pick up that Vandal. Get a little bit of damage here from the shocks. But now it's Secret with the advantage.
Probably got to save. I don't think
just have to make the call.
Yeah, I don't think there's any reason to go for this at this point.
Ahead.
Okay, so you reveal Wild Oreo's position. You probably know you've got him down to almost no health. You'd love to steal a kill, but there's just no hope. I mean,
yeah, they're starting to back off.
What a
maybe send Retla to try to get some exits here, but widely. They just have to wait this one out, and I mean, this is a monstrous win here for the side of Team Secret.
Right here.
Yeah, I mean, what a shutdown in mid. A swing play that was just a little bit disconnected. Okay, you get the consolation prize there as Retla, but I mean, Team Secret is really starting to punch back, starting to find their form that we saw in the first half of Ascent. Last couple rounds here on Sunset. Now they've got themselves a lead. 3 rounds in a row. They win the bonus on the attacker's side. And Envy's got a Rolling Thunder. And I assume this one's going to get used a little bit sooner.
I think it was one of those moments where you'd like to be able to pump the brakes here as a coach, but because they called one to try to get that 8-4 half in the first half, a little bit less willing to use that one here.
Absolutely correct. Let's see what they want to do. They're pushing mid again. I mean, this time 2GE, yeah, just sitting on the box waiting for it.
See if they do anything to try to escort this. So now it's just the cam set up over in B, try to spot a push. Crazy Guy playing up close around the corner, Phantom in hand. All of their firepower out here in mid.
They have a lot of info. Now they know for sure it's going to be B.
One of the trap wires is going to be cleared out.
Camera's still there.
Good for that ping reveal, but Not going to be getting too much here as they just spray across, trying to find any kind of connections they can get. Trapwire set up to try and dissuade the retake. Jeremy peeking forward in towards Boba. Reveal connects on the 2. Shock dart set, drone at the ready. This crazy guy, ooh, being spotted there. Swing out, Darian trying to take some space, but is going to get shut down. Jesse Bash able to find that kill. This 2GE pushes his way forward in towards Market, swinging around the back, and Redlock already dead. The cleanup looking swift, looking just here from the side of Secret, and it's going to be flawless as they now stretch the lead 9-7.
Yeah, they do a great job at the beginning of this round, clearing the utility. I should say the beginning of that execute, clearing that utility, most of it, of the Cypher, enough that it doesn't allow Bleed to do any damage on the back of it. And Bleed's not in a position really to do much anyway, sitting from that mid spot and just, trying to do what they can. There's an opportunity there, but everybody's kind of covering each other properly for Team Secret. Starting to find their form, starting to find their footing. Let's see if Bleed has anything to say about it. They've got the operator. They had to buy down to a Guardian for Retla to sneak that buy in. There's a lot of difficulty they're having shutting down Team Secret on this attacker side, and they're just going for it. 2GE, where in the world did he go? Oh, he had to TP back.
A quick check over into the side. Retla for now just sat within his own cyber cage. Pulls back the camp, push out Jeremy, making his presence known, but turn fire, it's gonna be solid. Crazy guy able to find 2, Retla. Pick up that kill onto the enemy range, but Invi finds the Soma, now is the last one standing. Ping revealed, it's until a third, and now suddenly it's Darion. The operator in hand. Tap onto the spike plant. Sound being cut. Darion knows that it's not planted quite just yet. Plays this out patiently. Invi, waiting, fault line nearly online.
He's just been insane, Achilleos. These rounds that it looked like Bleed was going to win, Invi just goes absolutely nuclear.
Still just waiting, trying to see. I mean, I don't think they necessarily know that the op is in play. Not sure if he heard any shots ring out. Darion now concerned about a potential rotate across towards the opposite side of the map. That means he's not going to be in position as the plant comes down to try to send the paint shells to try to get a bit of extra damage through.
No way. Okay.
See if he actually tries to play for this one after the spike does get planted. Looks like the answer is going to be yes.
This is so tough for Darion.
It's also tough for Envy. He doesn't have a solid read on where this approach could be coming from because Darion played so far back. The approach could come from anywhere.
Yeah. That's tucked in position.
He has a boom bot, but does he suss it out? Does he think to try to check these angles? Wants to try to swap a weapon, almost certainly. Got position now, going to be given away. Boombot, dodge, the creep forward, and Darion is not ready for it. Tries to pull off the defuse, but he cannot. It's a Red Bull clutch once again. His Secret move up 10-7. Envy keeping him in it and keeping the op.
Dude, Envy is absolutely insane. Time and time again, he just comes up with these absolutely ridiculous rounds. I mean, this has Bleed written all over it, and then he just gets 3, easy peasy. It's not easy at all. He makes it look easy. And then just Darion there, assuming that that angle was safe.
Up, Jericho.
You want the up? Yeah, sure. There you go, Jeremy. Got a showstopper. Let's take it. Back to a low buy for Bleed. Stinger for Crazy Guy, everybody else with Sheriffs. I mean, you have ults, you have opportunities. Just haven't been able to convert. And that's something that's certainly got to be in the back of your mind now as Bleed, where if you don't allow Envy to go crazy like that, could be.
Darion. To the peek, and oh my god, so snappy with the headshot. Solid opener in the op, gonna be going wide. Bold on that jiggle peek, but Jeremy, fortunately for him, not able to find that punish.
And Jeremy has to be careful. You know that showstopper's there. Gotta be worried about it. Look at the positioning of Crazy Guy. If he gets through mid.
Jeremy, he's the one pulling out the showstopper. It's gonna be a duel, but it's one that Darion is somehow still standing on the back end of. Seth, the headshot. Chris, the follow-up. Does he have a third? He absolutely does. It is a thrifty to get Bleed back on the board here in the second half. Unbelievable shots.
Just nasty stuff from Bleed. Goodness. Much needed win. What a quick escape he makes. Just barely winning that exchange with the Rockets, and then it's Zest. Oh my word, Zest. Oh my word.
Yeah. Yeah, I just did that. I'm cool, calm, and collected as ever.
Yeah. I mean, he smiles a bit more now. Oh.
Jeremy going for the chase here, but Redla able to duck away. He does win out the duel. It's a bit of damage now, going to be called Paint Shield and Hammond. No! Invi swinging out, finds Redla.
Exactly where you are.
Zinvi continues to bail him out now. The neural theft invested. All three players going to be spotted. You know that one player is low, but you still try to play this one out. Invi going for the plant. It's going to be one away from that Rolling Thunder. And it looks like Widely Bleed, yeah, just going to be getting corralled together, needing to hold on to these weapons.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're just not feeling comfortable that there's much opportunity to do anything about this. Tried to hold the line from Market and just got shut right down. Definitely a great piece of work there from Team Secret. Just, again, really just finding better shooting, finding better opportunities. Crazy guy there just looking a little off balance. And away we go. I mean, it's always just so interesting to see teams like get a Thrifty, and then like just the next round, it's like, oh, now you've got guns, and we're back to. I mean, this happened with ZETA so much earlier today. Just like Thrifty, okay, we're good to go. We're gonna win around, and then right back to just dominance from the other side. It's 2 kills and the round is over. That's all this is. I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, they have money, but yeah. Just the odds so stacked against them. Envy just so damn crisp. Just one away from that Rolling Thunder.
You got to find a way to shut this down. And they don't look like they're comfortable challenging at A main angle. So they're going to be a little bit further back. I mean, Darion's really far forward with that operator, so they have the info. They know that this should be A. Just that, can they convert? Can they execute off of this information that they have? Crazy Guy's going to use his drone to see just how far forward they've gotten.
Just wanting to push off the back of that one. Dart revealed, but 2GE, his position. Oh, not such a secret, but as he swings out, he'll take down Zest. Rolling Thunder now crashing across, not going to be connecting on to anybody other than Crazy Guy, who's already well and away, tucked back. Wild Oreo intercepting Retla there at mid. Finds the kill, makes him think twice about that position. As Paranoia crashing across, and Crazy Guy continues to swing out. And taken down. Refinner up there on the plant now. Spike coming through. Scary up over the top, catching a glimpse, able to find one. But a 2v4 with an op in play. Once again, Bleed gonna have to go on a save.
Yeah, it's again, you have all the info in the world as Bleed, but you're not able to make the right reads. I mean, Zest challenges 2GE, and it's not a bad challenge at all. He used the fragment to force the movement, put himself in a arguably slightly better position, but 2G is just better. That's what some of these rounds are coming down to. Okay, yeah, you get the kill. Envy down.
Finding one. Scary. Playing unexpectedly, but I don't think he's ready for the rotate back. And yeah, 2GE will be able to swing out and find it. Darian out on his lonesome, just trying to hold on to the up, but 2GE so damn accurate there at the end. Gets that final headshot. They take everything away from Bleed. Map point now here for Team Secret. 4 consecutive necessary for Bleed if they want a chance to close it out here on Sunset. Otherwise, we're going to be going to split.
Yeah, I mean, it's so impressive. Just a great win there for 2GE. He's just been really good this past round, the last couple rounds. I mean, him and Envy just having these huge multi-kill rounds, and there's a timeout from Bleed, but is it going to be too little, too late? I mean, maybe this should have come a couple rounds ago.
Well, either way, they're pulling it out here and now. 4 rounds consecutively, Bleed did well more than that in the previous map, but right now the energy definitely feels a bit different. Envy has been coming alive.
Ugh, yeah, just another day, another casual Envy map, just amazing performance. He's just He does this all the time, dude. I mean, I'm just so impressed with Envy throughout all the years of watching him play. And a little bit of frustration there from Legia.
Yep.
Obviously, he knows that this...
Choose the desk, not your head.
Yeah. Works for Alex.
This is a nice spot. Yes, this should do.
But I mean, I get it. And you have to be frustrated. You came out this attacker's side.
Oh, he's looking dominant.
Yeah.
You've only been able to find just that one round here on the defense.
That's crazy.
Shock dart.
But credit to... Oh, nice.
Yep. Solid setup. Clearing that dart. Or clearing that trap, I should say. Jeremy already quite far forward today.
Yeah, he's gotten a pretty good angle. I mean, but nobody's contesting it. They're kind of hoping to hold the line there towards Link and then shut him down at elbow with Crazy Guy's position. But Team Secret doesn't like what they see. Jesse's like, nah, we're just going to leave Envy as a lurker potentially, but it should get spotted.
Yep. Does get noted.
Now he's on an island.
He is, and they smoke off his potential exit here. But I don't think anyone's necessarily going to peek in towards him.
Oh yeah, they're giving it up.
We'll just let him go his separate ways for now. Retla all on his lonesome here at B. Paranoia goes across. Trapwire's camp getting destroyed.
But again, there's no follow-up.
Arriving with a full flash connects, and he just can't play that line with the operator. Now he's dead. Counter Paranoia out, but that will expire. Bleed now. The 4v5, a 3v5 as Retla falls. Crazy Guy working his way out from Market. Makes noise, is going to be known. TP back into their spawn.
Oh,
it's 2GE. Looks for the backstab. Null Command coming through. The Crazy Guy dead. Presence known. Scary able to find that, but ends up falling down. Wild Oreo with the 3-piece will close it out 13-8. Team Secret rebound after a devastating map 1. They closed out their pick of Sunset, and they send us a split.
I mean, what an insane match we're having here. Both of these teams just putting on a show and really not giving anything up easily. I mean, it's incredible the way that these two teams have bounced back from tough situations. What a match we've got going.
Yeah, we do, and now we get the exciting conclusion of Split. Only bangers on Split. Woo! It's going to be coming up next, but first, let's pass it back over to the analyst desk.
Only bangers on Split, indeed. We did. Well, I think I did, right? I don't want to keep roping William into things he doesn't volunteer for.
I do have my own voice, you know?
Yeah, you do. And okay, so everyone except William wanted to see how these two teams would do on Split, because they're both pretty darn good at Split. All right, Sunset. Both of these teams winning out their map picks. That's a good sign, but not in the fashion we thought it was going to be. Honestly, first half looked like Bleed was going to take this 2-0.
It definitely looked that way. I mean, Bleed started off so well. Darren still carrying on with that op and on the raise. You know, you can see that he has the capability to, you know, double satchel in at times. But then Secret has little looks here and there that they're showing or giving to Bleed at times. Like, Wild Oreo is really, really fitting into the team pretty darn well as that Cypher. There was that round where he had the trip specifically set up for Darren to, you know, get caught somewhere around the stairs side of B site.
Yeah, I mean, clearly a lot of prep on that Sentinel role for Wild Oreo, and I think that's something that we didn't get to touch on too much coming into this match, but it's one of those things where, okay, already NDG was kind of playing this self-sufficient anchoring style of Sentinel. So if you have someone who's able to do that and frag out pretty consistently, that's already a little bit less burden off the back of the likes of Jesse Vash and Envy, who have to make these calls mid-round. And then, you know, go over to the other side of the map, and Team Secret really start to show why their Sunset was quite praised during Stage 1, working the map, forcing Bleed into uncomfortable situations, forcing them to make these moves that aren't going to be that advantageous. And of course, on top of that, the fragging comes back out. The casters pointing it out. Some very, very trademark Envy rounds where he's able to just get the shots, multi-kills, to really push them over the finish line.
Yeah, it's almost as if they had that, you know, weight off of their shoulders and they're freed up to really go in for the jugular at times against Bleed. I mean, they were not afraid to take some of these duels and hold down some of these angles. They were great at controlling the map And at the same time, I mean, I gotta take back what I said. Like 2GE, although it's not like incredibly flashy stuff, he has some of these impactful frags up against Bleed. I mean, it's these ones where he gets the utility toss against him, and then he knows how to swing out and get that 1v1 against a player like Zest, for example, and that can, you know, hurt Bleed sometimes. It's a limb off of your team, and you're gonna have that much more of a tougher time in a retake. So Team Secret has what it takes.
Yeah, I think something we saw in the last couple rounds as well from Secret, for instance, is things like, okay, you realize Crazy Guy's doing that lineup with the shock dart to get rid of your trips, so you hold on to it, right? You recall your trip, you reinstall it, things like that, where you're starting to use what Bleed is doing against them. So that goes to show, again, you only see moves like that from any team when they're comfortable on the map, so that they can start to say, okay, well, now I can just not have to rely on them making mistakes, but actually use what they're doing to us against them. Make them think that this assumption is correct and things like that.
I think that's really what it is, right? I mean, it's like comfort and experience. Team Secret has played this map quite a bit throughout Stage 1, and they know all of these little tricks, and they know how to adjust around them, and that's kind of one of the bigger reasons why they were able to come back with a near-flawless second half on the attacking side.
Well, you know what, guys? A player can top frag in a game, and it doesn't mean that their team will necessarily win. I think the same applies for the ults. We're going to see the results on which of our two players, Jesse Vash or Zest, had more ults. Team Secret won this game, but who had more ults? That is actually
Does it
the
really
real question.
matter, though?
Does it?
Does it really matter?
Maybe not. We could just skip
it. Like, is it really that important how many ults each player used? It's really how you use them, right? It's not how many ults you use.
I think it should be how many people died to the ults.
There you go.
Because Zest was on KO.
I mean, listen, if he tried hard enough, he might be able to get a kill with the null command, but he didn't. I don't know what to tell you.
Well, viewers, you were right. You get to up rank in our guessing game gain that we are continuing from Stage 1.
Wait, what happened to my rank? I was rating at the start of the segment.
Well, Steve.
It was on camera.
Steve puts balance back into this world.
I will not stand for this.
He will be D-ranked first. And then me second. And then Mr. Quack. And viewers, this is you. This is you. You're a wingman.
You're going to go back up.
Up to gold. Congratulations on your correct prediction with Zest. And it's so crazy. It's so crazy. Anyway, Split. Speaking of crazy, we're going to see some crazy stuff happening in Split. I feel it in my bones. We're going to see some nutty stuff.
Will we see a knife kill?
Oh. Ooh. This is a Team Secret special on Split.
Exactly.
Definitely a Team Secret special. Now we're seeing the stats here from Stage 1. Secret and Bleed both have performed with a win, which is great. But they also banned it a lot too, so we haven't seen too much of it. But historically, Secret, you know, they have some interesting plays on Split.
Yeah, it's funny. Split is very interesting for Secret because, like you said, they have some interesting moves. They have clearly their own interpretation, but it's also not a map that they've consistently performed well on, right? They're very up and down. They're very inconsistent. Now, as you can see, the latest composition they used was with the Breach. A lot of trap plays with things like the Paranoia and the Fault Line, you know, using the Cypher util to get that information and just really pinch onto your enemies. So, will we see that same comp return? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I think it goes to say that it probably should slot in pretty well, even with the new players that they have.
Meanwhile, for Bleed, right, I feel like there's going to be some changes because back then we had Ye, and that's why there was that Daria and Ye kind of double duelist thing. I don't know if it's going to be the same this time because you're going to have, you know, more of that double initiator. Still Zest alongside Crazy Guy now, who could potentially flex as well. So we're not entirely sure what's going to happen. But
I'm here for the Zest Raze debut, man.
Oh my God! Please,
I'm here for the Zest Raze debut.
Please.
Do you really want that though? I don't. We've already had the Mind Freak Raze. We don't need another specialty Raze here in Pacific.
Oh my God!
I derive a certain weird joy from watching those kind of plays, though. Like they just bang their head on the ceiling inside B lobby. It's kind of like
extra crazy. He's a crazy guy. He might ask his teammates to play some crazy agents.
You, like they're just like us, or we're just like them. We're just like pro players.
Just like chaos all over the place.
Just like me, for real.
Little weird places.
No, but I mean, it's definitely going to be like a different play style, I think, coming up against Team Secret as well.
Yeah, I think, Bleed, this is the map where again, like you said, we may see some interesting composition changes because of the roles. Even if it's not the double duelist, right? Are you going to play a Sentinel? Because they did it before, and they could still go with the Viper and the Omen, right? It could still be Retla and Scary still holding that. Then who's playing the Initiators? Is it double Initiators? I mean, there's definitely a couple options. Now that I'm talking through that, double Initiator could make sense. But at that point, again, does that mean that Zest is sticking with something like the Sky, where he's going to still have to be the Flash Initiator? Because again, that's not his main wheelhouse when it comes to initiating.
Now, those of you watching at home, this stage 2, we are paying attention to chat. We're paying attention to Twitter. So you guys have questions for the coaches, because you know how this works at this point. We got coaches that we interview. Send in your questions. We're going to have a look at them.
Wait, they might not know because they didn't realize we were the best region before, and they've only now realized it, so they're starting to tune in across the world.
That's right.
And we have to be understanding for people that just did not realize the truth.
Welcome to the best region.
We are the best region.
Coaches.
We've been saying this backstage a lot because it's true. We have one trophy that makes us the best region.
But it's the latest trophy.
It's the latest and the greatest. The latest is always the greatest.
Exactly.
Like, I don't even remember who won the first trophy. But don't say it. We don't need to know.
Yeah.
Because the latest is the greatest, and it was Gen G. Good job, Pacific. We're the best region. What kind of questions would you guys want in? Like, give them some ideas. Burning questions.
Suddenly?
Yeah. Who's
like
on
what
the
questions
desk
would I
tomorrow?
want?
Yeah.
What do I want chat
Achilles
to ask the coaches?
Yeah.
I want chat to ask some actual like meaningful, deep questions that we may not always get to.
Yeah,
right?
like,
in terms of like
we can't ask, but maybe you guys can.
There you
and
go.
then it takes the heat off of us. And we're like, well, we're not. We're professionals. We can't ask that. But chat asked this, so
how do you
send us
perform
in.
a Heimlich maneuver?
Wow.
I don't want to know that from the coach.
Okay.
That's not the question I would ask.
Well, hey, guess what? Clearly, I mean, Secret figured it out because they resolved the problem going into map 2. So maybe Secret can tell us how to do it.
And then you gauge how the coach gives the answer. If they answer confidently, you're like, yeah.
Oh, baby!
Whoa!
It is Zest Deadlock.
No way!
Let's freaking go. I am a big fan of
What
Deadlock.
a treat today. We got Clove.
Yeah, oh, that's true. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Deadlock. We've been seeing it more and more across a lot of the regions, especially in the Challenger scenes. And there is value, especially when you're playing it with the Cypher. You can do so much with the Deadlock Cypher. We're seeing it a lot out here in Challengers Korea as well. So I'm curious to see how Bleed maneuvers this.
But at the same time, Secret taking that breach away. We're back in with NV Viper. So, interesting.
Oh, it's super interesting. Today's been really interesting. 13-0. We saw a Clove. We were seeing a Deadlock. We are definitely the best region. Let's go over to our casters who can tell us how great of a region we are.
So great.
Oh, man.
So damn good.
We're just unbelievable.
God, America's an EMEA wish.
Yeah. They can't even compare.
But, all right. Let's talk about the elephant in the room.
Yeah.
Zest is playing Deadlock.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Jesse Vash playing Cypher.
Well, there's that too. But, no. Okay, so two things that we've never seen before.
Yeah.
At least not from memory.
I mean...
But, yeah, Deadlock. Really curious to see how this one's going to be playing.
Well, it can really gum up the works. I mean, the barrier mesh is really annoying. Kind of like that Sage Wall, obviously, but it's going to be Bleed on the attack to start, so what feels like it would normally be a pretty defenders-heavy comp. I think that fade to check could flash.
We'll turn to the flash. It will be a 1-for-1 as Retla taking down Envy. Real quick on the trade out. Gets a little bit of damage there himself.
And this is another kind of point of interest in this match. There's a lot going on. Is Wild Oreo now just shifting over to a different role. And he said it. You know, he's very flexible. He can play every agent.
Oh, Vash. Looking for the catch here. It does quite a bit of damage, but now has to try to exit. Cage coming up. Needs a little bit more. Pulls back. 22 health remaining on him. Clear out of the trap wire. Rotations now starting to come through. Haunt spotting one. The dink. Jeremy finding that kill. Gets himself a second. Push out. Jeremy is just holding down the fort. Kane shows up over the top. Scary's rotating back into it, and he will fall. A 4K from Jeremy to get themselves a pistol.
Well, all it takes is one player catching you off guard, and the round just goes awry. And so far, so good for Team Secret. They beat RRQ on this map. Last time they played it, that's just Nasty stuff from Jeremy. And then the paint shells, that paranoia hits Scary while he's in the...
Nice, can't hear it.
Yeah. He was in the smoke.
Right,
Great
well,
reads.
Very solid start. Jeremy now going to be picking up the Outlaw. It's classics. Scary backpedaling, clears up the Trailblazer, and 2GE looking to take a forward position there in garage with the judge in hand.
Ooh, a lot of damage.
Snakebite, try to slow things up, but Darian going to be eating quite a bit of damage there. Double drop down into vent. Jeremy, though, eyes trained over on this position. Finds it with the second shot, needs to drop back, needs to go for the reload. It says caught there by that trap wire, swing onto the corner of the coast, able to find it. Bash now going for the reload, repeats Jeremy alongside him, finds himself a second kill.
Down A.
To a pop, Scary now, the last one standing, now he's dead. Solid 2-0, flawless round here for Secret.
Yeah, now you're one away from a showstopper as well for Jeremy. Oh man, what a start. I mean, again though, just looking at this bleed comp, it definitely kind of feels like they're going to have a tough time with some of these attacks. I mean, you don't have a ton in terms of like deep utility. You don't have a Sky. You're working with 2 Sentinels, which certainly on the defender side is going to be annoying as heck.
I mean, you're basically flashless again, just have the
Right.
omen there.
Exactly.
Okay, quick net forward. One of the things to bear in mind is that this judge, unscouted but now known. Flash in, Scary taken down. 2G just pounds him down.
And now you're going to have to win some battles on the flank. But again, there's this deep info that Team Secret is able to get off of those flashes. Going to make it...
Oh, Outlaw shot's going to be going wide. Going to say Showstopper also in the back pocket, but now eliminated. 4v4. It's going to be Wildario getting noted here over at Alley. Plant can come through. Looks like they want to try to fast track that annihilation here from Zest. And oh, the timing from Envy. Out lurking Retla. Gives him an advantage once more. Envy now upgrading the weapon as well. Quick drop down off the rope. On built back up. Rotation around in towards heaven here from 2GE, but they're still worried about this garage angle. Just the push out starting to come through. Jesse Bash smattering of damage found as he drops. It's going to be Crazy Guy finding one, but 2GE answering back. Darian finding another, keeping them in this one. The TP cannot be used. Zest able to collect. It's now all on Wildario. Blast back. Just looking to shove it back. Swings under the corner. Time ticking still, however. He's just taking everything away from him. He cannot save the round, but he can absolutely get rid of all of the economy here from Bleed. Weapon gets carried over as well.
Jeez. I mean, okay, you get the win, but...
At what cost?
Exactly. And now you can just sneak another Outlaw in. Although there's only going to be 2 half armors. Bleed is going to drop a couple players to full armor and go for 2 Bulldogs and a Guardian. So this is pretty interesting, kind of the back and forth economy game. Trying to outguess each other.
Let's flush them out.
Do the double root nade.
The double root nade.
Dude sees net and paint shells.
Yeah, you can, in theory.
Well, no one falling for it.
They tried. The first iteration of it.
So I'm just going to be cut here. Working this out slowly is Retla working his way slowly through sewers.
Shadows traveling.
Where are you?
Hard to judge exactly what that smoke is for up towards Mail, so they have to send the Trailblazer out. And the fade was what was in mid, but reading this so well. Our Team Secret, flash to confirm. Great job of using their extra bit of info that they can gain to their advantage, and that's going to send Bleed packing. They don't like this. They have to try a different angle. And they're going to rethink about mid control. Jeremy with that showstopper, unnoted, no idea where he's at.
Be holding. Push coming through, Paranoia not going to connect. Just sends on the snake bite, drifts back. We're trying to aggress forward there in a garage as the Haunt gets cleared out.
30
That
seconds
not connecting, the swing out, Pixel out of place, and 2GE able to find one. Envy collecting 2, up into the smoke, just shutting down the approach. Crazy Guy now, last man standing. Couple shots through, but kill not found, does swing back, gets that headshot, but versus 3 with no time. maybe try to play for kills, but Envy not allowing it. Gets himself a third, a secret, now 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, really doing a nice job of making sure that all their bases are covered for Team Secret. I mean, it's great reactions to what they're seeing from what little util was given over. It's just immediately on Wild Oreo to make sure that he's checking mid, checking B main, and then they can put the right players in place. Having a bit of fun.
A little giggle.
Little bit of a giggle there. But they're just so aware. But again, it feels like it's just going to be really difficult for Bleed on this attacker side.
Yeah. I mean, I'm curious. Does this map just end up being Ascent all over again?
Right. That's kind of what I'm
Spot
thinking.
on the one, sets to get down. Varian traded. As, oh my god, just counter strafes for a brief little moment. Carry snowed and blind. Just pick the pieces. As the Trailblazer leading the way, Retla. Dodges out of the stun, but cannot find any kills. It's another 3K here for Envy. As right now, Team Secret breezing their way through the start of this split map. 4 ultimates online. 3 ultimates, rather, sorry. I can count.
I mean, it's looking good. Bleed here, some opportunities to do some stuff. They're a couple away from some big ultimates. They have the Annihilation. They have the Neural Theft. They're 1 away from the Showstopper and the Nightfall. So this round certainly feels important because you could use some of these ultimates, clear some space, maybe get that Annihilation. Oh my god, here we go.
Oh boy, right into all of them, and that's going to be a 2-piece for Jeremy. Solid read, solid shutdown, as they will not concede any ground whatsoever over to Bleed.
And that's the Annihilation gone.
Yep.
I mean, one of those big ultimates that could get you a win on this attacker side just knocked out of the round. Ridiculous read from Team Secret.
I feel like it's been a while since I've just seen an aggro A main push with a Showstopper.
Feels good.
Makes me oh, scary.
Okay.
TP's up in front of the paint shell, looks for the timing, and we'll be able to find one, but Jeremy trades it out just as fast. So right now, at best, it's looking like Bleed avoiding a flawless. I was going to say shades of RB, the 4K back in 2021.
Oh yeah, that goal, man, that is, you are digging deep into the memory banks there. Jeez, 2021. What a different world that was.
Indeed. Haunt not spotting anything. Vash is holding back. Retla creeping forward. Vash feels his position a little bit early. Still, oh my god, finds that headshot. That is disgusting. A dink but no kill. And there's Wild Oreo going to be able to survive the round. And Team Secret continue on their merry way, now up by 4.
We're the best.
I mean, yeah, Jeremy there. Having a phenomenal round. 4 kills total. 2 more ult orbs in the bag after this huge opener. The paranoia there, not even needed.
I didn't even hear that he had popped the ult.
Nah.
I didn't even notice that. When you said there goes the Annihilation, I thought you just meant like, yeah, I can't use it in this round. Not that he had spent it. Oh boy.
Yeah, it's even worse. It's even worse than you could have imagined. And that's what's so brutal is I mean, that's one of those ults that can win you rounds on the attacker side because you can isolate and quite literally annihilate a player, put him in that cocoon. You know that's actually what the state of that is called. Cocooned. When you get hit by it. Yeah.
It looks like a cocoon.
Yeah, it does.
What else would you call it?
I don't know.
Mummified?
Wrapped? Yeah. Mummified? Wrapped up? It almost looks like a bee's nest a little bit, too.
I can see that. Well, 4 ults to work with, but no money. It's like a couple stingers and some sheriffs here from Bleed to try to pull off a thrifty. Certainly be one way to get themselves back into this game.
They're just gonna...
Oh my god, just look at Jeremy's score as well. 11-1 and 0.
Yeah. He is dominating. And you have 8 kills total between Bleed. 6 rounds.
Yeah. Made shell to delay. Damage found. Haunt not spotting anything here on the site. Boombot cleared out. Jeremy here. up top, eating a bit of damage. Tries to drop back. For now, is going to be alive. Just tucks back here into having heals now coming through. Showstopper ready from Darian. Sends it. Will be able to find Jesse Vash.
I know exactly.
Solid enough trade out for him. There's now the neural theft going to be invested as well. Drop down. Can't restabilize. Red Light able to collect that kill, but Oreo quick reply to Red Light. Fantastic turn. Finds 2 GE. Suddenly it's a man advantage. Some weapons are covered. And everybody deafened here. But HP bars are low. This is still winnable for Secret. We're creeping forward. They're finding the stun. Retla able to collect that kill, and it is going to be a thrifty. They get themselves another round win. Much needed here for Bleed.
Sonic Sensor getting a ton of value there for Zest. Able to finally find some really good use out of their utility. And I mean, there was one round earlier where the barrier mesh like blocked off stairs at B. But I mean, so much had to be used here by Bleed.
Yeah.
So much had to be used. But if you could get to those post plants, the setups can be really nasty. I mean, you've got those sonic sensors, you've got the grab nets, you've got a barrier mesh to cut off angles. Obviously the Cypher utility as well, but it's that grab net catching 2GE, but no punish available.
It's going to be slowed up, but he's pulled far enough back away.
There.
In play. Oh, just plays off the timing. The cam clear and the op shot connect. And it's again devastation at the start of the round here. Bleed. After all the investments from the previous, they need to be able to string 2 together. Now neural theft coming through. The swing in. Take it down now. They're basically just trapped here in Mail. Paranoia does come across, and Crazy Guy on the entry, able to find one. Jeremy with covering fire, picks in the pieces. Zest gone, and now Scary. Last one standing.
TP for the spike. Remember that? Remember that play?
Yeah. He was able to kill 2 before he did that.
That's true. And I mean, it's being watched.
Trap wire to go ahead and alert on the approach.
Yeah. I mean, if he can clear this site.
Cam reset up as well. They can't even try to go for the TP. Anything that he does would alert them here.
Look, if I've ever believed in a 1v4 in my life, it might be here just because it's scary. But
I mean, that's all well and fine, but
yeah,
it doesn't look like Scary is going to want to play for this one. This is one of those save rounds that had preceded the 1v5 ace clutch.
Yeah.
10 seconds left.
We'll just be sat back to hold on to the rifle. Cash still in a very rough spot here for the team. Scary can drop for his teammate. Zest, good amount of money. So they should be able to push together a buy here for themselves, but they will not be able to get another round win. Secret now up to 6.
Yeah, they're just really reading Bleed really nicely at that B Heaven entrance from Mail. I mean, even though there's that Paranoia, there's still more backup for Team Secret. Like, you have to think here, you get the C's, you get the Paranoia, yeah, we're good to go. Nope. There's the op and Envy as well. Just extra layers to that defense that you thought maybe you could have broken open. But they're just having none of it.
Here,
brutal stuff.
Crazy Guy just a classic at hand going into this round. Paranoia through Mail, looking to try to take some aggressive space. Envy just swinging out of the smoke, and Zest, okay, does manage to cover it. Looks like Envy was thinking that maybe he'd confirmed the kill. Turns away from Darion a little bit too soon. So he does survive. Oreo eating some damage there off the boom bot. It's about the best start that we've had here for Bleed in a while. Is Scary just jiggling on that corner, trying to get some Guardian shots through. So he's not going to connect. Jeremy re-peeking. No one clearing it for him. So eats the Prowler, trying to keep that off the skies for now. Ropes taken. Only Jesse Bash on this side of the map. He is going to have to try to hold things down. As for now, will get flushed out. Op to GE. They make their way over here in towards screens. A little bit of spray across to try to find some damage. Paint Shell still held. Darian at 7 health.
You know, he's the gun barrel.
Gun barrel spotted. Scary. Not fully at risk. Paint Shell's now to try to flush him out. Looking for the TP away. He does manage to make his way out the safety. TP's right back into the same spot. Oh, like spotted, but shot not going to connect. Jeremy now down to 30. Jumps back, and it looks like widely. Yep, Secret just going to make the call to go ahead and save. The Cash have plenty, but not having any kills. They don't want to give any extra ult charge here to the side of Bleed, so Bleed will get themselves a 3rd round win.
Well, they're starting to really get their footing, winning some of these battles, just kind of moving around the map together as a group and winning that big exchange in mid to kind of break the map open for themselves. Jesse had a trap wire, had a cyber cage if he was able to get behind that screen and kind of work that back position by a little bit of time, but he was shut down quick by Bleed, just opted to re-peek Heaven, got taken out. And again, it just takes a couple kills here on Split and round's pretty much donezo for both these squads. So let's see that op where it's gonna go. Looks like it's gonna be mid this time.
A couple pings coming down. He's running around, but yeah, looks like just a couple seconds left to go. It will just be the case. Single trip set up here for the moment. Just nade up over the top. So they can clear out any util. Secondary trap wire now getting ready to be sent. This is going to be a creep up the ropes. A shorty in hand here for Jeremy. Retla pulling out the dart.
This is madness.
Does he push this? Two-man setup here. Boombot to try to check. It's going to be a pullback here from Darian. Paint Shell's out now over towards mid to try to slow up this approach. Flat throw shorty out. Jumps down. Return fire here from Bleed, looking solid. Jeremy able to find one. Oreo coming up with two. Scary now. Last man standing. An Omen battle.
My ultimate is not.
There's ults used here by both sides. Unable to TP across the map. 2GE, the paranoia, still in his back pocket. Scary creeping around here, peeking in towards elbow, trying to see if he can spot anybody. But it's just silence here.
He has so much time to work with. Makes it really difficult for 2GE because now you're not sure.
Scary, maybe trying to sow the seeds of doubt here. I can think, oh, you know, has he rotated? But eventually we'll have to just try to go for the play. Paranoia sent the TP forward, likely unheard. Scary, watching above, the swing on the corner, and 2GE finds the timing. 7-3, Team Secret continuing to fight back.
Oh, what an outplay there from 2GE. That tap gives it away, and he's just like, all right, I'm just going to paranoia right at you. I mean, brilliant stuff here. Great exchange from both sides. Envy just jumping down with Jeremy, trying to make sure they had this cleared. Wild Oreo barely able to win his battle. Spin onto another one who was busy on site. My word. By the thinnest of margins there for Team Secret. Aha.
Well, it's finally reared its ugly head. We have a tech pause. So hopefully get everything taken care of and get back into this one here pretty soon. Oh, we have a spillage. Now the question is, was it water?
Yeah.
Or is it a burst hand warmer?
Oh yeah, that does happen.
Okay, production confirmed. It was a hand warmer.
Oh man, that's the worst. I've never had one burst on me though. Are they sticky on the? Do you know?
I think it's like a powder, but I don't know.
Is it a powder?
I don't know what the consistency of it is.
I don't know what they're made of actually. Now that I think about it, yeah, I think they must be a powder.
Just kind of like, you know, yeah. When you have it in your hand, it feels like sand-like in there.
Ah, okay.
Like you're playing with like a, you know, like sandbags that you would have to play like cornhole or something.
Yeah.
Gym class.
Yeah. That is a favored game at establishments where I'm from. We'll say that.
Bars in Wisconsin.
Yep, there you go. It is. I mean, you're not at a bar in Wisconsin unless there's beanbag games. Like they're everywhere there. It's crazy.
I remember being in one in LA years ago, and they had ESPN on TV, and there was a cornhole championship.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's a real thing.
It really was, and the prize pool was insane.
Really?
It was like $150,000.
Holy crap! Let's give up casting and become professional cornhole players.
I was very much fixated on that because I just couldn't believe that what I was witnessing.
It's like ESPN, the Ocho.
Yeah.
Where we show literally anything that could be considered sport.
All right, well, from the tech pause into a timeout, and Bleed looking to try to rack up a couple final rounds here in this half. Give them a bit more breathing room because you've been talking about it. This comp looks like it very much struggles on the attack, and we've been seeing that.
Yeah.
But if it does have legs, if they can show why they've decided to iterate, bring the deadlock into this one on defense, then who knows? But for now, you want those final two rounds.
Absolutely. Well, look, if they get 2 more here as Bleed, then I'm firmly in the camp of they can definitely win this map. And frankly, even with 3, I'm kind of thinking, you know, there's a world where they do it. I mean, it could just be that Ascent lingering in the back of my brain going, yes, they could string together a lot of rounds in a row on their defender side of the maps. I mean, it didn't look great on Sunset, but I think, like, you have so much extra space control. I mean, now you can spread the map, you know, with those sonic sensors and stuff to really make it annoying for your opponent to have to do so much with clearing that utility. You know, you're going to have the Cypher on one side, the Deadlock on the other, or who knows, maybe both on one side. But and then I think about, like, the barrier mesh. You can mess with mid a lot. You can do a lot of cheeky things with that, like blocking a mail and completely funneling your opponent to one side of the map, kind of really dictating the avenues that Team Secret would have available to them to rotate from. It's just a matter of how much more damage can
Jesse,
they do?
Jesse, where you at?
Jesse.
A side.
You're not playing Sova. You can't just dart from spawn and
completely open. Well, you know, at least he bought a gun. At least he bought a gun. So it's not the worst of Cypher on split.
That's actually facts. And he bought armor too, so he didn't pull a boaster.
Well, yeah, no setup here. So now we're going to have to play for the full retake. Sonic Sensor's going to be set up. Nightfall at the ready, set, and that's going to connect onto just about everybody. I think only Envy really dodging out on this one is Darian now in a bad spot. Going to get stunned up at Zest. Watching it at Heaven, able to find one. 2G Oreo on the entry. 2 kills here for the Sky, but it's into the meat grinder here. As Bleed will be able to get themselves another round victory. Still costly, still lose out on 3 players. A solid one all the same.
But it's just, once you get to the site with this comp, it's pretty good, especially when you have a Nightfall to counter the Seekers there. That was a really nice play from Crazy Guy. And then you can just funnel him into that corner towards elbow and just start knocking him.
I've lost you. Can you hear me? Okay.
It's Achilleos.
Oh, there you go. Now you're back. Okay, something brief with your headset. Not sure if the audience can hear you or not.
I should have said boo. I'm taking over this cast.
Well, whether or not the audience heard you, we'll have to just wait and see. Either way, glad to have you back. Showstopper.
Are you?
Available. Yeah. I was trying to be nice.
I appreciate that.
Well, let's see. That Annihilation, once again online for Zest.
That's exactly what I was just thinking with the Showstopper there. Literally reading your brain.
The same play?
Yeah. He's right there to shut it down again. I mean, if you catch Jeremy in midair, you know, with the Annihilation, you could theoretically shut down the Showstopper, so.
That's what they tried to do.
I think that is, yes. Didn't work that time, but, you know.
Very slow creep up here. Not sure if Jeremy caught any glimpse of Retla.
My territory,
okay, goes for it. Nothing going to be found. Darian taken down as Oreo. Able to find a kill. Showstopper now in play. Zest eliminated. Spike on the floor. Scary. Able to go ahead and trade one back as 2GE will fall, but Wild Oreo comes up with a third. Now it's all on Crazy Guy in a 1v3. As Team Secret have an 8-4 half in their sights.
Yeah, I mean, just the willingness to give up space and then collapse as they walk through the front door there.
I mean, he's just completely locked out. The pitch shows a hold him at bay. Yeah, draw back. Yeah, get the
10 seconds left.
There's just nothing more to be done. They creep around from behind. Shots flying. And that is going to be it. Jesse Bash collecting the final kill. 8-4 at the half here for the side of Team Secret out in front. Now we turn our sights again to Bleed. Moving over to defense with this composition. How does it look?
I mean, I truly think it can win. I mean, I truly think, not like because it's defender side on split. I really have some confidence that Bleed's got something cooked and it could look really oppressive. It could be really annoying. I mean, like you were mentioning, the grab net can also be comboed with the paint shells. There's a ton of ability here to really just shut down attacks, to make those choke points absolutely miserable for Team Secret. And that's what I'm really looking towards. Like, how much are you going to put pressure on them? You know, whether it be trying to come through mail, trying to come through B main, trying to come through A ramp, all those things should, in theory, be a little bit challenging. You could stagger the setups, you know, with the trap wire into a sonic sensor, kind of, you know, make it so there's only so much util you can clear. before somebody's going to come in and trade you. Wild Oreo, though, I really want to give a shout out. I think he's played pretty well so far this series in his debut. Very impressed. Looks very steady.
There's some slow moments on Sunset, but for the most part,
yeah.
I mean, that Ascent performance, despite the run back from Bleed, is Killjoy was looking solid.
He's snappy. And look at him here on Split. He's 15-5. And not only that, it's more than just the kills. He's finding a ton of impact with his util.
Yeah. No, it's been solid. I mean, again, he was talking a big game coming into this, saying, like, I can play anything. I'm going to be our secret weapon. And he's been putting up some very good performances to back it. So 15-5-3 on that Sky. A very strong performance thus far.
All right. So sonic sensors on both sides of the map. One up right outside of ropes. Cypher in mid. I mean, this is what it's going to be so difficult.
Jeremy.
Oh, my God.
Down to 21. Heals available, though. Oreo did decide to opt into that one. No Trailblazer available, but goes ahead and gets Jeremy right back up to 100.
And now they barrier meshed the entrance to A, so you'd have to clear through towards Heaven. So there's layers to the setup from Zest.
2 spotted. Not pushing forward, though. Quick check on the cam there from Retla. And for now, Scary holds on to the Paranoia.
Oh, my God.
Darion looking to maybe re-clear up here towards Heaven, but yeah, they managed to get past that sonic
Crazy
sensor.
Guy.
And Crazy Guy not aware of this at all. Turns sights over to the vent, but as his knife out and ends up getting picked off. Retla now trying to hold the line, but he just immediately eats a ton of damage. Tucks into the corner, tries to go for the right click. Envy will get whittled away at low HP for him. Scary sending out that Paranoia, is able to find one, but then instantly traded back out. System Darion now last one standing in a very much needed pistol round. But all odds and hope starting to dwindle here. Gonna be a quick clear onto Envy. Spots one. He knocked down the 9. It's Darren ready for the drop down. Finds Jeremy. Knows that the other player is going to be low. Paint shell now built up. Sends it in towards the pillar. No, it bounces off the corner. Oreo going to be safe for the time being, but Zest coming away with one. He gives his teammate a chance. The hold onto the spike, getting it up to half. Pulls off of it here for now. Darion, the retap. Waiting for the swing. The 2GE playing just out of sight.
I diffuse things in
and now he's just playing the time. Darion, in such a poor position from here. The 2GE will swing the corner and take him down and save Team Secret in this pistol round.
Oh, heartbreaking. Darion playing that positioning out of alley so well. Able to dodge Envy's fire as he saw Jeremy up top, and Jeremy overheating just a little bit there on the drop down, seeing if he could catch Darion off guard. Did not work.
Zest doing his damnedest trying to get them back into this one, but 2 bullets, only 1 necessary.
Eyes in my vein.
Close that one out, and now Secret expected to move up to 10. 1 Sheriff in play here from Darion has been pretty crisp on their shots, but 2GE punishing Scary on that jiggle peek.
And it's a great job in that previous round as well by Team Secret, avoiding some of that util. Nice shots from Jeremy with the Bulldog. Crazy Guy gone. Now A-site broken wide open, despite the fact that Team Secret has no idea. Darion, only a little bit of damage, but that paint shell is pretty good.
Forces Envy, cut back across, gets some damage onto him, but the kill still very much going to be eluding them here. It was 2GE, tries to scope in, an outlaw dropped. 1 weapon obtained, but not exactly the one that you would want for a retake. They avoid the flawless, but can they do more damage? There has been pretty big purchases into the round here for Secret. So any more kills found is still going to be value for Bleed.
And this position from Envy, so annoying.
I just don't know.
Yeah.
Winning out on this fight would be so very difficult. He's looking in that direction, but now sights turned back over here towards main. Envy just waiting patiently, ready to strike. Swing up, and Bash will go ahead and deal with him. Outlaw shots not connecting. So that's just going to be them tucking away, dying here to the spike. Whew. Narrow margins for Jeremy, but he does manage to get out.
Anyone have any speed?
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just 1 kill. Good pickup by 2GE. Then you're able to break things open at A, just winning a easy battle. Bulldog versus Classic, and onto the site you go. So now I'm kind of curious. looking at the setups of Zest, and he's shifted over towards B. Kind of has that sonic sensor set up in a spot where maybe if there's a blast pack around the corner, scary guy and him can maybe combo players that come in, the other one at the top of Mail. Kind of typical Cypher setups, more or less. Do have that camera pushed pretty far forward, but cleared.
Oh, Paint Shell's thought about, now sent. Might be able to find some damage, but on the entry, Darian finding one, the Paint Shell collecting a second. There's Retla eating a bit of damage there. The TP into the back of Elbow. It looks like he's redded, and he has. 2GE going to be dealt with. No further damage to be dealt, so Bleed not allowing for a bonus conversion. They get themselves a 5th round victory, but this is where a streak needs to start building up if they want to try to run this back.
Absolutely. We do have the showstopper, though, for Darian.
Here.
Finding some good impact, but just a gold hold from Bleed. That camera gives them that little extra comfort to push forward like that. Understanding the positioning. Saw kind of very similar scenes with Jeremy on the other side of the map. And again, though, a big part of this extra Sentinel in play is that you have a lot of extra information on the map. So Bleed there, even though there's no value off of all this deadlock util on B in terms of getting kills or anything, they still kind of understood where the hit was likely to be and were able to get themselves a little more mentally prepared. The camera there as well to make it even easier. Getting another step closer to the annihilation there is Zest. Crazy guy. Oh, what in the world is going on?
Okay, going for the chase here. But clearly in well deeper than they expected. Crazy guy trying to check an event. It's not ready for Jeremy to be there.
I must wait.
He's just been struggling to try to hold down these mid connectors. Brett looking to be noted. Jeremy blast packing his way in towards Elbow. Couple shots across, a minor connection, but widely everybody still very healthy. Inadvertent clear on the trap wire, but now Bleed gonna struggle to try to get themselves into position to actually retake this site.
You just have a paranoia to work with. The smoke is scary, that's it.
Sending it into Elbow, does connect on the 2. Push coming forward. Darian gonna be able to find one. Redla getting the other, but not ready for Jesse Bash to be back screen. As he collects a second. Zest now, last man alive. Just gonna have to play it quiet. They're drifting away to the opposite side of the map. Hold on to the weapon. Team Secret now gonna be getting themselves up to 11 rounds.
Well, now as Bleed, you're gonna have to address this ramp control because you're seeding over rope control because of it, and Crazy Guy's left on an island trying to hold down that position with just the fade. I mean, it makes a lot of sense to have that fade in that spot. That utility very well suited for that position. Certainly the prowlers and other things can really be a nuisance, but you know, you got to get to that spot where you can actually use it. So yes, you're able to control the extremities of the maps, but I think as Bleed, if you're Crazy Guy, you're calling for a little bit of help towards the ropes, seeing if you can prevent or at least make it a lot more annoying for Team Secret to get through there. But for now, not much changing in their positionings in terms of the players. This is looking like their default. Crazy Guy immediately backing down. Dog to scout out, get a little info, but Crazy had already dropped into rope, so he's going to be able to dodge. And for now, Team Secret says, well, okay, we can maybe take some mid control. We know that they've given a lot of that space over. There's that sonic sensor to consider. Zest could do some damage off that info, but Jesse on his own.
Trapwire set up the push forward, and Darian able to win out the fight. It's quite a bit of damage, but now the approach coming through, getting ready to hit onto B. Smoke sent, Paranoia across. And now the net coming through into play. Caught with util in hand, the boom bot.
One enemy remaining.
Ends up costing him his life. Jeremy going to be taken down. Now it's all on Envy. This man's been pulling off miracles here for the team all day long. Can he do it once again? Tap onto the spike. On dodge, Darian the first to fall. Fuel, however, limited. Has to drop
30
that.
seconds left.
Wary about the drift across over in towards stairs. As Retla watching from above. The push forward, and Retla's got the headshot. Bleed denying the map point, the match point away from Team Secret for now.
And this is more of what you'd like to see for Bleed in terms of what your opponent's decision making is going to be. And Team Secret, I think, smelling a trap in mid, even though there wasn't one, but that was potentially the senses that they got there. Great grab net from Zest. But there's so much annoying util that you have to deal with. You have that trap wire. Next to that is that sonic sensor. And it's so difficult to get through the extremities of this map with the way that Bleed's comp is arranged. Annihilation for Zest.
Long road back here for Bleed.
True.
There's about to be a couple critical ultimates online, the Seekers as well as the Showstopper. Just one away here for Secret. Bleed need to try to get this round as cleanly as they possibly can.
They're going to try to tuck Darion into the corner, have the cam right behind him to kind of set him up for some kills potentially. If, Jesse tries to lurk through there or something again, you've got an answer for that. Real question is are they going to be able to break through it? TGE thinking about the paranoia up towards that ramp position, so even with that extra, he spots ahead.
Just a glimpse. Kill, found pain shells now sent, so some damage going to be dealt. Jiggle peek out. And does see Envy. Surprisingly, nothing taken there from the nade. Yeah, that's great pickup. The cage just not quite covering the angles. Crazy9 taking a little bit of damage, but there's the reveal, and Retla able to collect the kill. Envy dead. Bash taken down. This is the kind of round that Bleed desperately need to do. Okay, suffer some losses as 2GE is able to collect 2. Down to 11 HP.
30 seconds left.
He's got his ult. But B is being overwatched by Scary.
Cover going out.
Sends out the smoke. Knows that he's bought some attention on that side, but the real question is how much? You don't really have enough time. He's going to go for the save.
Yeah, we'll just have to sit back. Holds onto the weapon. Bleed. Continue to hang in there. 4 rounds now separating the 2 squads. Secret still with an immense amount of opportunities to close this one out to avoid a catastrophe similar to what we saw on Ascent. Still done some decent damage, so weapons have to be passed around here between the side of Bleed.
Yeah, I mean, that's the scary thing is... Oh. Yep, I saw the head
just a glimpse right before.
Yep.
Precision kill.
Nasty.
Nice hold draw.
Very solid collection on that.
Well, a lot of ults. This could be a...
Oh, this could get messy.
Yeah, this could be a pretty wild round. Just looking at it.
Flash out, nothing spotted. Just out in mid. Sending out the net, trying to get a catch. Oh, no, sorry. Walls.
Yep, barrier mesh.
Quick clear on that. Trailblazer just going to get cleared out here quickly.
But this is the part of the map that I think Team Secret could potentially exploit. Is middle. Make these pushes a little bit deeper. Get into the lines of Bleed. That's caused Bleed some grief. Haven't really been able to respond to it all the time properly.
Quite far forward, nothing spotted.
Yeah.
Should tell him this is likely going to be B. As there's a swing in, but Scary going to be traded out. A good amount of damage dealt, but Valoria can go ahead and heal that up. Oh, sent, and no, it's not going to hit anything. They just tucked back, they waited out. Kill not found. Rotation still not coming through, and Jeremy now, Showstopper in hand, crazy guy, completely unaware, ends up getting blown to smithereens. 2GE finds Zest, Retla dead. And now it is all on Darion in a 1v5. Poison Orb knocks that back there with his forehead, but that's about the most that he's going to be able to do here in this round. 5 players left alive, all weapons about to be retained unless he can find something on the back end, but that's going to be Secret getting themselves up to match point.
I would have gone for the headbutt there. Just try to send it right back at him. But yeah, I mean, Secret, this time around, winning that big duel against Scary opens up so much space on this B site. And they are really starting to get a feel, I think, for this comp. Able to wait out that deadlock utility. That's something that had caught them a little bit at the front of B main previously with the grab net. This time around, the Annihilation finds nothing. Nobody got cocooned. So disappointed.
Well, I think that means that we have to go to overtime.
Oh, well, that's fine. If that's how it be, it be, then I'm fine.
We got to go to overtime so that Zest can get the Annihilation in.
Yeah. Okay. I'm in. I'm in.
Well, we'll see if they can make it happen. Odds stacked against them even harder, it would seem, compared to what we had seen on Ascent. And that's saying something, because it's a hell of a run back from him. But right now, Secret just
One enemy remaining.
too clean on this attack. I mean, Scary nearly with one opening kill, but the sight, the defenses, it just breaks down so very quickly. Still 3 ults to try to work with. Neural Theft's available here on both sides.
Envy just needs one orb for the Viper's Pit. So if they can get to that post plant, it's going to be really, really tricky. You don't have a ton of util other than Crazy Guy to clear a Viper's Pit as the side of Bleed, so.
It's just Darian in mid for now. Smoke forward, over towards Mail. Trailblazer with a quick glimpse. Dive forward, not sure if he was spotted. Things are coming down. He looks for the swing out, but the timing just missed.
Did you see the foot?
Not sure if he noted it. He's going to continue to push forward here. Potential backstab opportunity for those players in towards B, but he's just going to go start slowly drifting across here into sewers. Barrier mesh set up. They're in A lobby. We clear out on the cam, and now he's going to turn his eyes back over.
But still, this is going to be a difficult position for Team Secret to read.
It is. He's got him between a rock and a hard place. Coming up behind him. Fast rotate. They're ready to come through. It's scary. He's just out in the front. Some shots across. Some damage dealt. Does get the headshot there on the Wild Oreo. Puts the spike down on the ground. Now the showstopper in behind. Exits the smoke. Misreads the situation. Doesn't know where he's at. Still getting stabilized. Finds Jeremy. Envy now arriving. The shot's not quite connecting. The TP back across the map. The reveal coming through. T2GE arriving. Get the plant down. The full send rotate coming through. This Bleed. Start working their way across. Envy trying to catch anybody rotating in through mid, but it's just going to be a massive approach into heaven as Retla reads that he's in the smoke, finds the headshot. Now it's all on Envy. Once again, noise made, damage received. It's a double setup. Just going to try to ensure that this is impossible for him, but the defuse has already come through. And Envy looks to just back away. Bleed. 4 rounds to go for an overtime.
Yeah, wise there from Envy. Don't want to give any extra orbs over. Still a lot of rounds to work with. Still that annihilation, connection, hope in play. The dream is alive.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, just spotted him right before he went.
Yeah, right before he went in. Still a nasty shot. Well, Jesse.
This goes here.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
There we go. Now it goes there.
Toxins going up.
Gets the setup finally.
He's got it. Okay, I love this change up here from Bleed in a way. A sonic sensor in mid. So you've got a lot more control of the map with this spread. I really, really like this. This trapwire has to get value though.
Decent counter spray. Cam not going to be spotting any of this for him. There's the reveal. First kill going to be found. Push forward, paint shells flying, spotted. Rotating around the back of the cyber cage here, but Retla trying to figure out which way he needs to be looking here to try to reinforce the rest of the team. TP in towards backside. Wild Oreo just going to be topping everybody up there with that healing. Trailblazer to try to scout, but quickly cleared out. Retla able to adjust, finds Jeremy, but Wild Oreo fighting back. Darian now dropped 2GE. So very low. It's scary out of bullets. He ends up getting taken down. Good damage found. Jesse Besh down to his sliver. The push forward. Crazy Guy finding one. Seth getting another. And that was all on Wild Oreo. And he's got it. The 3K to close it out. 13-8 once again. Team Secret. They bite tooth and nail, Bleed. They put up a decent attempt, some good resistance, but Secret get the win all the same.
And what a debut for this new Secret squad. Had to put up with a roller coaster of a series. And that's, frankly, let's be honest, often the case for Team Secret. But,
sure.
but, it is a new squad, it is new players, so it's a little bit, not only, I wouldn't say expected, but it's the fact that they bounce back from it, right? Like after that ascent, that would boom the heck out of some players.
Oh, for sure.
And these guys just were steady as she goes. I mean, and credit to all these players and on both sides, but you know, a big opening win for Team Secret, who are looking to get into playoffs, maybe make a run, and maybe make it to champs. I mean, they were flirting with it last stage. You know, can they find themselves at an international event?
It would be a hell of a tale for them, but still plenty of tests ahead of the squad. They managed to jump the first hurdle. And for Bleed, I think overall, we've seen some solid improvements here from the team. Can't quite get that second victory. but I think it certainly is on the horizon. Let's go ahead and pass it back over to the analyst desk, though, to break down all the action from today.
Fans of either one of these teams were definitely a little stressed going through the series today, but Team Secret is victorious in this very first matchup of Stage 2.
Yeah, I mean, like the caster said, I think that's the biggest thing is that they were able to really focus back in, even though they had that rough ascent, and they were able to pull out the victories when they needed it. Also adjusting to this deadlock composition. I mean, who knows whether Team Secret has also faced something similar in their scrims or not. But at the end of the day, did you expect Bleed to make these sweeping changes in compositions? That was probably a bit hard to expect, and Secret's still able to strike back.
Yeah, changes, yes, but sweeping changes to composition like this drastic with the deadlock coming in. Definitely not expected, but Team Secret shows that they have the metal to really stay tucked in, and they were able to adjust comfortably. They were able to read the map and know exactly how they want to play against it. But apart from that, what I really want to applaud is also just the quote-unquote new players for Team Secret. I mean, there was that clutch from 2GE against Scary, just knowing how to play that situation, reading Scary's movements correctly. Wild Oreo even, just incredibly sharp. I think it really shows that stats don't always tell the full story because whether or not he played these roles coming in from previous teams, onto Team Secret, he's here and he is ready to play.
Yeah, and the fact that he can flex around like this and still put up consistent numbers, again, that's something that used to be missing in a lot of teams out here in Pacific, and this is a huge boon to Team Secret.
Oh, absolutely. But you know what? Bleed, I think this is a good showing from Bleed. This is what we've wanted to see from Bleed. This is inklings of what we saw, that potential from Ascension, that little sparkle that Bleed had, and I'm glad to see it back. It seems like they kind of figured a lot of things out over the last few weeks.
Totally agree. I love seeing Darian back on the Duelist, and that's just kind of a team that's really gelling together. You've got Crazy Guy, you've got Zest. A little bit disappointed. I wish he landed at least one ultimate. That would be really funny, really fun, especially if you got the one against Jeremy while he was holding on to the showstopper.
Yeah, the deadlock, I think it's clear that he's not as comfortable.
Good.
But it's clear that he's not as comfortable. I also think team-wise, they can build on this a little bit further. I feel like I've seen kind of deeper plans from similar compositions from other teams or other leagues as well. But for now, at least they're trying. And here's the thing, is that at least we're seeing a picture, right? It's not just haphazard. It's not that they're just relying on frags. So, I mean, it is an improvement from Stage 1 for Bleed.
Oh, yeah, and we were just watching the timeout win percentage for the coaches. Legia is definitely improving on that. They had a round win after every single one of Bleed's timeouts today. So that's, we're moving in the right directions for both of these teams today.
I think every little bit really counts, and that's just always fun to watch. But again, I mean, you can see how kind of seesaw it was at the first half. But after a while, Team Secret really broke away from it. And that's because, again, the way they were reading this, the way they were adjusting around, whether or not the deadlock was there, it's just Team Secret showing that, apart from the preparations that they have, they've really figured out a way to, work with these new recruits.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, again, even in the second half of Split, recognizing the patterns that Bleed had with how they were using the deadlock cipher, right? So whether Bleed was adapting even further or not, we should give credit where credit is due. Secret realized, okay, these are your defaults. This is how you're using that utility. This is how we can abuse it against you, because you're going to make assumptions based on your double sentinels. And that's how they're able to edge out this victory. So all credit to Secret. Now, the casters pointed it out. It's oftentimes a roller coaster for Secret. And if it's a roller coaster for Bleed, whether they improved or not, how is it going to look against other teams? I think that's the big question, because Secret has their eyes on making it to an international event this year.
Oh, yeah. They really want to go. I mean, they've come so close so many times. You can imagine that hunger that's there for them to make it to a Champions event, an international event this year. I mean, this has been a really exciting day in general. Just this match alone, we're finally seeing a deadlock. I think they had some really interesting ideas with it. You were talking about this, William, and I don't think we saw that full potential today.
Unfortunately not.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can cook a bit further with this composition. There are interesting ways where you can use the map to your advantage, kind of get these better timings rather than relying on kind of the default setups. And I think also, again, perhaps Secret adapted faster than Bleed had expected them to, and Bleed wasn't reaching deep enough into their pockets early enough. And when they realized it, it was already too late, already too many rounds given up.
I mean, it's very possible this is where Jesse Vash's vast experience comes in. It's proven to help Secret get through, the toughest of times. It's just his experience and being able to adapt in these situations and stay calm. And when you have someone, like you said, quote unquote, new, two people joining their roster, you need that sort of anchor there to keep everyone calm. Now, I mean, what were some of your favorite moments today? We had a 13-0. We had a clove.
We did have a 13-0.
We had a deadlock just now.
True.
We had a no duelist comp as well. Not the newest thing, but newest in Pacific.
We also had a 110 or 210 comeback.
Yeah, 210 comeback, yeah. No, today was a very exciting start, I think, to Stage 2. And again, we're seeing the improvements, right? I mean, this is something we talked about in the beginning of Stage 1 of, okay, the rosters, we see that they're working on things. But today, I would say, for the most part, improvements, maybe some more than others. But I think it's going to be as exciting as people had hoped coming into Stage 2, especially after the performances that we saw at Master Shanghai as well. So we'll see. Still some questions up in the air. Sure, DRX made it to playoffs, but that doesn't mean they've made it to champions just yet. And there are further questions to be had.
Yeah, right. Improvements. But still, at the end of the day, Pacific, best region.
Is that the most exciting part for you today?
Yes.
All right. I think that is a consistent, exciting thing about this region. But tomorrow, a little preview into tomorrow. Tomorrow, we're going to see more updated rosters.
Tomorrow is...
T1 Gen G, T1 Stacks versus Gen G. We got Paper X versus Talon. I've been hearing interesting things about Talon too, and I think tomorrow's just gonna be a really exciting day. And I think this whole weekend in general, I'm like, are you guys feeling good about all these rosters? Because I am. I feel like everyone's been upgrading, and that's a good sign because we're the best region.
I don't know if I can confidently say that I felt that everyone had upgraded per se.
Oh.
I think there were some side grades or maybe some question marks.
Oh. Do I dare ask you to elaborate, or do you want to keep it a little vague, a little mysterious?
I mean, I'm on the fence about T1.
Okay.
I'm on the. I know a lot of people. Listen, I'm excited that we get to still see Stacks, and I'm hoping that Stacks isn't going to be the main IGL because I think that's where he shines. But I don't know if he's the upgrade that they were looking for.
Okay.
Just gonna put that out there.
Yeah, well, I guess we're going to find out really soon tomorrow. But first, we're going to be talking to Team Secret. Jen's on standby with their interviewee. Do we know who's going to be interviewed?
It has to be Envy. He had an absolute banger of a performance today.
I think he's definitely our MVP, but I'm a little curious to hear it from Wild Oreo, too. You know what? I guess we're going to have to go down to the stage and find out. Our victors of the second match today is Team Secret. Over to you, Jen, with the interview.
Thank you, guys, and I'm now joined by Envy from Team Secret. Now, congratulations, Envy, on that win. Today went the distance, but you guys closed it out. So what was it like facing the new Bleed? Also, with the new members on your side as well, Wild Oreo and 2GE.
So facing the new Bleed, it was kind of hard because I think their new roster is pretty good. We also had like little VODs up against them, so yeah, I think it was pretty hard, but I'm happy we won. And with our two new additions, they're pretty good. Also, like they bring a lot to the team, like communication and the good vibes. Even after losing map 1, we still won the last 2 because they were still laughing and just having fun.
All right, that's good. I heard you're like best friends with Wild Oreo as well. Does that kind of come into play when it comes to communication and like the vibes on the team?
Yeah. So with Wild Oreo, he was actually my previous teammates. He's a really nice guy and is also very good. So having him on our team, we're very happy to have him because he brings a lot.
Okay, now speaking of the first map, you just said you guys laughed it off, but 10-2 was a huge lead for you guys. So what the heck happened? And are you guys concerned with what happened on Ascent today?
For what happened in Ascent in the second half, it kind of was just us like not playing our game and also just like committing things that we shouldn't be committing. So we made a lot of mistakes and we're just gonna be reviewing that. Hopefully we don't do the same mistakes later on.
Okay, now we had Clove coming out in match 1, and then also Deadlock on Split with the Cypher. Now, what was your reaction when you saw the Deadlock being drafted, and how did you guys just kind of navigate so easily through that?
So against Deadlock, I mean, we were kind of surprised they pulled out the Deadlock, but we actually scrimed with a lot of teams that played Deadlock, so we kind of knew how to go against them, which was, you know, we're very happy to have those scrims. So yeah.
Hold up though. Teams are running Deadlock in scrims, so they're innovating. A lot of teams?
I'd say a few.
Okay, can we just get like what maps? Pretty sure it's not leaking because no team name mentioned.
I'd say like maybe Ascent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense?
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay, Ascent and Split.
Yeah.
And okay. Many more, I guess.
Many more.
So when it comes to the innovation with the new patch and the new meta coming in, what are you guys focusing on? And do you guys have like the pocket picks or the surprises for us as well?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I can't really say much because it's gonna be leaking, but hopefully you guys keep watching, so we'll surprise you more.
Okay, we have ISO left, maybe a little bit of Neon from you guys, but we'll have to wait and see. But I'm glad to hear that everyone is kind of innovating for stage 2. Now, lastly, every game matters for you guys to make it into playoffs and even to champions. So next up will be GE for you. So any word over to GE?
I hope you guys prepare well and let's have a good match.
Okay, thank you very much, Invi, and congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Well, thank you guys for staying with us. We are going to say goodbye for now, but make sure you catch us tomorrow because we have banger matchups coming up with T1 taking on the Masters Shanghai champions Gen G, followed by Paper X taking on Talon Esports. Good night, everybody.